marked.
Yeah.
How much gold-plated latinum for that taco?
I'll trade you dilithium crystals for your latinum. And then there's the, what's that famous bar across from CBS Studios? I'm trying to think.
From CBS Television City?
Yeah, in Hollywood there, in the city.
Bar
restaurant.
I don't know of anyone. Well, there was the Tam O'Shanter. You mean that Irish bar that was over there?
Yeah, that's it. I saw more stars in one place, and that place sitting there one time waiting for some buddies.
All those are long gone. They're all now condominiums.
The Bar Marmont is still there.
Chateau Marmont? Yeah.
Chateau, yes, and the bar.
There. It has a bar.
I was, a friend of mine got us in there. He said, yeah, just go to the front door and ask for Constance. I said, Constance? He said, yeah. So I went to there and, peeked in the door, and the door opened, and there was Constance. And I said, so-and-so sent me. Oh, yes, come in. Kevin Spacey was there.
The hot ticket was the Polo Lounge, though.
The Polo Lounge, where was that?
On the Hollywood Hills Hotel.
In the hills. What was the Japanese restaurant up on the top of the up in the hills with a great overlooking shot of the Hollywood sign?
Yeah, its name escapes me. I think it's still there.
It was like a winding road all the way up. I don't think it was Mulholland, but it was certainly like that.
It was up above the Magic Castle.
Yeah.
Started with a K.
I haven't spent a lot of time in Hollywood, so I'm just rewinding some memories. It was kind of fun because we found that we could shoot film for commercials cheaper in Hollywood than we could here on the East Coast, including our hotel and our flight reservations. That was just the amazing misconception. So we'd shoot like spots at Balboa Beach or wherever. And we got great crews, knew what they were doing.
Yeah, that's primarily what I spent most of my career doing is commercials.
We did all those.
There's a very robust advertising market here in L.A.
We did a lot of spots for HBO and Cinemax for their special weekend specials, sign up now kind of thing.
All the ad agencies were in Chicago, and they would always like the vacation to L.A.
Cool. All right. Have a good show.
You didn't hear any of what I just said. It was so insightful. I can't repeat it. I can't say it. That moment won't be back. I was just saying my first paid broadcast thing was for HBO. It was a big theater that flew towards you. In Denver. They were.
Yeah, that's what we used to do, almost all HBO cable spots.
Yeah. I had a friend that did HBO and Stars because they were both in south of Denver.
They were tied in with Cinemax too.
Yeah. That's not what we called it back then, but clean show. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Office Hours. If you were watching on YouTube, you can find out more about what we do at officehours.global. First hour is general discussion. Second hour is usually something we want to spend a little bit more time on. Over the summer, our Saturdays will be 2 hours of Q&A. So get those questions ready to go. And we have a great panel here that can probably answer almost anything you can think of. So I would highly recommend throwing those questions in right now. Give us a little time to start working through them. And a reminder that we're covering Cine Gear after this. So this will be a long day. We'll do 2+ hours of Cine Gear coverage starting at 9 o'clock in the morning, about 2 hours from now. So stay tuned for that as well. Let's go ahead and jump into the questions. Mitch, what do we got?
Thank you. Appreciate it, Alex. And our first question comes in from TJ Asher in Minneapolis, Minnesota. I'm still looking for a way other than Vimeo app to be able to see my HDR vacation videos on my Apple TV. VLC app does not do HDR. Plex app does not do Dolby Vision properly. Any other ideas on how to see my video in HDR on Apple TV?
Go ahead, Carl.
So the Photos app. So you'll need to go to the Photos app that's built into the Apple TV. You need to sign into your iCloud. You can just make an iCloud account that's just for video sharing. Let's say you don't want to use your personal one, so you can call it, iCloud photo sharing account, whatever you want to do it. And that's where you'll put your edited or just your clips that are in HDR shot on your phone. And then just make sure that your output for your Apple TV, you'll have to go to video settings, turn off match content. Don't do that one. It works sometimes, doesn't work all the time. You want to make sure you actually force it into, 60 frames a second HDR, Dolby Vision. Don't worry about HLG. It does that in the background. And just make sure your TV is ready to receive Dolby Vision as well. So make sure your TV is in Dolby Vision mode, and it all just works. But yeah, the Photos app, essentially that's the iCloud library, and that's your player from your iCloud library essentially. So what you can do is in iMovie on your iOS device, you can actually put clips together and make yourself a movie. And there's an option when you go to export. It says, do you want to export as HDR? You can say yes, and say, where do you want to export it? Camera roll. Go straight back into camera roll, you show up on your Apple TV. On the Mac itself, you have to do it in Final Cut. So iMovie on the Mac, for some weird reason at the moment, maybe it will update very soon, but at the moment it doesn't support HDR export. It exports SDR export. I understand why, because I want to keep that simple. But on the phone, you do have the option to turn on and off HDR on your exports. So yeah, so simply iCloud library, link to your Photos app on your Apple TV, and then just make sure your Apple TV is set to Dolby Vision HDR.
And I think that one of the reasons it does it on the phone is because the phone, unless you do something with it, the phone will naturally capture HDR at this point. It's kind of an odd thing to see because it just immediately shifts into HDR mode, and it looks so much brighter than everything else that you're looking at. The geekier way to do it also is you can build, if you have a server, I think Carl's is the way to do it, but just to put out there that you could, save an MP4 out with H.265. You need to do H.265 instead of H.264 because H.265 can do 10-bit. You could save it out. And put it on a server, and then build what we call a master variant playlist or an M3U8. But in the MVP, you will be able to define it as PQ or as I think Dolby Vision as well. But you could build an MVP. So if you want to get a little geeky, you can search HLS documentation from Apple, and then you could be throwing things onto there, and then that manifest will tell the device downstream what it's getting. So that's if you want to make it a geekier version of that process, and you can automate most of that as far as driving that playlist. Next question.
And it comes from Paul Valhus in Austin, Texas. How do you add layers to a work table for monitors, gear, etc.?
I go ahead, Courtney.
Well, I use Gator cases, something like this, that are stackable. You can take the front and the back off of them, then you can interconnect the cases. You set them on top of the table, and you can stack multiples on top of that. And then I take one of the lids that comes off the front of that thing here, and I stack it on the top, flip it over, and lay it on.
I think you just muted there. I think we all got muted there. That was an interesting thing.
That's my solution by stacking the Gator type cases on top of each other is how I stack layers on top of a table.
I think we all got muted at the same time. It was a very odd thing. Anyway, so the other thing to think about is with a lot of these is turrets. Is one of the things you want to think about is building turrets into it, which are kind of at an angle. To install those. Go ahead, Carl.
Another way to do it would be using one of these kind of tabletop stands. Now, this is just one of them. There's many of them in these kind of U-shaped tabletop stands. They're very handy because you can put like a 2 or 4U rack in there as well. So you can still slot that in. You can put your gator case, you slide that in, you put your monitors on top. They're very handy. You can get them in like really wide widths. This is for a small monitor, of course. The wider ones are kind of good if you want to put like a actual computer monitor up there, or even if you want to put like a musical instrument or something like that as well.
Yeah, and one of the things that you, as you kind of work through all of this, is I use a lot for most things. Anything that's a monitor, I fly it with some sort of monitor arms. The arms for me are a lot easier to deal with than to it's just easier to just grab the monitors and move them where I want, as opposed to stacking them on anything. One thing I was going to show you real quickly. This is a control room. You'll see. So if you look at this control room here, what you'll see are these monitors, but down below you'll see these are the turrets that I was talking about. So people have desk space that they can work with, and then they have these running at an angle, and these get built into the desk. These desks are built. This is, by the way, we were talking about 80/20. This entire wall is 80/20 behind these monitors. So that's what's holding those monitors up, is a big giant wall of 80/20. But here is the turrets that I was talking about, and you can run them all along the length of a desk. That's probably more than you need in your house, Paul. But just so you know where it scales to. All right, next question.
Clive Kitchener from BC, Canada. Recommendations for text-based audio editor and automated transcription programs. SimonSays, DeScript, and similar. Can the output files from these programs be converted for use with iMovies? FinalCut is a tad pricey at the moment. Thank you.
Yeah, the one that I use the most is SimonSays. As far as putting it out in iMovie, I don't know how to do that well. I think if I was really trying to do this cost effectively, I might pipe this into, like, find a way to pipe the video after you've edited it, pipe it into something like Google Meet or something like that that's going to automatically caption it and do it over black. So it can hear it, but it's just over black, and then you can key that back over top of it in iMovie. It is a very very basic way of doing it, but that might be one way to save some money. I think otherwise, I don't know of any way to get captioning. I think they assume that you're not going to want to do captioning necessarily to iMovie. Go ahead, Jonas.
I think you should be able to export an SRT and import that into iMovie and then burn in captions. You might not have super much control about the styling, but you should be able to burn it in.
SRT to iMovie? Does it really take that?
FinalCut. I've tried.
FinalCut will do it, but I don't know if.
So I've done subtitles in iMovies. I just used titling lower third. I just copied and pasted from SRT to the lower third. Works quite well, but it's laborious.
Okay, got it. Yeah, because I don't know of any.
Ref.com allows you to upload a video with SRT and then burns in your captions for you. Got it. So
Rev.com will burn it, just burn you basically a black and white image that is the lower thirds. Yeah, so you can burn it in. Next question.
Mark Giuliani from Washington, D.C. For an upcoming debate, I'm inviting panelists and hosts to a Zoom meeting and then pushing the program to a Zoom event. Should the person reading the questions be part of the meeting or the event? How will the panel hear the questions?
Go ahead, Jonas.
I would always put everything into the meeting and then treat the event as your CDN. That's how we do everything. So you set up the event like you want, and then you have one output. You use the little trick where you use fill with white space to get the name as small as possible to not distract. So it's not like tech@techcompany.com is screen sharing or whatever. And then I would put everyone, the panelists and the reader and everyone in the other meeting and pipe that in. We put it through a production pipeline, and the advantage at that point is you can like have a little music and a slide at the start and cut it off. And then you can, the different panelists can like do this shoulder rubbing and like get to know each other. And then and then at one point you're like, okay, we're 5 minutes out, 3, 2, 1, and they're live. And suddenly you have this really comfortable panel, and you create a way better show that way than if you put them live the whole time.
Go ahead, John.
We do exactly what Jonas just said. We use meetings for everything. We don't use Zoom event. We just have more flexibility with managing multiple meetings, and then we're able to route the audio and program out wherever we want to in the back end of the meetings in multiple different rooms.
Yeah, we all of us are kind of in the same boat. The meetings, because of the breakout rooms, is a huge piece of this puzzle. Is that when you have all these breakout rooms, a lot of times we have many different breakout rooms that we're using for any given meeting. So a good example is you may have the area that they come into, but we may have oftentimes we have a lobby, and that's just where we pull people out of the main room immediately to get rid of the permissions issues that occur there. Whoops. And so we have that lobby, but we then move them into oftentimes a green room, and we make sure that and that's for us, that's getting their connection right, making sure that they look good, they sound good, everything else. And so what happens is a bunch of people get pulled into this lobby, and then they get pulled out one by one into this green room, or not in the green room, into hair and makeup, HMU. And so they get pulled into HMU. When they're done with HMU, they get pulled into the green room. So it goes from lobby to HMU to green room. And now they're all there kind of, they can talk to each other. With debates, it may not be quite as cordial, but that's how we would do it for a normal talking. And then from that green room, you could just turn that into the event, but we have other people in there, tech and so on and so forth. So then we pull them into that's the event room. That's like what we're dealing with here in this show. Now in this show, we either have there's two different ways that we do this. Right now, we're waiting for a couple things that eventually we hope that we'll see from Zoom ISO. We know that there'll be some updates this summer. So we either bring them all into individual rooms that have a Zoom room in them. So we have a Zoom room that's attached to each one of these rooms, and then we build a mix minus in our pipeline so they can talk back and forth. That gives us isolated audio, and it allows if they share their screen or whatever, we have all of that. The Zoom rooms can put out we can just get a feed of their Zoom room, of their screen share as well as them. We're moving towards what we do in this show, which is going to be eventually Zoom ISO. So Zoom ISO will pull all those feeds out individually, and then we put them into a production pipeline. So that's kind of how we approach a lot of that. You can simplify that by just sharing the Zoom room. You just have to make sure you carefully get rid of everything else. But what we're doing in this show is, of course, Zoom ISO. Is pulling those out. And you don't have to have, you can definitely have Isadora, which is what we're using for all the extra stuff that we're doing, but you can also just have it go out to a switcher. You can have literally if you have a handful of people, you can have, it's just HDMIs out to a little switcher and put that in, but then send it back to a webinar. The only other thing for you to think about is whether the webinar whether people are going to be able to stand up and ask questions in the webinar, individuals. I wouldn't recommend it, but we have clients that want to do that. And then you have to build a mix minus between the webinar and the meeting with hardware, but that can also be done. Go ahead, Mitchell.
Yeah, those separate Zoom ISO rooms, can they talk between each other, or are they all separately isolated?
Yeah, so those aren't Zoom ISOs when we do the separate rooms. Those are Zoom rooms, and we are building a mix minus for that because when we have those Zoom rooms, the catch is that all the latency is doubled. So the conversation isn't quite as smooth as it is in the conversation that we're having here. For debates, that doesn't matter as much because technically what should be happening is, people are told when to talk one at a time, and they very rarely have informal banter, where we try to avoid the banter. And so one of the advantages of using the Zoom rooms is it makes banter really hard. So it actually improves it basically creates a reason not to do it. It feels very disjointed if someone tries to attack somebody else, across something like that, because the thing gets out of whack. And it's kind of like when someone insults you and you say, "What did you say? What did you say? What did you say?" And it ruins everything. So anyway, as a kid, that was my defense mechanism. Anyway, so but it works really well for that. But when you're building those, you have to then have the hardware. So we have Dante going out of all of those machines into a mixer, because if each person's in a Zoom room, we have an individual send and return to them. That's the big advantage that we have over Zoom ISO at the moment, is that we can send them anything in their ear that we want. We can give them notes. We can tell them that something's going wrong. We can do all those other things, and we have total control over their audio. So we do that in hardware. So we have a Q01 or a X32 that is doing all that, but because we're building mix minuses for each person to send that back. I think technically we're doing that inside of an BSS 806, but you could do it inside of a mixer as well. Go ahead, Mark.
So I guess my question was, you build everything in events, and that was a very helpful sketch. But in webinar, would you have the person asking the
Well,
questions?
I would build everything in meetings. Everything I just showed you there is meetings.
Right.
And then you're going to take that output of your final program out and put it wherever you want. You can put it on YouTube. You can put it into webinar. You can put it into events. It doesn't matter. Like it's just those are just as Jonas said accurately and much faster than I did. You can you put that together and just send it out as a CDN. Like that just becomes your stream. And once you have that stream, you can send it out to all of those things at one time. Like you could broadcast it to the radio, you could put it on TV, you could send it to YouTube, you could put it in, so you can send it anywhere you want because you have a finished show that you're building, from that.
If you wanted, though, to have the participants in the webinar ask questions, would you put someone on team in webinar to read the questions? Or would you just have the host read them from the meeting?
You can have, what I would do is give them some kind of Q&A system, something to let them ask questions, and then you're feeding those back in. That can either be Zoom's native process, or it can be something like, if you contacted me, we could probably talk about it.
Okay.
You have an interesting use case for me.
And if you want to use the Zoom native stuff, we have just within office hours, we have two ways of getting you the questions over. We have the small tool that I built that brings it into HDR graphics, where you then could show it to your panelists that way, or the workflow that Andy Carluccio and Greg Gibson built, where you can get it into a Google Doc. So all your panelists could still be in the other room, but treat it really as a CDN and then work on how you get stuff back. And even if you want them to be able to talk, you could do the same thing and backhaul the audio from the device that is sending in the video and audio.
But especially during debates, I would not recommend allowing individual viewers to ask questions verbally. You want to keep them all in text.
Yes.
So that's my recommendation.
Understand that. Thanks. Thank you, everybody.
Yep, absolutely. Next question.
Douglas Carmichael. Wouldn't camera to cloud have issues with congested bandwidth at WWDC or similar events?
Go, Jonas.
This is a little bit off the beauty of what they created with camera to cloud. And it's hard to discern between the different aspects of camera to cloud. There's the one aspect of camera to cloud that is a live stream directly to Frame.io that then can be received. And then there's the camera to cloud, which really just is a way to ingest files over an API securely. And the cool thing is how they have built it. If you're inside the center, you shoot some footage, and then you're like, okay, our hit is 30 minutes out. We need to get that footage now. What I would do is we would have two runners, then would just grab the device that is camera to cloud enabled, runs out where there is coverage, and then everything gets uploaded. Camera to cloud wouldn't solve the live problem, but by doing a store and forward that you could also do with a live view or something else, you would solve the congestion by going to a non-congested space. And there's this little holes in the bandwidth. Like when everybody tries to get something, there's congestion, but there's also when not everyone is trying to get something. So you will have some bandwidth at some time. And then it uses that to upload the file. So it would be fine.
Go ahead, Courtney.
Yes, it would be difficult. And what Jonas said about going somewhere else, unless you petition Captain Cook here for access to their 10 gig internal network, which I don't think they're going to give you access to, and put your own Wi-Fi router on it. And that's always a good way to do the camera to cloud. If you find access to a wired connection, Ethernet connection that is gigabit or better, 10 gigabit even better, put your own router on there and then have your own private Wi-Fi network that you do not give the password to anyone else that has access to the internet. And that way you connect to camera to cloud over your own private Wi-Fi system. But you would have to find some place where you could plug that in with permission. And inside the Apple campus, I don't think you're going to find that.
So, yeah, the depends on where what campus. The other thing you have to be careful of with most of these is how both astute and aggressive the Wi-Fi team or the internet team is at a given event, because a lot of times they're looking for SSIDs, and I've literally had people we're notorious for building our own little Wi-Fi networks at our studio. Like we'll just turn it on because we need it to connect to for guests to be able to basically AirPlay to stuff. So we'll build a lockdown system, but we get visits pretty quickly.
The SS Gestapo does show up.
I find though there was oftentimes it was harder to figure out who to talk to, so it was easier just to turn it on and during rehearsals, and someone would just come to me. So then we could sort out. I could explain what we were doing, and then we usually got the okay. But it was one of those things. But someone may, if you're not press, they're not going to take it very, very well. And if you are pressed, then you usually want to get ahead and ask for that kind of permission to make that work. A lot of times, though, the cellular is pretty good in a lot of these places. The Wi-Fi at a place like WWDC, maybe not Apple, but at you may not have that much access at Apple, but the Apple's Wi-Fi networks at WWDC are extremely robust. like it's just probably the most robust Wi-Fi systems. The two events that are probably the most robust Wi-Fi systems are Salesforce, Dreamforce, and Google I/O is pretty good too. But the networking there at those are pretty amazing, and it's generally one company that does most of it. Go ahead, Rupert.
All this camera to cloud or whatever to cloud, sort of future stuff. And I think we just got to keep in mind that at some point in the future, this will just be less of a problem, and these technologies are future facing. And hopefully there'll be a time where we'll look back on bandwidth congestion as just being a historical concept.
Yeah, and for the most part, the camera to cloud, the way it works is a store and forward. So it's mostly waiting for you to hit stop on your camera, and then it starts uploading. So the stop and start of congestion isn't as important. Obviously, if it's really slow, it won't get you anywhere. But it is also compressing that footage down to H.264. Next question.
And it's Paul Valhus from Austin, Texas, who asked, what impact will Apple's new passwordless scheme called passkey have on password managers like 1Password, LastPass, etc.? Will they reappear in some other manifestation?
Go ahead, Nigel.
So I think we're all excited by this, but I think we have to accept this is going to be a multi-year journey. If the only thing you have on your system is your own passwords, this will work pretty quickly. But the moment you have shared family, or the device you use also has work passwords or shared work passwords, this is going to get very complicated. It's going to take some time for all of those elements. And it may be years for some corporations actually to accept the use, they may never, of the Apple system. They may require their own, and you may find commercial environments creating or licensing alternatives from other providers. So in a very simple world, you're going to move quite quickly. In a very complicated password world, there's some time, and that opens the opportunity for LastPass and these other companies to create services and systems around that.
Good, Courtney.
Yeah, and I don't know how well Apple is at playing cross-platform with other companies, because they like to keep everybody in the garden, and if it only works on Apple products, then it's not going to become universal, as you won't be able to use it with your Samsung phones or and Samsung already has. I have a Samsung Pass on my phone with the Samsung phones. It uses your fingerprint and or Face ID. You don't ever enter a password, or when you sign on to a secure website, it'll ask you if you want to use that. You just stick your thumb on there, and it stores it on the enclave, the secure enclave on the phone, and you never even have to deal with it as long as you come to that same URL on the phone. You can just use your thumb to sign in to all of those places. So it works very similarly, and it's been around for a number of years anyway. So that covers a large percentage of the phone market that isn't covered by Apple. So I don't know if they're going to make inroads to make it universal. That's going to be a tough road to hoe.
Yeah, I think that the hard part is that most Apple users are quite happy with the Garden, and the problem, the pressure it puts on a lot of companies is that people like me, if I go to a store and I can't use Apple Pay, I just don't come back, ever. And so the at a physical store, so it puts a lot of pressure on merchants to move towards it, because Apple users tend to spend more money. Go ahead, Jonas.
I would say it will not have as much of an effect as most people think. Just reading through the docs, it sounds like log in with Apple without clicking the button. You basically, as app developer, can request a key code, you get the key code, and then you can verify against the key code. So it will look similarly like on my Android. If I log in, it's like, hey, do you want to log in with Google? I'm like, okay, finger you use your fingerprint sensor and you're in. It's going to be similar. I don't think they're going to roll it out to more devices. It's really, from the documentation, it's really specific to iOS, and it's probably become the standard for apps in the App Store. But I don't think that.
Well, they did say in the
password
keynote
manager.
that they were partnering with Microsoft and others, with it. So it should be somewhat. It sounds like it's portable. It's part of a larger system. So we'll see how that goes. I do think that I agree with what Nigel said, is that the probably multi-year, probably potentially multi-decade, but I would say 5 to 10 years at the fastest that we would see a significant drop in the use of passwords. It has to start somewhere. So that's, and we all know that we had to get rid of passwords and physical keys and all the other things that we deal with. But it's, so. Oh, that was quick. Was that just me or was that all of us?
I think Zoom just crashed because mine just came back. Yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah. Are we back in broadcast, or are we, for those watching, Zoom just dropped out. So
we're not back in broadcast. It'll take a couple minutes.
Okay. So that was exciting.
I've never seen that before.
I haven't seen it in a long time. on the other end to set this back up again. I think we'll have to talk about that at some point.
We're back.
We're
You're
live.
not live.
Hi, everybody. So good to see all of you again. So anyway, we had a little drop there. We'll probably talk about it tomorrow once we figure out exactly what happened there. But where were we? Passkeys, Courtney. I think Courtney, you were up for. We were talking about.
I was wondering whatever Steve Gibson had his SQRL squirrel method for passwordless storage or entry into websites. Whatever happened to that? I
think a lot of people think that this passkey looks a lot like squirrel. like everyone's like, so that they look similar. So I think squirrel in its name may not be the thing that happens, but it sounds like the DNA may have found its way to the outside world. Next question.
Douglas Carmichael has a question. What are some useful strategies for multitasking on a small 13-inch or 14-inch screen? Would Mission Control or Stage Manager be more useful?
Go ahead, Nigel.
So I think the answer is to have very, very good eyesight, because the smaller the screen you have, the harder it is to read. I've been playing with the new multitasking on the beta. I have to tell you, on my iPad, it works really well until I want to work. And then I turn it off and I tile the two windows that need tiling. So it's very clean, it's very fancy, it's very clever, but it's actually quite hard to use in a work environment at this version, but we're clearly just on the first versions.
Go ahead, Carl.
Yeah, so if you're using something that requires a lot of real estate, let's say a door, or a video editing app, then maybe an extra screen if you can. If you have to be mobile and you can only use a 13 or 14 inch, then you're going to be one app at a time. So you'll go full screen on that app. So just remember with Apple, you can use a 3-finger swipe, and that'll get you between full page apps. So you can have like your door and your video editing app and just go 3 fingers between them each. Just bounce between the two.
And Courtney.
Yeah, do what I do is just get you a little portable screen. This is a 15-incher. It plugs in via USB-C into your one allowed screen output on the new Mac M2s with just a single USB-C to USB-C cable, and it gives you a secondary desktop that you can operate on in a bigger screen than your 14-inch. So that way you can spread out, and it's nice and thin and flat and will fit in your laptop bag.
And he got muted. Courtney got muted again. I don't know if
it'll fit in your. No, that was
that you.
My errant mouse finger went off.
There we go.
I didn't know it was cocked. Honest.
Next question.
Tony Mobley from Noonan, Georgia has a question. What is the Office Hours 2.0 best mobile setup hardware and software, including lights?
And go ahead, Carl.
So as far as camera, the iPhone would be king there. You can go iPhone into a computer via USB. So we're talking like an absolute mobile, like you're in a hotel room kind of thing. Of course, Apple's new webcam via the iPhone will be probably the best way to do it, because they have said that it will support Zoom, which is good. So let's assume we'll go that way. Getting audio into the iPhone. So if you've got like a headset mic, like a Pulson or something, then I would suggest the Zoom. There's a Zoom's, what you've got there, the H6. You can plug in there and have USB directly into your iPhone, because it sees it as a USB device. There's a few other ones like the Godox has a actual lightning input. So the receiver is actually lightning. It goes directly into the iPhone. Then the last one is lights. So lights is actually something I've been looking at. And I think that these particular Godox lights, they actually take the L series Sony batteries. So 169, this is the 5600. There is a bi-colored light for I think extra $30 for $199. As you can see, the batteries just go on the front. It does have a world power supply as well, so you can plug it into 240 volts, 100 volts. So there is actually an AC power supply that goes with this, and you can put soft boxes and everything on this as well. So 169 for the full light. This is a full kit. You actually get quite a lot of in this actual kit. For single light, you can buy this in a 2 kit as well. But yeah, the actual L series batteries from Sony, the kicker there, because you can pretty much purchase them, and they're fly safe, so you can put them in a fly pack as well.
And I'll show you the. Let's see here. This is when I go mobile. It's not an iOS necessarily, but it is. That's basically the mobile there. So I have, of course, I have this in this case. This is a Countryman H6, of course, a mix pre, which really is helpful in hotels because they have a lot of fans. And then I'm using the Brio as well as the Pavolite 6Cs. This little stand is really nice because it packs up into nothing. It sandwiches down into I used to use my travel case, but the stand will go in my backpack. It'll flatten into almost nothing here, and then I can pull it up and set it there. I have one of these. This has 6 plugs as well as 5 on the very end of USB that does 2.4, and I use those to power the lights as well as a lot of other, just kind of that. This becomes kind of the power for everything there. This will take me, now that I have it, this will all roll up into a very small little pack that I can put in my carry-on, and it takes me, the first time it took me a lot longer, but now this takes me about 10 minutes, 15 minutes to set up. I keep just the cables that are necessary for it, and they're all in the same place, and they never get unpacked, and so it becomes fairly predictable as far as how that actually works. Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, Alex, I wanted to know what would you say is the general price range for that complete setup, and Carl, your setup price as well?
I'm just trying to do it in my head. I would say that price, that mine's probably $3,000 or $4,000. Like to everything that's in there. The Mix Pre 3 right now is made out of unobtainium, so it's very hard to get. But when you get it with the plug-in, it's a little more than $1,000 just for that one little piece. The headset's about $500. The lights are something $100 each or something like that. And of course, there's the laptop, and the Brio is $150. So it adds up. Maybe 2,000 or 3,000. Maybe not 3,000 or 4,000, but it adds up. Go ahead, Mitchell. Oh, and you were asking Carl as well what his, and again, the mobile could work. We find that iPads are easier than iPhones to set this up with, and we haven't done it very often because it usually ends up being kind of wonky.
Yeah. So Carl. The what I'm suggesting is the Godox. This is the Lightning version. They make a USB-C version, which is exactly the same price. This would be for like a Pulse headset or lavalier mic, or the built-in mic. So this is just like a Rode Go as well. So that's essentially your audio interface. And then as far as the lights, so you probably want 2 of these. You don't need, but 2 of these would be better. You can actually get soft boxes of these, and as you can see, there's a little umbrella mount there, so you can get yourself like a 20-inch umbrella as well. Make it really easy to fold down. These are very small. I know they look big, but you can just tell by the batteries on the front just how small these lights actually are. You don't need to take the reflector with you if you're using the umbrella, so you can just take the actual light itself, the handle, and an umbrella. So you're looking at probably $500 plus an iOS device for my kind of setup.
Go ahead, Mitchell.
What was that gadget the guy showed us that had the handles on it, and it was a cage, had the light, and it got a lot of oohs and ahs? And I saw your credit card come out for what it's worth, Alex. It was a pretty neat looking little setup. It's all handheld.
He had the Mix Pre 3 with an iPad stuck on top. That's what he was thinking about using.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Yeah, no, I don't remember now. Courtney?
Yeah, what Carl said for the portable, or just use your laptop and a good USB mic and a Brio camera sitting on top of it, replacing your laptop's camera. For lighting, I like these. These are really cheap. These newer, it's what's lighting my face now, but you get 2 of them with stands and a carrying case. They're dual color. You can adjust the color temperature between daylight and tungsten continuously, so you can dial it into whatever lighting is in your hotel room, and you, of course, you can adjust the level too. They're not remotely adjustable, but they both have knobs in the back. They also have N-type batteries you can put on the back of them. They don't come with the batteries, but for $175, you get 2 lights, 2 stands, and a carrying case, which is a great price. And it gives you another good thing with these panel lights is they're very smooth. They don't give you that point source blast and wrinkle showing light. It gives you a nice, smooth, flattering light. And if you're wearing glasses, it looks like a window reflected in your glasses instead of the annoying ring light that a lot of people use.
Next question.
It's from Julian Meinhold in Dortmund, Germany. I'm looking for a wireless microphone to teach a sports class. Should withstand a lot of movement and sweat. Any recommendations?
Go ahead, Carl.
So once again, I'm going to suggest Godox, but these are the Pro Series. So these are complete metal housings. They have antennas that you can actually unscrew. So these ones are a bit more robust. The single channel version, I think, is only $30 cheaper. So it's like about $230 if you're on single channel. So I suggest having the two channel just as a backup. But yeah, so this is kind of the cheapest you'll get at being like really reliable, where you can run around. You can actually stitch a pocket into your garment and actually put this in a stitch pocket. So it will never come out. But yeah, that's another option as well.
I can't say that I don't know how much you might have a lot of movement. The question is how much kinetic, like stopping you're doing, is where it might fall off or something like that. My sister-in-law uses the Rode Go 2s with a Samson mic, and she's been using this for yoga teaching from her house, and that has been very, very successful. Next question.
Brad Dre in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. In FinalCut Pro 10, when I bring in a video clip from Apple Photos within FinalCut Pro 10 browser, the video clip doesn't play right away in the timeline. It transcodes and imports for about 10 seconds. Any ideas why?
Go ahead, Carl.
So it's got to do with your project's format. So if your project format, let's say, is, ProRes, then it's going to make an intermediate format. So if it's coming in HEVC or MPEG-4, you're probably bringing it into an intermediate format, which does take about 10 seconds. Generally, when you load videos into a project, it'll do it in the background. You won't even see it. But if you're dragging it across from Photos directly into your Final Cut Pro, it will take 10 seconds to transcode it into the intermediate format that Final Cut wants to use.
Next question.
Paul Valhus in Austin, Texas. He's got a question. Is the Apple TV show For All Mankind the best sci-fi of this generation? Season 3, Episode 1 just debuted. How is it scoring for alternative history?
Go ahead, John.
Best sci-fi of our generation? Paul, did you hit your head?
Go ahead, Mitchell.
I think that John would agree with me that Strange New Worlds, the Star Trek show, is the best sci-fi. But I watched it yesterday. For All Mankind was interesting. I really like the idea that it's an alternative timeline because they twist things just a little bit in a certain way that makes it very interesting, and they're able to span decades with the ability to do it. But it's a very interesting plot line in the movie or the show that they can exploit with. I think they had some former presidential candidates as the president. It was kind of fun.
I go, Tony.
Yeah, I think it's too early. I think it's yet to be determined what is going to be the best sci-fi of this generation, because Kenobi, Strange New Worlds, there's a whole list of different programming that's coming out, and Disney is upping the ante in terms of bringing new. Well, the rumor is that there are going to be a lot more Star Wars type shows beyond the Clone Wars and everything in between the movies. So there's a lot of exciting stuff coming.
I it's been interesting to see how well Disney does in all of these things. When Mandalorian started and some of the other ones, my family was just like, it was like everything stopped Friday night. We all sit down and watch it. And Kenobi came on and everyone was kind of like, well, like maybe we'll watch it. I will say that I think that the second episode of Kenobi was much better. The first episode was so bad. I think everyone's afraid that the very first episode was so slow that I think everyone in my family is afraid we're going to get a slow episode. And Disney's gotten really good at doing slow episodes, I think, to save money. And they there's not much happening. Like in the middle of the Boba Fett one, we didn't even finish. Like we just got kind of into it, and it was going so slow that we were just like, okay, I'm not going to watch this anymore. And I think that there's a lot of where I'm finding more and more dead ends. I really want to watch Obi-Wan because I actually really liked the second episode. The first episode, I was like, if the second episode's like the first episode, I'm not going to watch this anymore. like it was just too much. It was all act one, nothing else. Like it was literally the whole episode was act one, which I hate in movies. I just want them to go to act two. Like, oh, let me figure it out. That's why I like Christopher Nolan, is that Christopher Nolan puts you basically into act two without warning. And I find that to be a better solution. Go ahead, Carl.
Yeah, so Kenobi was envisioned as a movie, and that's why they're calling it parts and not episodes. So they're still envisioning it as one long story. This could have been an opportunity where they could have just dumped the entire show at once rather than the week to week, because what they're actually doing is they're breaking it up to planets. So each episode's on a different planet. Full stop. That's just how they're breaking up the show.
Yeah.
But there is two kind of sides, as you said, The Mandalorian and Book of Boba Fett, and soon will be Ahsoka. That's the Jon Favreau, Dave Filoni side of Disney, and they're kind of being left alone. Kathleen Kennedy just checks in on them every once in a while. Whereas the other side, which is Kenobi, and will be also Andor, and also the movies, they're more heavily Disney leaning on them. So there is kind of two factions as far as Star Wars or Lucasfilm, Disney at the moment. Yeah.
I think they just need some Quentin Tarantino in there. I think just let him direct a couple. Just for some fun. Go ahead, Mitchell.
Wasn't there supposed to be a Star Trek done by Quentin Tarantino, but didn't happen?
That would have been great.
I got to weigh in on some of this. I mean, I just love Star Wars so much, and I don't mind there being a Kenobi that's not quite as good as Mandalorian. But I agree, it runs a little bit slow. But it still has time to catch up. But there's some other shows on other networks, too, to be considered. The Man Who Fell to Earth is a very interesting plotline, and the lead actor, Chitworth, I think is his name, does a marvelous job in that. So the other thing is I agree with Tony. It's going to have to wait a little bit longer because all these shows are making and breaking all these streaming services. If it's got a plus next to it, they got a sci-fi show in the running.
Go ahead, Courtney.
I'm still waiting for Paramount Plus to combine a couple of their old assets and have MacGyver in space. And he gets involved with a battle with the Klingons, and he has to figure out how to make a laser cannon out of a pocket knife, an old coat hanger, and some gaffer tape.
See, I'm waiting not for sci-fi. My big thing is that I want to at least build the trailer for it's James Bond, Jack Bauer, Jason Bourne. Just put a JB3, and just call it JB3, and then just have all of them mixed in. Like just throw it all in there. Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, I was just wondering, Alex, were the later episodes of Kenobi any better for you?
The second one was. I haven't seen the third one yet. The third one just came out, or maybe didn't just come out, but I just saw it. And the reason I brought it up is because last night we discussed watching it, and then while the discussion was going on, we turned on The Fugitive, and then just ended up finishing The Fugitive with Harrison Ford. Like, it's such a great movie, and we just once we got hooked into it, we were into it. We've been finishing up. My family's mostly watching Alias, so everything has to compete with another episode of Alias or The Good Place, which I haven't watched much of The Good Place, but my family has seen every episode. Go ahead, Nigel.
Yeah, I fear we're heading into a world of oversupply, and there was a time when undersupply allowed for maybe better quality, and I think we're producing so much now that some of it is rubbish. And I particularly am excited for the person who goes through these scripts looking for the B and C characters and going, hey, we could do a whole series on these people.
Yeah, I think that Apple took the right path in the sense that they really went for, we're going to make something great that's there. I think that Apple just has a real challenge with sterility, like things feeling a little sterile, like they work on it too much. Even for some reason, I got really excited about the prehistoric one, but I haven't seen all the episodes. And that's an odd thing for me to say, is like I watched the first couple and then I'm going to watch the other ones, but it was kind of like, kind of fell off, and I think that Apple works so hard at making it clean and great that there's a sterility in a lot of the content that, or it feels like they're trying to prove that they're not Disney or not Pixar. They're not going to do just G-rated. They're going to do something really, crazy, which I don't really need to watch because I have a family. So anyway, go ahead, Mitchell.
Another show is coming out, being remade, Stargate on MGM. That should be cool if they
already had a movie. That. They already had a movie, and then they had a TV show.
They had a TV series, which was probably one of the most popular sci-fi series of the past 2 decades. So they got the last 2 decades covered.
And Babylon
Doctor
5.
Who,
It feels like
Doctor
that's what's
Who's
next.
coming again. So we have a new Doctor Who regeneration going on.
What was the one with the warp hole that they kept on jumping into the warp hole and popping out somewhere else? They're trying to find their way home.
Stargate.
No, it's not
Oh,
Stargate.
that one. That was Stargate
Sliders.
Atlantis, I think
Sliders.
it was.
Yeah,
Sliders.
Sliders with John Rhys Davies.
How do we not have Sliders back? Like, I would totally watch Sliders. That was good. All right, next question.
From Paul Valhus in Austin, Texas, is Microtik the dude, the top solution for revealing everything on your network routers, switches, etc., on one screen?
Go ahead, John.
I looked at this one. I'm not too impressed. I'm waiting for Alex's version of network topology and AR coming out, where you can see your Dante traffic and your NDI traffic going in space. It's going to be great, Paul.
I think being able to put it on and just sit in your living room and you just see the Wi-Fi going by, and that would be perfect. just and then you see it in front of you, and then you just put your finger on the stream that's in front of you, and it shows you what that actual content is. Next question.
John Nichols from Concord, California. I enjoyed the retrospective yesterday. This is an impressive group of people that I'm inspired by every day. I'd like to learn by watching behind the scenes comms. Who do I contact in Discord to ask about that?
I don't actually, we should put that more out into the email so people know where to go with that. I don't know the perfect Richard Rout. I would ping JJ. JJ is the easiest one, or Richard Lavery. I think are the two that what I would recommend, and figure out how you can volunteer. I don't know if we have an official way to do that, so we should. Someone's going to have
to. There's a document if you go to the OH 2.0 channel in our Discord. There's a document to sign up for training sessions on the weekends.
There you go. So it's in Discord, and it's what's the channel again? Office Hours 2.0. 2.0. So that you can find the link there, and we'll make it easier to find, because I think that would be. I think it's really fascinating, and we're going to do a lot more behind the scenes where you get to see productions going on live. Next question.
Tony Mobley is back, and he's re-kicking off our science fiction part. He's in Newton, Georgia. I'm enjoying Star Trek Strange New World. Is it a reboot of the original series or its own thing?
I don't know. I haven't gotten it because it's on Paramount. I just gave up on subscribing to more things, so I haven't seen it. But it is. It sounds like it's Guardians of the Galaxy meets Star Trek, from what people tell me. Go ahead, Courtney.
I think it's a reboot of the original with, the same spaceship with all new interiors. They had an interior decorating.
They stopped trying to match the old one.
Completely redo all the 4x3 displays and make them 16:9.
It turns out we've moved on. Like that assumption of the future was maybe not totally correct. Go ahead, Mitchell.
Yeah, they're following the canon, the Federation canon, and they're actually filling in some gaps that we didn't know about pre-Kirk. So, and it's interesting because Jim Kirk's brother is on the crew, and we haven't exactly figured out why. He's just got a mustache, and that's Jim Kirk's brother, who actually gets killed in a TOS episode in Annihilate, when they had those little things that flew around and grabbed hold of people.
So was he wearing a red shirt? Go ahead,
no, he was a civilian, so he didn't have a red shirt.
I asked the question because it is, in my opinion, it is not a reboot. It is its own thing. It is amazing. I did want to ask a question about the technology that's being used. There is a huge screen that they're using for both Star Trek, Strange New Worlds, and Discovery that allows them. And I was wondering, probably maybe Carl might be able to speak to this in terms of this huge screen that they're using as far as the virtual reality kinds of thing.
Go ahead, Carl.
Yeah, so in the Lucasfilm side of things, it's called Screencraft. So in the very first season of Mandalorian, that was kind of their prototype. They were running Unreal Engine. That was actually the engine that was used. For season 2 of the Mandalorian onwards, it was their own. They rolled their own. So they're using Sony panels. These are high brightness panels, not the high contrast panels. They're 1.2 millimeter pitch. They're a long way away, so you don't have to have a problem. Yeah, so the reason why is because of high brightness. So that's the reason why they're... Yeah, 1.2s, yeah. Yeah. So Sony at CES said, we're happy to partner with Lucasfilm on the Screencraft technology, yada, yada. They put out best.
I know Sony might have put that out, but I'm not sure.
So Sony has a 0.93, but they're about 1/3 the brightness. So Sony actually made, in conjunction with Lucasfilm, these 1.2 panels. But the thing is, their peak brightness is ridiculously peak. So they can actually they can actually turn on one panel. They can be like the sun almost. So essentially what they've done, they've got Screencraft and they've got multiple. So they've got one set up in Manhattan Beach permanently in LA. They've got another one that's in LA as well that's actually rented out to other productions. They've got one in London. They've got another pop-up one in London. They've got one in Sydney, and they're building one in Europe. So these are all owned by, technically I believe they're owned by ILM, and under the Screencraft name, and you essentially just rent the ILM team that does the actual graphics on their own engine. And a lot of productions now, especially the Marvel ones, they've been using it for a while, and it looks like that people from other studios are now renting time or trying to build their own.
Yeah, the hardest part isn't brightness. The hardest part with the pitch is curving. So things get really complicated under 1.3 or I'm sorry, 1.6. 1.5, something in that range. They get really hard to curve because they don't have enough pitch in there to make the turn. The biggest problem, they're really good for post. People ask us a lot about live. Really, the problem is that there's still a lot of problems with the screens. So the screens are not quite as smooth as it is. Moray is a big thing. Scanline issues are I recently have heard scanline issues are a problem. So there's a bunch of things that happen. Certain cameras do really well and certain cameras do very poorly. So like red cameras do not like the screen at all because they don't have a low pass filter. So there's a bunch of other things that become problematic with those, with the screens. And so there's still a challenge. They are way better. It's way more immersive for the actors. It's way more immersive for the actors. They're not in front of green screen. The keying looks better. You get all the hair detail back that you often lose when you're doing those things. And of course, there's just an enormous amount of flexibility. So they're really great. They're not, as when you talk to people that are actually on set, they talk about a lot of like where you put the camera is sometimes driven by what the screen will do, as opposed to just where you want to put it. So it's not nearly as smooth as the as it's sold. Go ahead, Mitchell.
As it relates to the storyline, I always thought that this gigantic Starship Enterprise with Jim Kirk at the helm, and they're all staring at what amounts to a 42-inch or a 55-inch screen in front of them in this giant control room. I always thought that made no sense. I liked the reinterpretation of what that actual screen should be, because they're all looking at a little iPad that's stuck up on the wall.
Next question.
Next question is Simon Ray from Shrewsbury, UK. Is there any benefit to using a separate hardware encoder with an ATEM Extreme when streaming to YouTube over relying on the built-in encoder? And if so, what would be the lowest cost encoder to have a significant benefit?
Go ahead, Carl.
So essentially all the flavors that you can stream into YouTube from the built-in one, essentially that's the best one. If you want to do a flavor that's not there, like HDR, so if you want to stream into YouTube via HDR or something like that, then yeah, you want to buy a third-party external. But essentially all the basic flavors that are built in, they should be perfectly fine to stream to YouTube from.
Go ahead, Jonas.
I would disagree with that. If you want to stream to YouTube, YouTube actually doesn't like VBR, because the ATEM encoder only can do VBR. If you want to have the best encoding and want to get up there, I would start switching to something that's CBR. I mean, I'm surrounded by the pearls. I really love them because you can also do more protocols. The ATEM RTNP is always a little weird with a bunch of stuff, and I would never want to put my encoding on the piece of equipment that also does the cutting. Because you know how often you need to reset the ATEM for like, hey, the webcam doesn't work. Yeah, let me stop the YouTube stream real quick so we can reset our ATEM while to get it into the Zoom. So like, get a small box. These are $1,000 to $1,000. But yeah, I would not want to stream with that one for anything that's important, especially since you also should always hit 2 of the YouTube servers.
Yeah, I would always use some kind of external device to make that work. What we use for this show are Elemental links. They're about $1,000 each. You are going to pay for them $1.50 an hour to have them to stream your thing. Now what I will say is it depends on how much you stream. But for I can have 2 of those and then stream for a solid 100 hours before I'd catch up with a Pearl. As far as the cost goes, the Pearl Mini. So that would be one of those. So I really like the links a lot because I can just completely administer them from AWS and make changes. Like for me, when we decided we wanted to stream to Renee Ritchie's site as well, I just go up to AWS and I go, I'm going to add another output. I got two link feeds that are Zixi. So they're much, in my opinion, much more stable than RTMP or SRT. So I'm going into the cloud in a very stable way with a primary and a backup. I get in there and I go, okay, this is all the places I want to send it, and I can configure it exactly the way that I want to, up there, and I have all the options, and then except for HDR. In the HDR, you need the bigger one, which is more expensive. It's $5,000 for the HDR 4K version. But I can also send 8 channels up, so that means that I can do in the small one I can do 8 channels, which means I can do multiple languages or other things like that, or 5.1, and then the bigger one will do 16 channels. Next question.
Douglas Carmichael, he says, my Roland FANTOM-06 synthesizer just crashed. I had to unplug it and replug it as the power button didn't respond. When it was sitting on the rotating O screensaver, it was not warm to the touch. What could have caused this, and what should I be worried about?
All right, go ahead, Carl.
Nothing really. It's just a 1.0 software firmware technically. So they've already done the 1.01, which is the bug fix. They call it operational improvements. And so this is kind of normal. So for anything that's kind of 1.0, there's just the only thing you have to kind of keep in mind is that it's not a class compliant device. So Roland actually requires you to put drivers on your Mac or your PC because there's a lot of proprietary two-way communication between the synthesizer or the workstation and the computer, because you can actually do multi-lanes. So you can do synthesizer track, you can do essentially the audio out track, you can do MIDI command track, you can do a sequencer track, and you can do it all simultaneously, which generally class-compliant devices don't like simultaneous communication over USB. So that's kind of one of the reasons. It can be an app that crashes it. So an app is trying to talk to the synth via this driver, and that can crash it as well. So generally, you want to make sure you reboot your computer every once in a while. That's probably the thing people don't do. They just put their computer to sleep and wake it up. It's a good idea to reboot your computer and to power down your synthesizer every once in a while as well. So it's just because the firmware has to talk to the computer and it's talking through a proprietary driver. So that's why.
Good, Courtney.
Yeah, I think Carl just checked all the boxes there. Yeah, because I was going to say, usually on all those new machines, you never trust it until version 4 of the firmware. And just keep checking the website for updates of the firmware, because they'll be fixing those little bugs as they find out about them.
Next question.
Julian Meinhold in Dortmund, Germany comes up next, and he's asking, will you be able to copy or duplicate an appointment in the calendar in iOS 16?
I have to admit that I find that building calendar events in iOS is so painful that I don't do it. So I always go back to my desktop to do it. It's just the little finger dexterity of that process. I'm always, I just don't do it. So I don't know. Next question.
Douglas Carmichael's up next, and he has one for Carl. Looks like the Sequential Prophet-5 synthesizer has a mono output, which precludes pan spread or similar per voice spreading or panning features. Could Waves PS22, and he's got a link there, or a similar plugin, help spread the sound out a bit?
Good, Carl.
So you got to remember the Prophet-5, even the recreation that's just come out recently, is 1978. So it is mono. It's only 5 voices. You've got the Peak, so you're a little bit spoiled there, because the Peak is quite amazing in what it can do with its voices. It has 8 voices that can actually be, panned out in the stereo field. There are things you can do as far as plugins, and you can use actual hardware like reverb or essentially effects boxes that will actually take the mono image and pan it out, chorus effect, reverb effect, delay effect, ping pong delay. So take a look at that. You can do it all on software, or you can put it actually into a DAW, let your DAW handle it and pump it back out again. Or you can actually have a hardware box. So these are multi-effects boxes that you can use. But this is quite common for synths from the 70s. So synths from the 70s always had to put like a box on it that was reverb to make it sound lush. So that's true.
Yeah, and the best way to really approach a lot of this to get it some kind of surround life into it is reverb. So there's a lot of surround reverbs. I think Ultiverb, is one of the companies that does that.
Yeah, there's quite a few. Eventide has like a nice solution as well. That's around $500.
Yeah. Next question.
John Foltz is up next from Selinsgrove, Pennsylvania, and he asks, when planning a simple stand to hold 4 42-inch monitors with 80/20, I found so many options it was confusing. How do you simplify that process? Any suggestions?
So here's what I admit, is that when I do anything complex with 80/20, especially something that's going to have to hold things, I work with a company called Cabinetworks in I think they're out of Cleveland or Cincinnati or something like that. And I think it's Brian, and he has the whole thing set up in AutoCAD, and I draw out what I want, and then he builds it in CAD, And then he sent it to me. so it's and I pay him a little extra for it. But I tried to do it myself, and I ended up spending more money on like buying the things again, and because it was just there. I will say that until you've done some 80/20, I would definitely find someone that knows it pretty well before you try to get into it. And the reason for that is that it's great, but you're absolutely right that it's super complex. Now, most of the 80/20 that we use are 3-groove. So they're usually 4 inches for monitors. They're 4 inches wide, and they've got 3 grooves in the center. And I believe they've got one down on each side of the spine. And so I think they're like 2x4 basically. And so those are the ones that we use most commonly. And then the other thing you just want to think about is how you're gonna pull it to the wall, or you're gonna put out legs. And the legs for us are typically, I think they're about 4x4 that come out, and they'll come out a couple of feet to hold, they'll go back like 8 inches or 10 inches back, and then forward like 3 feet. And that gives them a foot that they can sit on, that they don't, so obviously the small part goes to the wall. so anyway, that's the basics of it. But again, I've never actually, I have once done it myself and was not successful. So I can't speak for it, but CabinetWorks is a great place to call. Next question.
Next question comes from Chris Widener in Lafayette, Indiana. And he says, I'm trying to find a mini PC with dual HMI, dual Ethernet if possible, that can power off a USB-C power bank for digital signage and Zoom display. Any suggestions? And he notes Courtney.
Yeah, this question came up earlier, and I said, you're going to have to ask again when Courtney's back. Courtney, do you have any suggestions? Because we suggested that our suggestion was a B-Link by Courtney, and along with a USB to Ethernet adapter. Do you have any other ideas, Courtney?
The ones I've been using lately are these Melees. This is a mini PC. It's a complete Windows PC. It has all the ports. It has 2 HDMI ports. Sorry, it's rubbing on my microphone here. Let me move it up here. It has 2 HDMI ports. It has a gigabit Ethernet port. The HDMI ports will power 60 hertz at 4K each. It has 4 full-size USB 3 Type A ports, and it has a micro SD card slot. And believe it or not, all this, it's smaller than the B-Link. Here's the B-Link for comparison. It's smaller than the original B-Links, which I liked the most. It has the same processor, a J4125, which is a quad-core Celeron. Comes with 8 gigs of RAM. The micro SD card can be up to 1 terabyte, and it has room inside for a NVMe, up to 4 terabytes of NVMe. And it does get quite warm, but it is completely fanless, and it has this textured ASMR top to it. And it's running right now, this little 3D aquarium. It's been running, I've run it for many, many days. It's been on for several weeks now and has not slowed down. I've tested to see if it's been throttling, and it's running. I torture test these when I get these in, and I run up to 9 playback. It decodes, by the way, this particular processor, the J4125, has hardware encode and decode of H.264 and 265. So it's pretty great for doing playback and digital signage. It can play back up to 12 streams and decode up to 12 streams of H.264 without throttling down. So that's what I'd recommend. And you can get them right now. I think they're about $215 with a coupon discount on Amazon. So
it's great. And as we wait for more questions, one thing that I'm going to give you a little preview of for next week is definitely check out. There's something you want to look for is Mesh to MetaHuman, and I'm going to cut to this real quickly just to show you this. Let's see. So what's changed here is the ability now to basically bring your own scan in, so you can use photogrammetry to build a face out of yourself or of a person, and then remap it inside of MetaHuman. And we're going to be talking about this Wednesday. So a little bit of homework for all of you is to really do the search for the Mesh to MetaHuman. Nick Justin is going to join us, and he's going to show us how to take he did a scan of himself and then put it drops it into MetaHuman. Where you now can build them. This has been something that I wish I had a year ago. That would have made me very happy. So anyway, a little bit of homework there. I'm giving you a little commercial because we're waiting for a couple more questions. I thought it'd be good. Let you know that that's coming. Little something. We're going to, of course, do on Tuesday. We're going to do a breakdown of how Cine Gear went. So we're still putting together some of the stuff for the week, but it should be good. Go ahead, Carl. Do you have one more thing to add?
I'm going to actually, I've got a link with about 100 of these. So these usually touch on backup monitors. I remember I used to deal with these in one of my 9-to-5 jobs I've had in the past. I just remember the supplier. So I'm going to put the link into Wakano so you can go through there's about 100 of them. They all have multiple Ethernet, multiple digital outputs, and you can choose how you want to do it.
That's great. Who makes them?
They're all different manufacturers. The most one is Aeon, A-E-O-N.
Okay, there you go.
It's an Asus company.
Next question.
Svetlana, looks like in Minsk in Belarus, says, good morning, everybody. I'm checking to see if my microphone works now.
Go ahead, Courtney.
Yes, your microphone's working fine. We can see you're typing perfectly.
And welcome from all over the world to Minsk. We're really glad to have you here, and we can't wait for you to ask more questions. And eventually, we'd love to have you joining from Minsk and being part of our panel. So, or at least after hours. So definitely welcome to the group. All right, next question.
Chris Widener in Lafayette, Indiana is up next. He says, has anyone here tried the SWAN K1 PRO drone for range and search functions? This seems like it moves the bar. Any opinions on that?
I have not seen the SWAN. I have to admit that I've been pretty fixated on a lot of the new DJI outputs. The new Mini Pro 3 looks amazing. And although the one that I'm really trying to figure out whether we should all as a group just buy it so that we can get shots and just ship it around to different people. The different people who like it. I just really want to get the Inspire with a Zenmos X7 and be able to get, just full resolution and just send it to, panelists. I think I don't know if we'd send it to random people inside of office hours, but panelists to go shoot some footage, just go get some footage. I think that it could be a lot of fun. Go ahead, Bill.
Depending on the shipping case, does that mean it's a swan in a pelican? Which is it's like a turducken maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm trying to find so this looks like an FPV. Is that right? Is this it's interesting because it's a fixed wing. So this is what makes this a little different or interesting is that it's a fixed wing drone as opposed to a quadricopter. So it's more almost like an RC plane. It's huge. So you look at it and you're like, it's a tiny little thing. And then as you scroll down, you're like, this is a really big plane. It looks interesting. I think one of the big things, obviously it has a very long flight range, although that would technically not be legal in the United States. But it also has a very long flight time for a drone, 60 minutes. And I imagine it would be pretty
what does it cover?
I think it's not for surveillance, it looks like. Because SWAN makes security stuff. That's essentially what they make.
Or they may be trying to go more mass market with the security. I mean, usually for the surveillance stuff, 60 minutes is fine. But a lot of the surveillance stuff is measured in hours, 12 hours, 14 hours in the sky. Or even days, but definitely hours. So it's interesting. 1 hour would be still considered pretty short for surveillance, I think. But next question.
Next one from Gabe Morris in Oakland, California. He says, hi all, recurring sync issue feeding video from VMIX and Dante audio, an X32 rack, into a Pearl 2. Often sync is out of the correctable range. Fix to date has been to reboot and retest until it is correctable. Any thoughts?
It's a really interesting problem. To be that far off, that means your audio, my guess, is coming in way earlier. I think it probably has to do with VMIX. VMIX is probably adding software switchers are notorious for adding a lot of delay to the video. So if you're not bringing the audio and video together in VMIX and making that fine correction, the entire process of going through that can add a lot of latency to the video, and it sounds like it might be going past what you can correct for. Next question.
Robert Soji in Los Angeles has a tech one. Which video codec is higher quality, MPEG-2 or H.264?
Go ahead, Carl.
So technically H.264, it's got more to do with efficiency, but also there is flavors of H.264 that support 10-bit 422 as well. They're not found in too much hardware, but there is hardware out there that can actually support it. So H.265 does support 10-bit kind of natively as well. But yeah, H.264, because it does have the upgraded, because essentially MPEG-2 is H.262. That's actually what its designation was back in the day. The H designation is part of a whole alphabet series, but we won't get to that. But H.264, it's more efficient, but also they updated it to support 422 and 10-bit. So technically H.264.
Go ahead, Courtney.
Right, what Carl said. The H.264 is much more efficient. So a lot of, DirecTV was always using MPEG-2, and I think they've all switched over to MPEG-4 now. I mean, to H.264 compression, because they can use a lot less bandwidth and give you a lot higher quality, higher resolution at the same bandwidth. So it's you can get a much better image at the same bandwidth with H.264.
Yeah, the one thing I will say is that, there are definitely places, certain kinds of color compression, like pure reds, that will look better in MPEG-2 than they will in H.264. H.264, the way that compression runs, pure colors, especially red, just get annihilated. So you just have to be very careful. They'll turn into huge blocking issues. Next question.
Douglas Carmichael is up next, and he says, because of my mother's health, my living situation may change drastically. I think all of us at office hours here feel sorry. If I had to consolidate my system, would it be best to trade in my 2013 Mac Pro for a 14-inch MacBook Pro and use one of my 24-inch monitors? Cost, he notes, is a factor.
I think that would actually, if you can make it work, I think that would work. I'll be honest with you. I think that most of what you've talked about using in the past, the new M2 Air would probably do most of the things that you want to do, or the new and it's not super expensive. So I think that would be something I would highly consider. Next question.
Peter Belbin in Houston, Texas. What will it take to push Blackmagic Design to provide their ATEM client using a language that's OS agnostic? So many apps are using non-official clients that introduce issues due to incomplete protocol behavior.
Go ahead, Carl.
So the ATEM's switches themselves are agnostic in a way because they're OSC. So this is how Switch Effect Pro actually works. So it's using OSC protocol going into the ATEM. So Blackmagic have opened that back-end part. A lot of this show you're watching right now is run on the OSC part of using ATEM.
Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
I'll also say that some of this has to do with intellectual property. These companies do spend a significant amount of resources creating the code that runs their stuff, and to simply allow anybody to hack into it or to use their code and modify it weakens their copyright claim to that, and sometimes that can be difficult because if you don't defend it, you can lose it.
Hey, go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, and Blackmagic thankfully has an open API that they publish, so anybody can download that developer kit and write your own software for whatever platform you're on using their API. So,
yeah. Next question.
John Foltz, Selinsgrove, Pennsylvania says, is anyone using Shaper SHAPR 3D software? The USDZ output is very nice, he notes.
I have not used it, but now that you have mentioned it, I have now pulled it down to take a look at it. It looks like there's a couple different options here. Yeah, I'll definitely test it. We're always looking for things that will give us better USD export. So we'll definitely take a look and ask that in a little bit. But I'm definitely going to download it and try it. Next question.
Tony Mobley in Noonan, Georgia says, would Courtney's $200 computer run VMIX and or Unreal Engine?
Go ahead, Mark.
So VMIX runs primarily off of GPU, I think. So I think it's going to be hard to get the box that Courtney had to run some of the stuff that you want to do with VMIX.
Yeah, go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, exactly. It's the GPU that comes with that is the on-chip GPU for the Intel D600. And I don't think VMIX really supports any of the hardware acceleration that's in that GPU. And it depends on hardware acceleration to achieve its mixing and switching properties. So yeah, No. The answer is no.
Yeah. Next question.
Tim Holm in San Lorenzo, California is up next. He says, how did those HDMI to Ethernet and back work? Are they effective? We have long Ethernet cables that can get us to a different room in the facility that I work in. Do they convert at the proper quality? I'm trying to avoid running SDI at the moment.
They definitely work. I mean, the Geffen ones that we've used in the past definitely will work up to about 300 feet. So that's what we found, that they'll run about 300 up to 300 feet. We rarely run them that far, usually 150, 200 feet. But we have definitely found that they work reasonably well. I don't think I would try to key the footage on the way out, but we haven't seen any major anomalies. Next question.
Tim Holmes, San Lorenzo, California says, do you print photos on large canvas? If so, what is your process to prepare them? And is there a company that you can recommend?
Go ahead, Carl.
So I actually just look for a company that uses the Fujifilm printers. So these are digital printers. They print using the photographic process. If you're looking at canvas ones, then you want to look at print houses in your area that handle printing on canvas using UV. So this is how they print onto like a golf ball. So if you think about how do they print an image onto a golf ball, they use a UV printer. So you can actually find these kind of services generally in most major cities. There's usually one or two. There's always for advertising. So just look who does like large advertising as well, if you want to do like large canvas, so non-flat printing. But UV printing is one. Another one is you can do it yourself, of course, if you want to. If you want to go into large format printing, it is expensive, especially if you want to do the inks. But just look at who does printing for large advertising in your area, and that'll be the best place to go to.
Yeah, the one that I really like is metal. I like printing on metal for images and suspending them on walls. It's a really, really great look. And there's a company, Bay Photo or something, does it. Go ahead, Mark.
I would definitely do it at a house, at a shop that has enough throughput to keep the inks fresh and everything. We do a lot of large format printing here, but they're mostly posters and architectural drawings, and the ink goes stale. So if you don't do enough printing on it, it just goes bad. And you need a special plotter that'll take the width of the canvas material instead of a paper.
The other thing that you can get done, and I don't have a vendor for it, but it's something that I just ran into by accident, is you can actually put a photo up and someone will paint it by hand exceptionally well. So it is they do it relatively quickly, and I think it's mostly done in China. But it's but folks that are able to just knock these things out. I did it because there's a specific painting at the Philadelphia Museum that I really like. It's called the Moorish Chief, and I've always thought, every time I used to go to school in Philadelphia, and I'd go there and just stare at that. It just was this incredible detail, and I just thought it was just an amazing painting when I was in high school. And I was looking for it. I was like, oh, I think I want to put that on my wall, just a print of it. And then I realized that there's a company that will actually sell me them, like for $600, like a full-sized one that is someone actually did it again, which I thought was just kind of, I didn't buy it, but I thought that was a fascinating service. And then when I looked at it further, they said, well, they can do anything. Like, it's just they're using they're projecting it against a wall and then sketching it out and then painting it in, and they can do it relatively quickly. Next question.
James Fosslin in Minneapolis is up next. He says, do those Mela mini PCs, I'm sorry, different question. Douglas Carmichael, if it comes to the point where I have to sell some equipment, would it warm my heart? It would warm my heart to have it go to a fellow office hours member and not to an anonymous name on Reverb or eBay. Without breaking any rules, would the use of the Discord be most appropriate?
You can. We generally recommend against it. But you can use Discord to put it up there. We don't have a way to sell things because selling things among friends is always dangerous. Like that's all I can say is that someone doesn't think that it's misconnected expectations, and so I always recommend against it. You just want to have a clean relationship with the person that you're there. That the only way you know each other is that you know each other. I've sold lots of things to friends, but be careful. That's all. Next question.
Looks like this one's the James Fosslin question from Minneapolis. Do those Mela mini PCs work for Zoom Room display only with the Celeron? I thought the minimum was an i5.
Go ahead, Courtney.
Well, they work fine, just that Zoom will limit you to 720p, and unless you have, and which is what they limit most people to anyway, unless you ask for special dispensation like Alex Lindsay does, and gets us 1080p. So it's capable of doing it. If they would take off the artificial restriction, because it does have, like I said, the hardware encode and decode of H.264. If Zoom would use it, then it would have no problems. But they limit it to 4. I think maybe that's still in effect. I haven't checked lately, to a 4-core processor. I mean, more than 4 cores. This has exactly 4 cores, and it doesn't allow multi-threading because it's a Celeron. So to Zoom, it looks like just a 4 cores, and if they're using all CPU to do the encode and decode and all the graphics handling rather than using the GPU code, they're going to limit you to 720p. But it works fine. I've come on office hours a couple of times using the B-Links, which have the same processor in them, and it works fine at 720p.
Next question.
Robert Soji in Los Angeles says, can Apple Compressor transcode a 422HQ video to H.265?
I believe it can. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that I think that was added a couple of versions ago. And then the other thing you can do, of course, is you can use compressor for that. You can also use FFmpeg. We'll do it for you as well. Next question.
Next one comes from Chris Widener in Lafayette, Indiana. He says, has anyone else tried to use Android as a client contribution machine with a USB webcam? I've had good luck with USB capture cards, but not with webcams.
I think the most common has been to use Camo, for a direct webcam to computer from Android. And that's been, I think, the folks that have done that in our group that have been the most successful have been using Camo for that. Next question.
The next one's fun. Tim Holm in San Lorenzo, California says, if the producers of this show ever demanded $1 per question, how much would we owe Douglas Carmichael? But maybe this is a philosophical question for Sunday.
All the monies. All right, next question.
Next one comes to us from Gabe Montes in Oakland, California. Any recommendations for improving IT and networking skills? Configuring routers and switches is consistently the arena where I add the least value, and he's using Microtik gear at the moment.
I think that the things that I know the best are things that I implemented at home, and then I fiddle with them all the time. And at home, I can break them. I lose internet. Sometimes I'll come in and I don't have something set up here because I just connected straight to the computer. I connected straight to the Comcast to do the show, and I don't have a bunch of things running. It's because I broke something. Like I was doing something in the networking, and I broke something that I now have to figure out. And so I think that finding a safe sandbox is the most important thing to do to get better. Go ahead, Carl.
As far as a resource, lynda.com, which is now part of LinkedIn, LinkedIn Learning, that's a good place for IT. They have a very deep IT-based learning in that particular platform.
There's another platform also, IT Pros, has a subscription service. And I know they're a sponsor of some of the shows that Twit does. And I've gone to some of their stuff and taken a look at it. It's a lot of really good content. Next question.
Tony Mobley in Noonan, Georgia, asks a question near to a lot of our hearts. As my wife wants her living room back, I'm thinking of moving to the garage with my bookcase on green. Would that work?
I don't know if you need the bookcase on green because you mean you'd put your bookcase on? You would find it easier on a day-to-day basis to just get another bookcase like that. I mean, that's what I would do is I put another bookcase back there and just move all your stuff there or replicate it or however you want to put it together. But I would not try to do green screen every day unless I had to. Go ahead, Tony.
Apologies. I meant green screen because the garage is kind of, it's a garage and it's
but there's so little that we see of you right now. You could easily just put shelves behind you like Carl. So you could literally just go into your garage and put shelves behind you the way you have them now. We wouldn't even know any better. In fact, the best part is you could probably get a little more space. You could probably push a little space out behind you to do it. Just you just have to break it to your wife that there won't be any cars going into the garage anymore because the studio is taking over. So it's the living room or the garage. Go ahead, Carl.
So there's actually a backdrop you can purchase. I'll look it up and put it into Makana. That is a picture of a bookcase. So it's like Alex's backdrop, but his is great. You can actually get one that's actually a picture of a bookcase.
I have one that looks
a little bit out of focus. It looks great.
It looks pretty good. You have to get it pretty far back. Go ahead, Courtney.
I agree with Alex. Just put up some shelves, and so you'll have turtle wax and some car polish and some rags and stuff on the shelf behind you. It'll look like a garage.
Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, the part of and I want to say thank you to the community. She's on a health journey, and she had her first week of chemo this week. The issue is that because she's on this journey, that there's a lot of people coming to see her and checking on her and that kind of thing. And so
they don't want to see big. She doesn't want to see. They don't want to see a big studio.
It's a full-fledged studio in the living room now, and it's it's kind of an eyesore. So I gotta have to figure out something else. But I just wanted to get some input. So I was thinking maybe a green screen. But if you guys say just get a shelf, that's what I'll try to do.
Just get a couple shelves back there. Like you can see, Carl's is a good example, but it's going to be a lot easier than dealing with the green screen. Go ahead, Mark.
You could also just put a backdrop up. Just get a gray backdrop like so many people here do, and that'll be a lot easier than moving the books across the house to the new bookshelf.
Yeah. So that's what I do because I haven't decided what I want to put there, so it just stays the way it is. Next question.
Next one comes from Craig McFarlane in Boston, Massachusetts. He says, at NAMM, the National Association of Music Merchants show, in the MIDI showcase, did anyone see a demo of Cadence, Cadence? It is a web collab platform for live music, lyrics, mixing, show lighting control, and things like that. He's got a link.
I have not seen it. It looks like it's got a lot of cool features. It looks like the kind of thing that we should bring him in and have him show it to us. It looks nifty. Next question.
Next one comes to us from Alton Christensen in New York City. And Alton says, survey cell service options for Apple Watch with data use. I'm quite happy with Mint as my provider. They don't offer an option to add a watch or device, however.
I actually never heard of Mint. So I don't know exactly what to compare it to. I think that, it's still the stability will work in the most number of places. Still really feels like Verizon, followed by AT&T, and distantly followed by T-Mobile. When T-Mobile works great, it works really, really well because no one else is using it. But when it in that area, but generally T-Mobile is the one that I had the trouble, and I've had. For years, I had all three services so that I could always be testing. I always had somewhere to go. So I had the opportunity to see how my phones responded between three different service providers. Now that data is a little old, 3 or 4 years. So maybe it's changed. But what we found was that T-Mobile was the least stable, and Verizon was the most stable. Go ahead, Bill.
I'm going to assume that you've touched base with Mint and asked them directly. I will say when I moved out here, I moved off of AT&T and moved to Spectrum, and their connection, once I got my modem and my regular internet, adding my watch was just a couple of clicks. It was real simple. So most of them know how to do this now, and it's not too complicated. So just check with Mint and see if they have a path.
Yeah, I go next question.
Andy Kokendorfer of Viera, Florida says, Polycom is sending me out a P15 webcam with beamforming mics. Interested to see and hear the test, he wonders?
Yeah, definitely want to see it. Yeah, we'd love to see any kind of beamforming testing and see how that actually turns out. It usually is a hit and miss kind of thing, so we're definitely interested in doing that. As we pull the next questions up, we're running again. We have more time for more questions if you want to do that, or we'll take a little break before we get to the next couple hours. This is the long day, so we may give everybody a little bit of time. But a quick preview of what we have next week. Experimenting with this idea, telling you what actually is happening. We have developing a story arc. It's just 13th on Monday. Cine Gear postmortem on Tuesday. We're going to talk about that mesh to MetaHuman on Wednesday. Ruthless reviews are back on Thursday. We're getting ready to kind of expand things out. And one of the reasons I want to bring it up, I want to give people warning here, is that we're going to talk about radio on Friday. So we're hoping that we're going to try to drag Mark in, and Courtney and Bill and the folks that have done a bunch of radio, just to answer questions about the last 50 years. And what does it actually take to do radio, which I think will be a lot of fun. It was one of those things that it popped up because Dennis jumped on, and I realized that I've known Dennis for a long time, and I didn't realize he had been DJing since the 60s. And I was like, oh, we should really talk about it, because there's so many things that have changed. When he was talking about, because he's seen all of it, where it's gone from really total control to he's recording the show, 10-hour show in an hour and a half. And so I think it'd be really fun to have all of us talk a little bit about the progress and what it used to take, and what rotations look like, and what hot versus medium and burn rotations, and just kind of geek out about radio. So that's coming up on Friday. All right, next question.
Next one comes to us from Christian Turi in London in the UK, and he asks what mic I'm using. I announce it usually during the mic checks every morning. So this is a Sennheiser MKH416. It has been used as a voiceover mic for a long time, among many others. Actually, I have a voice booth in the other room, and in that environment where I can completely control everything, I run a Neumann TLM 104. But in this case, or 103, excuse me. In this case, I have more ambient noise, and the Sennheiser MKH416 is notable as being a well-projected kind of crisper thing with still a good little bit of low end. So it kind of cuts through things a little better, and it has more back axis rejection. So that's why I picked it for here.
I have to say that I had Mike Envy last week when Dennis jumped onto After Hours. He's got a Neumann 49, and it's
the M49. Lots of money, but lots of beauty.
It is really good. I was like, he's got a great voice too, but I was just kind of like, oh, I haven't felt like I needed to buy a new mic until then. Like I was just like, it's
that and the Sony 800 are my if I ever hit the lottery.
Oh, that's really nice. All right, next question.
Moving on here, we're coming to Chad Lafarge in Columbia, Missouri. He says, I finally have my fiber internet. What networking gear do I need to protect my home network?
A lot of us are using Ubiquiti, for those types of things. I have a mixture of Ubiquiti and Meraki here. My office stuff that comes in, my VPN is all generated by Meraki. But otherwise, a lot of folks that I know are, when they do it at work, they do use a Meraki. When they go at home and they have to pay for it themselves, they're using Ubiquiti. So, Bill?
On the top of cars like sand rails, the lights up there have these huge cages on them. When I had AT&T fiber, the little thing on the wall was attached by a single little glass fiber to the wall. And if a dog or a cat or anything, I just kept in absolute fear that when they knocked that off the wall, if they ever did, it would snap that little fiber connection. So I would literally bolt some kind of cage around whatever the ingress point is for your fiber connection. It was remarkably fragile to my eyes, and I always lived in fear of that getting broken.
Next question.
Chad Lafarge in Columbia, Missouri is up next, and Chad says, I recall hearing about build your own mic kits. Are they worth it, and what would you recommend?
I think they'd be fun. I don't know if you'd build. I think the chances of building a mic that's better than the one you could buy is very low. But I think that building one for educational purposes is an incredibly good idea. I built one when I was maybe 10 or 11 years old with my grandfather. My grandfather was a geek. And so I built one. I built a speaker, and I built a microphone, and I built a Morse code little thing from scratch. So it was, and I thought that it's a great experience. I don't think I would use them in production, any of them. My speaker was good, but made out of plywood. And I know how it works. But I don't. Yeah, but I think as an educational experience, it's great. Go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, if it comes with its own capsule, then I'd say, yeah, it'd be an interesting experience. You probably would just have to build a little FET preamp for it and then to connect it up. It's fairly simple if it's a condenser microphone. And if it's an electret condenser, it's even easier. Just have to build a little battery compartment or a way to get a 1.5 to 5 volts into it. So, it could be easy. I would not try and build my own microphone capsule, though, because that could be quite difficult, and it's quite an exacting science.
Do it. Go ahead, Bill.
If you look at the specs on high-end microphones, inside in the capsule, what Courtney is talking about, you will find some diaphragm that is made of unbelievably precise material, and it's often like gold sputtered with exactly 2 microns of gold on. These are very, very precision instruments at the high end of microphones. It's not something that you're going to be able to do. Can you get something put together that's going to create sound? Yes. but it's not going to have the precision and range of actual professionally produced microphones.
Next question.
Next question comes from James Fosseline in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Again, and this time he says, can you use a blurred image as a background believably?
Go ahead, Carl.
Yeah, you definitely can. It's just got to be matched to lighting. So the lighting in the blurred image, or essentially the sharp image in the background that you put out of focus, that lighting has to match you and the contrast has to match you. So it's a matter of getting the lighting exact. So back in the day, rear projection for like, let's say Superman, that's how they used to do that. Again, now the Mandalorian, we are now doing it on Mandalorian. So essentially the CG that's put up on the screens, the lighting direction and the contrast that's hitting the actor on screen and or any elements that are on screen and elements that are on stage have to be exactly the same. So they have to be matched. So that's something you want to get right in camera.
And go ahead, Bill.
One of the things that people look for in photography is a blurred background that has to do with depth of field. And for example, you can't see much of the stuff on my shelf back there precisely because it's blurred. And that's because my depth of field is relatively shallow because I'm using a camera that allows a large aperture and my lighting is in the right zone for that shallow depth of field effect. Even things in computational photography like the iPhone cameras have a way to go into portrait mode and fake that by outlining the primary subject and then applying a blur filter to the background. So I guess what I'm saying is that using a blurred image can be easily authentic looking. It has to do with the quality of the key and how you manage everything else in there that you're managing to fool the audience. But it's not most backgrounds can be blurred through these techniques.
Yeah, I mean, the best solution that I've found is I match the camera's height, focal, it's focal length, and I even focus for where I'm going to sit, and I take a picture or I take a video loop of that piece, and then I use that as my background. That way, all of your vanishing points will match, and it looks very realistic. Even if you're not lit perfectly with it, it will sell the shot. If you go back to very early office hours, you'll actually see me doing that with my living room. so that's actually exactly what I did. I moved the camera out. I took an image, came back in, and the very early ones, I don't think they're even on video. The very early ones were, they were just a still I found on the internet. So in fact, I think that Grant and a couple of people all came in, they found that image and then suddenly we all looked like we were in the same living room. Anyway, but I would, if you key it, you just have to be really careful about getting good keys, just to not have it look more normal. Next question.
Robert Soji in Los Angeles says, any panelists have experience with the Sennheiser HD800s as headphones?
I don't think I have. Just take a look at these real quick. They look quite nice. Wow. They look really expensive. These are, when they're $200 off, they're $15.99. Yeah, I think I would love to test them. Go ahead, Bill.
I would too love to hear what they sound like. There is one thing though, and that is that sometimes when I'm buying headphones for doing the kind of work I do day in and day out, I'm really not looking for incredible accuracy. And the reason for that, I, like many people, use Sony MDR 7506s, and it's not because they're flat. I wouldn't spend hours in my living room listening to music on those, but they traditionally have a bit of a presence peak in the range of human voice. And if I'm trying to monitor speech in the field, that is more important to me, to hear the voices clearly, than it is to get a complete flat musical range or even a non-flat, like the beats that really emphasize the low end. It's not about a lack of color. It's sometimes about a set of headphones that will reveal to you what you have to listen to the most. And if you're buying them for music, then absolutely go for those top end. These things are the most accurate, most pristine music signal that is musical to your ears that you can get. If you're not doing that, sometimes a non-flat headphone like the 7506 will help you because it's not flat in an area that you need. So just saying that.
Next question.
Jonas Dattel, Stuttgart, Germany says, are there any 12G multi-viewers that are sub $10,000?
You know, I didn't think about that. I was thinking, oh, it was the Blackmagic one, of course, but it's 6G. So I actually, where I'd probably have to look is like a Ross or an Everett's or Utah Scientific are the ones that I'd probably start looking at, and I don't think any of them are going to be under $10,000. Go ahead, Carl.
Constellation 8K, $10,000.
You're right. Yeah, there you go. And it's a very flexible, $10,000. It'd be a very flexible 12G because technically it's a 48G pipe, right? So it's 12G is nothing to the Constellation. So the Constellation is, and you can get 16 up. You can have 2 on the top and 8 on the bottom. You could do lots of things. That would be the most absurd use of a Constellation ever. But it is, if you can find it on sale, sub to 10,000. No, technically, I think isn't it $5 less than 10,000. So it's just below there. So there you go. And if you're doing it in euros, it's definitely under 10,000. All right, next question.
Tony Mobley in Noonan, Georgia says, I am also considering a shared space in downtown Noonan for office hours and conversations with Tony Mobley. If the garage doesn't work, any panelist thoughts on those?
Yeah, go ahead, Carl.
So sound. Sound is the only thing. So if you ever visit a location, the first thing you want to do is just sit quietly there for 5 minutes and just hear the subway, just hear your neighbors, hear the air conditioning, those kind of things.
Yeah, the sound is the thing that kills you in shared spaces. Go ahead, Mark.
I was going to say sound, but you're also going to have to pay rent. So take the money for the rent and put it into better equipment for the garage.
Yeah, go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, I agree on all parts. If it's a shared space, you don't know when somebody else is paying for that shared space, if they're going to have a partner in and have a long heated conversation in the cubicle right next to you, which you have no control over. So there's no way to really isolate yourself as well as the acoustical environment, from other voices. That's the other problem.
Next question.
Robert Soji in Los Angeles up next. With any short-term user experience yet on the new Blackmagic HyperDeck Shuttle HD, is it worth the $499?
I think the only person that we had that has it is Mitchell, and he is, I think, prepping her, and he's not here. So we lost Mitchell. So yeah, I don't think we have it yet. But if you see Mitchell on our panel, which he was earlier, ask that question again because he has one. Next question.
Next question comes from Tyler Roberts in Chambersburg. What are the good options for wireless tally and ideal stuff?
Wireless tally. I guess I would have to know what you're doing with the wireless tally. Maybe it's a contributor that is. I guess my guess is that you're trying to have a contributor that needs a tally to know that they're online, and I do not know. There is I don't have any. The one that I just searching, my search is as good as yours. Is AV Matrix has a 6-camera tally system that's wireless, but I don't know how well it works. And I have to admit, I've just never needed to. Typically, a wireless tally system, if I have a contributing person, so if a person's doing a stand-up and they're contributing, my wireless tally is a stage manager. so usually if I have someone out there, they're going to be doing, there's someone going like, we're going to, they're going 3, 2, 1, and that's our wireless tally. Go ahead, Carl.
Yeah, so the Teradek and Small HD, they're all part of the same family. They're all owned by Manfrotto, that big family. That big family actually has a lot of systems that actually do this. I'm pretty sure Teradek have one for their Fizz. It's part of their Fizz line. I know they do have a tally. I know Small HD, which is in the same family of companies as well. Small HD also have this kind of wireless tally system as well. But just take a look at the Manfrotto family of products.
Yeah. The next question.
Next one comes to us from Christine Turry in London in the UK, and he says, on WWDC, Apple announced live text for video. Do you see this feature as a potential disruptor? For instance, the demo showed copying code from a YouTube video.
I think it could be. I think it's very early on as far as the live text goes. So I think it'll be interesting to see how it progresses. I mean, sometimes with Apple stuff, they announce something and then it's 3 or 4 years before we see people using it effectively. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. Next question.
Next one comes to us from Robert Soji in Los Angeles, and he says, how is Jeffrey Powers doing?
We need to reach out and find out what's going on with Jeffrey. He was supposed to be back this week, and then he had COVID and wasn't able to go to some of his sessions, wasn't able to go to Infocom. And so we need to figure out what's happening there. So we'll reach out and hopefully have something for you the next day or two. Next question.
Next one comes to us from Christian Turry, again in London. Is there a way to turn Zoom's live transcripts just for my Zoom?
I don't know. We haven't done enough transcripts with Zoom to dig through that. We'll do more research in that area. Next question.
Next question comes from Chris Widener at Lafayette, Indiana. He says, other than Stream Voodoo, is there any good ways to record a remote client in 4K?
I don't even think Riverside FM does 4K. I think that Stream Voodoo is the only one that will record. And Stream Voodoo will actually record in ProRes remotely. So, but be careful. Know that it has to do with, you have to be careful of the amount of bandwidth that potentially is being used there as well. Next question.
Douglas Carmichael up next says, the Billy Joel concert residency at Madison Square Garden is mixed on a Digico SD5 console. Being that the console weighs 518 pounds with its flight case, could a streamlined control surface conceivably make a production on that scale more efficient?
Go ahead, Carl.
It's whatever the roadies can carry, whatever they can roll in, whatever the forklift can bring up. So when you're talking like the piano, the staging would weigh way more than that. Just the lights themselves, the lighting grid itself would weigh more than that. So, which are much more complicated to get up. So roadies and people, you add people and money to a problem, solved.
Yeah, to Carl's point, the load in of almost anything that you're loading in just doesn't matter to the roadies. There's a forklift, there's a bunch of people. You just identify it. You're not really worried. The scale is so big. You just have to remember these are multiple big tractor trailer trucks, with just big, and they're just coming in and out with forklifts and loading things in, and almost everything on the stage is heavier than the SD5. So then the problem is you don't want to make it compact. The reason you want it so big and so opened is so that the engineer can quickly get to whatever sliders they want. So they can fade up, fade down. And so that slider board and having more of those available is very important to them. Making them compact might save you almost nothing because, again, to the roadies, it won't matter, but it will make it more difficult for the audio engineer to do their job. And so they're going to always be looking, when you get to that scale, they're looking for what everybody wants, not what will fit in a certain place. Next question.
Next comes from Robert Soji in Los Angeles. Can the panelists provide a quick overview of H.265?
Go ahead, Carl.
So you kind of have to compare it to something. So let's compare it to H.264. So H.264 generally supports up to 4K. That is cinema 4K generally, 10-bit, 60 frames a second. So H.265 can go up to 8K, 60 frames a second. I believe they're going to open the spec up to 120 frames a second at 8K. So it's more efficient. It's probably 30 to 50% more efficient than H.264. H.264 is what YouTube generally is. So from 1080 down, YouTube is generally H.264. Above 1080 on YouTube, it's their own VP9, whatever they're using, whatever Google is using in their own compression for their 4K. They're rolling their own, but essentially it's just a more convenient format for transporting over the internet because it's compressed more for the same quality or for same perceived quality. We should always talk perceived quality when it comes to compression, and it supports 10-bit. Out of the gate. So there are some flavors, H.264, which can support 10-bit, but H.265 supports 10-bit natively in pretty much all of its players as well.
Go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, you go to H.264 and you just turn it up one. It's one more. It's H.265. Now, if you look up HEVC, High Efficiency Video Codec, on Wikipedia, it'll explain to you all about H.265, which is MPEG H Part 2. So you'll find all the information right there in the font of all knowledge, Wikipedia.
Yeah, and the H.265 is most likely going to become the poster child or the white paper on how not to roll out a format. The MPEG group just didn't clearly define and then didn't define very well or very fairly what they wanted for royalties, and it just created chaos. At first, it delayed H.265 by a decade. And then in addition to that, there's now VP9, there's AV1. These are all revolts against what the MPEG group did. And it's just, they gave up billions, to do, by not creating something that made sense for everyone. The only company that really bought into it all the way was Apple. And that's the result. As a result, we have a lot better stuff on Mac devices and iOS devices than everybody else. But it's just created a lot of chaos in the market, and because no one, like a YouTube, doesn't want to pay that licensing is not $10. It's hundreds of millions or billions of dollars that they have to pay back to that. And if it had just been a little bit more reasonable and a little bit more clearly drawn out, H.265 would have been a standard at least 5 years ago, and everybody be using it, and it would have made everything better. But they but the patent, the hold or the attempt to hold on to that just created chaos. It's an amazing, it'll be an amazing book or a paper or at least an article in Wired someday of how badly they screwed that up. Next question.
Next one comes from our friend Tony Mobley, and he's having fun with this. Office hours is indeed expensive, friends. I have to find another house, he says.
When my wife and I first started dating, she's like, I really imagine someday, she's an only child. I come from a big family. We're all stuffed into a little house. And she's an only child. She's like, I always think that we should eventually have just 2 houses, and then you can live in your house and I can live in my house. But, we can decide which house we're hanging out in at any given time. And I was like, that's a horrible idea. We need to learn to live together. And then we bought a house. We rented a house in Petaluma near where Leo was. And it had a separate house, like an in-law house in the back. And that was my man cave. And it was amazing. I have a nicer house now, but I really miss my little man cave in the back, because I had my own kitchen and my own bathroom, my own workout area, and my office area, and then I had a big yard in the back. And I will say, if you can figure it out, it is the best. Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, I think that as I look at all the different things, it's really sort of complicated. I have a short driveway. The housing does not allow for you to park your cars on the street. And so it's so complicated. And the most expedient thing is to just get another house. Here's the thing is, I look at the houses as in my area, like within a couple houses of my house. Anytime they go on sale, I go, could I afford that? I can't. I live in Marin, but I think about it. There's actually a Lindsay Lane not very far away, so I keep on looking at that house specifically. I was like, eventually they're going to break down and sell that house. I'm going to buy it, because then I could be on Lindsay Court as well as the as that. But yeah, it is the best way to do it. I just don't. I can't afford it either. Good, Carl.
Yeah, that's true. I haven't even started my synthesizer workshops yet in after hours. So when that starts up, you're going to lose a lot more desk space, because a lot of people here are going to be buying a lot more stuff. I've had the same problem. I've thought about actually renting a second house myself, just as a studio and a music studio.
Yeah.
So I have actually.
But you have a separate house for yourself. That would be. Right. He doesn't even have somebody else he has to compete with. So they I'll just have another house. Because mine, I decided, like, when I had my house like that, this little in-law house, the great thing was, nothing of mine was in the main house. So the main house it was all the kids and my wife's. And so so I didn't have anything there. I didn't worry about anything that happened there. Like, not, and I just washed the dishes. That was all I had to deal with there. And anyway, yeah. So she, I think it went great. I would highly recommend it if you could figure out some way to finance it. Go ahead, Bill.
I just want to, back 40 years ago, when I was lucky enough to get my wife to say yes when I proposed to her, afterwards she told me, I really liked you, but the one thing that really concerned me was the number of boxes of wires that you were dragging through life.
Exactly.
This is the mark of any one of us here. We've gone through these periods where we just...
And the closest is I've carved off one room in my house that is my studio, and no one really goes in here. And everything else belongs to my wife. She runs the rest of the house.
Good recipe for a good marriage.
I have the studio, and I make a big mess in it, and I do my thing, and then I take care of the pool. I'm the pool boy. But outside of that, it's just my wife's. My wife owns it. Next question.
Douglas Carmichael's up next. He says, how do most people in our industry learn the traditional industrial skills? And he notes OSHA or other safety authority rules, forklift-powered industrial equipment operation, and so forth.
Go ahead, Courtney.
Well, you join a union. Because if you're in the union, if you're an IATSE, the Contract Services Administration administers the safety pass, which is required for all union members, and you must attend classes. And they actually pay you to attend these classes. They used to be in person. They may still be in person, where they teach you the skills of, hanging lights on scaffolding, forklift safety. If you're a sound mixer, there's protecting your hearing safety, and certain practices of grounding and hooking up electrical equipment. And you have to pass all those classes, and they test you on it. You have to be certified, and you have a little laminated badge, the laminated card that you have to carry with you, because they can always require you to present your safety pass and it has to be updated every couple of years to make sure you're up to date on all the latest technology and equipment. So that's how it's handled in the union world. In the non-union world, I'd say apprentice for somebody. Find somebody who is a licensed electrician or a grip or an electrician that works professionally in the business, and follow them around and ask them for safety tips. But as far as OSHA regulations, I wouldn't necessarily leave it to that person to know all the regulations and abide by them.
It's like a multipass. Anyway, Bill, real quick, 10 seconds.
I didn't come through the union system because I worked in Arizona most of my career where it's a right to work state, but you have to listen to the people who know more than you do on site. And also I did a lot of videos about safety for my corporate clients. And so I had to look it up really seriously. You got to take that seriously, please.
Last question for the hour. Quick.
Michael Hillman in Sierra Madre, California is up next. He says, any way to use Companion to send record command to a recorder that has only LANC?
I think that that would be some kind of Isadora patch. I think you could probably do an Isadora patch that took a key command and put out electrical impulse, or some kind of Arduino. There could be an Arduino setup that would do LANC, that would send out what it needs to send out. So I think that would be quite possible. So look for that. You could probably send a command to an Arduino to do an electrical impulse. All right. Who's taking over? Who's running the show?
I am kind of taking over, but I think the very first thing we're going to do is do a little video insert. So I don't know if the back end people have everything ready, but if so. Okay, so just a regular end of the show, Alex. Just finish it up, roll credits, and then we'll go into ours.
Perfect. All right. Well, thank you to our producers for keeping it going. We were a little concerned, but we still got through over 50 questions, and we were a little concerned that we were running out. But you just kept on throwing them in there, and they were good questions. Thanks to the panel. We can't do this without you, of course. And thank you to the great, incredible crew that has been not only getting ready for the next show, but doing this one as well, and really, really well done, and great handling the little glitch that we saw today. Everyone just kind of like. We're such a stable group. That's all I have to say is it's kind of like, something went down. We'll just figure it out. There's no panic. There's no whatever. It's just, we'll just kind of sort it out. So really well done. All right. And I'm now going to jump into Cine Gear. But not really.
Where things are big that shouldn't be small, and who can tell what magic spell we'll be doing for us. And now I'm giving all my love to this world, only to be told what I can see and I can't breathe. No more we will be. Nothing's gonna change the way we live, 'cause we can always take but never give, and everything is changing for the worse. See, It's a crazy world we're living in, and I just can't see that half of us immersed in sin is all we have to give for futures made out of virtual insanity. Now always seem to be governed by this love we have, or useless twisting a new technology. For now there is no sound, for we all live underground. And now I'm thinking what a mess we're in. It's hard to know where to begin. If I could slip these sickly ties earthly men has made, and now every mother can choose the color of a child. That's not nature's way. That's what they said yesterday. There's nothing left to do but pray. I think it's time to find a new religion. Oh, it's so insane to synthesize another strain. It's just something in these futures we just have to live for. Futures made out of virtual insanity now always seem to be governed by this love we have, or useless twisting a new technology. For now there is no sound, for we all live underground. Yeah, now there is no sound. There is no sound.
And welcome, everybody, to our coverage of Cine Gear here at Office Hours. It's great to have you. I'm Bill Davis. I'm going to be your host for today. As we look through this show, those of you who have been around for a while know we covered NAM, and before that, NAB, and this is the next in our continuing series. We're taking you to a real interesting show today. Cine Gear in Los Angeles is where the big boys, big girls, big men and women handle the big kind of production equipment. We're talking about giant cranes, giant stands, huge lighting that can do day for night, all sorts of things like that. It's a fascinating show. It has a long history. It's been happening on the back lot at Paramount for many years. They have moved inside the last couple of years to during COVID, and we'll see some of all of that. We're going to hope to take a look as our field crew goes booth to booth and give you a chance to look at as a you are there kind of perspective for things. We're very excited because content creation takes a lot of equipment, as everybody here knows. We'll be seeing big stuff, but also we'll see small stuff. There are things like consumables at the show that everybody, no matter what level of production, you might find tools and tips and tricks that can help you make better stuff. To help us understand Cine Gear, we have some special guests who are coming into the panel today. Particularly, I'm going to introduce them in a second, but first, just a general note or two about the coverage. We have these boots on the ground teams. We're going to be going live back and forth to the show floor and then coming back to talk to our panelists and also to ask questions. So our regular office hours Mukana system is in operation. If you often know that, or if you've come to the show before and you know how to get in, please post your questions. And then we are going to see if we can get links directly out onto the show floor so that your questions go to the people who are covering the show, and you can actually ask questions of the people in the booths and get responses back live here in office hours. So I mentioned we have an augmented panel, and today a couple of the people in here I see down there in the bottom of my Craig Bernie Burns, who's a longtime grip and gear professional, and actually Bernie spent most of his career in Los Angeles, but he has decamped, and Bernie is coming to us from the shores of the Black Sea in Turkey. Bernie, can you hear me? And let's check and see if we got audio on you. Whoops, you seem to be muted somewhere through there.
There I go. Can you hear me now?
Good. Yes, it's great to see you. Thank you for coming in. It's fabulous to have you here.
Oh, thank you so much for the invite. I really appreciate it. It's great to be here with you, and your team there is just amazing. I can't believe what you guys are doing with this.
Amazing.
You're in the stratosphere compared to wherever I was in my Facebook days. So I'll tell you, it's amazing.
Well, we're really pleased to have you here because you've been going to the show for many, many years, and you've been intimately tied into the Los Angeles production community. So you have a huge amount of history to help us understand. We also have two other guests coming in, and they're friends of mine from here in San Diego, but they've been going to Cine Gear as just attendees for many years. That is Mark Masonouve, who's in San Diego, and also Eric Addison next to him. So Mark, I just want to check, can you come through? And Mark, what did you see when you went to the show yesterday? Anything exciting?
Wow, exciting. That's kind of an understatement. There's always exciting things to see there in various portions of stuff. I would say one of the craziest exciting things, for whatever reason, was the sort of portable handheld smoke generator. People just seem to gravitate to that booth, and I don't understand it, but it was a pretty cool little kit that they give you. It's just this little, this with a hose on it about that big or so. So that was certainly pretty cool as you talk about small things. And
we love effects. That's awesome.
It was great. It was, I think, Eric, it was like $700 for this kit, but if it's something that you do, that was great. They had another version that was smaller and was only like $150 for just a little smoke machine. So that seemed to be a popular little item that we had seen. And then I think on the larger side, a lot of the robotic cameras and what they're doing with augmented reality and ADR. That was pretty impressive, seeing some of them what they're able to do with those. So I thought that was pretty impressive.
Cool. Well, hopefully we can get to our crew in the field and we'll send them toward the smoke machine if they can track it down. Eric, what did you see yesterday earlier when you went?
So yeah, a lot of the stuff that Mark talked about was really cool. I think the most interesting thing for me was I don't know how, I forget what the name of the exact name for the technology is, but the sort of LED panel with, the light, kind of the Mandalorian kind of, shooting at a volume kind of thing. I actually got video of Mark standing in front of a camera, with an LED screen behind him, and then this like kind of lighting grid on top of him and on the side of him. And it puts him in all of these various situations. So there was, I think, the beach, there was a fire. I think that's the footage I got of him, the video footage. And then like flying through some clouds or whatever. But the lights were all programmed. These lighting like tubes were all programmed to light in a way that matched whatever the background was. And even if it was fire, it would sort of move around. And you couldn't tell that Mark wasn't there. I mean, it was really, and to be that size, I mean, this was something you could easily set up, pretty much anywhere in any small studio. You don't need to have a gigantic studio to be able to do this with. So yeah, I thought that was really kind of interesting that we've now come down to that level where you can easily set this up in a small studio.
That's cool. And that's one of the things that going to Cine Gear gives you a hint about maybe what's coming. I know those big virtual screens like everybody reads about that The Mandalorian does. We know they're for the big operators, but if this stuff moves down into the small things, it really could change things for a lot of not as huge. I understand we're about ready to go to the field for our first insert, and there's a little video that's going to roll in and talk to you a little bit about that. So let's queue up and head out to Cine Gear.
Outside. And so you'll see next is all about the big rigs. This is a top crane rig. It is a camera with a gimbal on a crane that fits on a car. And you can't really put something like this. I mean, you could inside, but that's where the bigger stuff is outside in the wild out here. So we're going to check out a couple booths out here. So let us know with your questions what you want to see next.
Wow. Okay, great. Our first live hit from the actual show floor at Cine Gear. That bodes well for what we're going to be seeing as we go. Let's take a moment, though, since we're back in the studio and have our guests. I wanted to talk to Bernie a little bit. You've been going to the show for such a long time. Can you tell us a little bit about how you've seen the changes happen at a show like Cine Gear over the course of the last few decades? Oops, I think you're muted, Bernie. Uh-oh, did we lose Bernie? Oh, there he is.
No, can you hear me?
Yeah,
you got me?
You're coming in. Great to see you.
Okay, thank you. I could boil it down to just the last couple of years as opposed to 10. I mean, just what Eric had talked about with that screen and the corresponding lights that go up at the same time and light your set, and you have the corresponding background there. What Mark said about the a smoke machine, how that's reduced in size because those used to weigh a ton, and you'd have to lug it around and power it up with a 20 amp circuit. Those things are amazing. I mean, we are at a meteoric rate as far as equipment changing. I can even say that for the last 2 years that I have kind of been out of, since 2020, I have sort of been out of the active on-set days. It has changed, I mean, by 70% since then. I don't know if I could be effective on set anymore in just that short amount of time.
Boy, that's pretty amazing that it's changed that much that fast. And of course, we're seeing this in all aspects of computing and everything else. The rate of change is just so fast. I think this should probably make all the younger folks who are looking to get into the industry feel good because you're not starting with having to learn quite as much traditional stuff. However, as I think everybody here will agree, if you've been in the business for a while and you have that traditional orientation and you know how sets work, how, all the basic functions of lighting and rigging and the rest of that knowledge does stay relevant forever, because whether you're putting sandbags on a smaller stand or a bigger one, knowing that it's required to keep the set safe is universal and will go forever.
Yes, absolutely.
I understand we're ready to go back out to the field. It looks like the field team is really zipping along here. So let's see if we can get something in from the field. Are you guys ready?
Here, Bill, you hearing me okay? I'd like to... Hey, can you hear me okay, Bill? Hey,
yes,
hey.
Absolutely. Guy Cochran's in the field.
Hey,
it's great to see you. Can you hear me?
Vegas. Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Fresh from Vegas, and here on the concrete floor in this big convention center with lots of security around here. There's some other event going on. It's pretty crazy. Government plates and guys in suits. I don't know what's going on, but something crazy is in LA. So hopefully we have a lot of people showing up, because there's been like these messages going out from Film Tools and these other companies saying, if you're coming to the show, you got to go a certain route. Even my Uber this morning couldn't get exactly to where I wanted to go. We had to go in circles, and then I wound up jumping out and just trying to find Noah and these guys. Noah's got a heck of a rig. You wouldn't believe the size of this thing. Him and Roscoe and Raj, hats off to them for building this thing. We've got antennas. I'm sure you'll see behind the scenes of them building this thing out if you haven't already. it's pretty incredible what they've done here with the Mr. Net. And I'm just excited to see all this stuff. I mean, it's film grade tools. I've gone to the show in the past on the lot, and I do love the lot. I like the air conditioning in here. The stages out there, I miss going into because you really feel like, hey, this is where production happens. But even just the guys walking around here, all the hustle and bustle before the show, you're seeing big cameras. I mean, huge lenses, you know, the ones that we typically would rent. And these are the ones that are making film. So we're here to see all the tools to make film. So what do you guys think of it so far?
I'm actually astonished. And for those of you in the audience who are coming in, the show has not even started yet. They don't open the doors to the show until 10 a.m. this morning. So this is kind of our pre-active show floor things. But Guy, I think the fact that you're coming in from inside, and I know we only have a single rig out there, so you must have done a little trucking to get between where Noah talked to us a minute ago and to now, that this bodes well for us being able to see a lot of things. So for the audience who's watching, this means that your questions in Mukana are even more important, because it seems like we can probably get to things that you suggest. And for those of you who might be coming to the show for the first time, remember that your votes determines the importance and the amount of time we spend on each question. So if you want to see something in terms of lighting, or if you want to see something in terms of wireless mics or whatever, put your votes in, and the things that get votes, the most votes, we'll talk about the most. Let's go back to Eric for a minute. Eric, what else did you see on your quick tour that impressed you on the show floor?
I think the Mark kind of alluded to this too. The robotic kind of like dollies, essentially. There was one thing that we saw that had a magnetic track that you could lay down, and there's a dolly that's attached to it, or a little like cart or like, you know, vehicle almost, with little wheels, and it will go and track wherever that magnetic track is laid down. And then there's a controller with the remote, or somebody with a remote, and they can raise the camera up, lower it down, you know, pan it right or left, you know, tilt up or down, you know, kind of control it. And to me, that was, you know, kind of amazing. You know, if I were a dolly grip, I'd be a little concerned maybe, but yeah, I just did that ease. And I asked the guy, I said, you know, how is the track reusable? Is because it's just like magnetic tape that they put down. He goes, yeah, you could kind of reuse it, but because it's almost at an expendable level kind of thing where you can just like lay this stuff down, just like gaffer's tape, you know, this thing will follow it wherever you put it down, you know, and yeah, that was kind of remarkable.
Sounds cool. What about you, Mark? Anything else that you saw that wowed you?
Eric actually chatted about it yesterday a little bit. It was an interesting addition to what we're seeing within the industry, in that there's a few wellness booths that popped up, which you hadn't seen that in any before. And so the ones with offering ways to massages and things for your neck to get, and some ways to help reduce some of the stress that can go along with shooting during a day. And an interesting thing that I thought was really cool was a vest that allows folks who do Ronin work, camera shots, it would strap on, and you can rest your elbows on this rig. But the guy had included in it a place to put a heat pack and a cold pack to keep you more comfortable. So that idea of wellness starting to creep into the industry was interesting. Not a lot. There were maybe just a couple of things, but Eric had pointed that out, and it's true. It was. I'm glad to see that's starting to come into the industry.
I know there's been a large discussion, particularly after that terrible thing on the set of Rust. And we've had circumstances before where crews who are focused on doing their job, there are these safety violations and people have been hurt and or even killed. So the fact that and just the toll that this physical labor of grip work, because a lot of this stuff is very heavy. I've talked to a lot of old practitioners of these arts, and you know, they've said, I wish I would have taken better care of my body as I'm going through. So anything that's happening to talk about that, I think is good. Looks like we're going back out to the field again. Let's see who pops up next for the next bit of coverage here. How's the field team doing?
Hey, it's looking good out here. People are still rolling around, getting ready, and you're seeing a lot of action. Whoa! You got to watch out when things like this just come at you. Like, hey. All right, man. Boys and their toys. Look at this stuff. Man, he's got.
Did you ask
controls.
it to move out of your way? It's maybe sentient.
But I know what to ask Santa for Christmas now. One of those looks pretty darn cool. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of stuff that I'm going to be putting on my Christmas list. So I better be a good boy this year. Hopefully you guys have too, because man, there's just so much cool stuff here. I mean, cranes and huge lights and big lenses and big sticks. So I'm sure we'll be cruising around. We're letting people still set up. As you saw, I just almost got ran over by a remote control car. I think the guy was teasing me a little bit, but this is fun. I mean, this is great being able to talk to you in the panel, get the report from live on the ground, but also hear your consensus from out wherever you're at. You're in San Diego, right, Bill?
Absolutely. I'm sitting here in San Diego. We've got panelists literally coming in from all over the planet. I mentioned earlier that Bernie's in the country of Turkey, and Eric is and Mark are in from San Diego. We've got Mark from Washington, D.C., John Preto's sitting in Vegas, Courtney's in Hollywood. So literally, and for those of you who have never seen this and might be watching this coverage as the first thing from office hours, our panels typically come from literally all over the planet. Not a day goes by that we don't have sound being mixed from Manila in the Philippines, and our graphics people are working out of London or something like that. This is a new era of distributed production all over the globe, and it's really a pleasure to be a part of that. Guy?
And I know you guys love the behind the scenes kind of feel and look. So what I'm looking at right now is Mukana down below, and I can see, thanks to Jonas, that when I'm hot, so there's a red tally light that I can see, and it's very cool to be here at the show and be able to know when you're hot. I'm looking at Noah, I'm looking at Raj, I'm looking at Roscoe. So just for you guys to get a feel, this is a huge indoor building. It's a nice convention center. Typically we would have this on that lot, and so it's just a different feel as far as security and things like that. It's a little looser here. It's not like when you go on the Paramount lot, they're really checking things out because they want you to be safe in there. So this is more like an NAB or an Infocom. I just came from Infocom, just flew in last night, got in about midnight, and fresh here in the morning. And I still haven't got to tour around and see all the booths. I'm excited to go booth to booth, but just looking outside. So later on in a bit, we're going to go outside. So there's a couple of setups. You might have seen in the pre-roll some of the outdoor material, some of the bigger things. Traditionally, when we had Cine Gear at the lot, we had huge cranes. I noticed there was one car there that had the big crane on the top, which we'll stop by. There's also some cool easy rigs, which I wish I owned one of those. That's high on my Christmas list again of things. Being able to hold a big camera up, take all that weight off of your hands and shoulders and throw it overhead and more on your back. So there's lots of tools that I'm sure as we move through here, more questions will pop up. I see some from Mark Giuliani, Paul Wallace. Good morning, Paul. Good morning, Mark. Good to be seeing your questions and that you guys are viewing while we're here live in Los Angeles. It's going to be like 80 degrees today, so it's going to be nice and warm.
Guy, we have some questions coming in for the show floor, and one of them, the first one here from Mark Giuliani in Washington, D.C., is how has the show changed in terms of the number of booth and visitors over previous years? What's your take from on the show floor?
Yeah, typically in the past, we've seen separate stages. So you would look at the exhibitor map and you would weed your way through like the outdoor taco trucks, because that's how the food came in. And you'd make your way down and you would see stages. So like stage 21, you would go inside and that would be a lighting area, for example. And you would get to go around to, these are more of the production larger lights. I know a lot of our viewers are used to the smaller lights. Things like Aperture is here. They do have some pretty big lights, and we'll stop by and look at those. But also there's audio. Last time I was at Cine Gear, I think it was 2019 or 2020, they had Electrosonics there, and I was able to walk super far with their in-ear monitors and got to hear. So that's the great thing about these shows, is getting to hear things, touch them, see the quality in person. So I'm going to try my best to bring you guys a sense of that. But I mean, really, the show, getting to feel, materials like titanium or something like that, the weight of the item, the diffused light, how beautiful it looks in person. I mean, we're going to be showing video, but there's nothing like, being at the show and getting your questions asked. I mean, a lot of times I'll walk up into a show and I'll just be listening to somebody else's question and learn a lot. So hopefully we get some good questions and we'll be able to, so I want you guys that are watching, make sure to put those questions in Mukana. You guys upvote those questions as well, so that we'll know which booths to go to, what you guys are interested in, and then I'll relay those questions right to the exhibitor so they'll be able to answer those. And hopefully we get some good dialogue back and forth. I know we're condensing a lot of this. We're trying to cover this is probably, I don't know, it's huge, a couple 100,000 square feet. So we're going to try to burn through as much. And this is just the inside. Then you got the outside. So like I was saying, to answer Mark's question, in years past, it's been indoor, outdoor, but in stages. And this just feels more like a traditional convention that you'd have in a convention hall in any other big city.
Yeah, it's a bummer we're not on the Paramount lot, but still, there will be a lot of cool things to see today. Paul Wallace has our next question from Austin, Texas, and this is going to be a little bit about what we're going to see through the rest of the show. He notes he'd be interested in seeing a bunch of Cine Gear booths, and he mentions Blackmagic, DJI, Frame.io, Fujifilm, light panels, Nanlite, and Planair. And I think we have actually a route mapped. Guy, do you know where you're going next and what we might be seeing in the
I'm looking at Raj to point me in the right direction when we come that time. I think we're going to go straight down the line. I think to avoid having to jump like we did at NAMM and having all this travel time, we'll just be going down the line. But those in particular, the Frame.io, I can see it from here. Hopefully, maybe we'll see some folks that we know from Frame.io, and we'll be able to get some good banter back and forth. Let's see who else you got. Fujifilm, yeah, I know folks. So being DVE store, we sell Fujifilm lenses, so it's fun to get to talk to the guys that I've been getting to borrow their line of lenses, like the Promista and the Cabrio line. So getting, again, to see these things, because they're super sharp. Like, that's the thing. I mean, when you guys see the clarity, well, you've seen feature films, but being able to see the tools that we use to acquire those images, because a lot of times you just see like a behind-the-scenes shots from far away. You don't see the actual, close-up of the lens. And they're here. Like, I'm literally standing 12 feet away from probably $1 million in lenses, just in one case
say,
right
lens
here.
None of us can afford.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. A lot of these are rental items. Hey, how much is in that case of lenses? He's got to do the math in his head. It's a lot of money. $250,000. Sorry, I was a little off. But and then so that's the Band Pro booth that I'm kind of looking at to the side, and they've got a nice lens chart. So that's the other thing about these lenses is you really need to calibrate them. So there's a lot more to it than just being able to slap a lens on your camera. These are PL mount lenses, which fit on like these big Arri cameras, and there's a lot of Arri cameras. We'll cruise through some of those, and hopefully we'll be able to get somebody who's super knowledgeable about them, giving us a little more insight as to the color science and things like that, because that's what makes those cameras. It's not only just the codec, but it's the color science, and so hopefully we'll see Arri. I wonder if Sony's here with the Venice might be able to stop by. I think Film Tools or one of the other companies usually will have that camera, which has the head and then it has the back as separate pieces, and that's a unique style compared to a lot of the cameras that we're used to working with when we have a camcorder or we have something like a Blackmagic, where we're used to something a little more all-in-one. So it's exciting. I think they actually use that camera in Top Gun, so maybe we'll get to see it and we'll make that reference when we get to that actual unit.
Yeah, I read a story at all those cockpit scenes where it's close-up of Tom flying the plane or in the second seat of the plane. That was the system they used. So obviously these new systems are at a level where they can work that kind of signal into feature films for theatrical release without even blinking anymore. Chris Whitener has another one here, and he's wondering if the products we're seeing are more iterative or there are groundbreaking things, and I think that'll be a theme that'll emerge as we go through the shows. Is anybody else on the panel that just is here regularly have anything that they're particularly interested in seeing? John Pretos.
Yeah, I kept raising my hand, but I don't know, for some reason they're not calling me. So right behind Guy is the NTEC booth, and those are the DMX controllers that I use in my house. They're Ethernet to DMX. So I'm interested to know if they've got a kind of a timeline on chip shortage for some of their devices weren't available for a long time, or possibly do they have something new for the future?
We can.
Yeah, that's going to be a theme, ready. Obviously.
Raj, you check if he's ready? Hey, we're going to go to the NTEC booth if Noah, wow, we're moving. We're going to go to NTEC. This guy, I know it's a little early, but do you mind if we give a little interview and hear what you got here with the NTEC stuff? We're here with Lucas.
Hi, yeah, so Lucas here with NTEC. We do pixel LED, pixel controls, DMX gateways, and DMX converters. I've got our pixel mapping software here, Elm, and our Pixelator Mini as playback recorder, and Storm 8 right here. And so we just have a bit of media going through these LEDs, and we tend to find ourselves in use in all sorts of practical lighting applications.
We have a question. So what you're seeing here is some questions from out in the field. So you're live in front of probably 100 and maybe 150 people, and they're asking questions. So they're actually, this is kind of a cool system. Have you ever seen anything like this?
No, I haven't.
This is the future. So that people are all over the world, and they're able to view you right now. So we're virtually bringing them here so that they didn't have to go through all that traffic that we had to go through.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So one question that I saw earlier from one of our fellow panelists, John Preto, he was asking, how's the chip shortage affecting you guys?
It definitely hit us hard in the beginning, but the way that NTEC adapted is that we went for more vertical integration. So we brought more of the things that we could in-house, like we went from being dependent on like foreign metal housing to producing all of our housing in-house with high quality ABS plastics and that sort of thing. And then we adapted our board to use the chips that were available as opposed to the ones that everybody was looking for that were out of stock. And there we were able to maintain a healthy stock even through all the shortages.
So what's been the most popular item that you've been moving through? I have one of the little tiny ones, the little Ethernet to single DMX.
Yeah, the little blue boxes. That's what everybody knows us for. But honestly, the Octo has been really popular for a lot of Pixel installs, which I have right here behind us. It's a small 8 universe controller here, and that has been extremely popular, especially after the redesign with the new housing, the new chips, and all of that. So that, and I'd say also our S-Play show recorder, 32 DMX universes of playback for ArtNet or streaming ACN, and a host of other features as well.
So where do you see the future of all of this going? I know you guys are cutting edge. You probably can't. Don't feel like you have to, spill the beans. But can you give us a little insight as to what the future is of DMX and where we're going with Ethernet and all of that?
Well, we're seeing a lot more people going direct to Ethernet over traditional DMX cabling, and I think a lot of lights are going to go that way because we have ways to put even traditional DMX signals through Ethernet without needing any sort of conversion just from the DMX splitter from the source. So I see a lot more network-based solutions, and I see a lot of more media being applied to lighting as opposed to just traditional assigning addresses, assigning colors, and a lot more of a streamlined sort of lighting systems in that direction.
Are you seeing a lot of remote where people are actually changing these stage lights from afar, or like maybe in another city and hitting a venue?
There's a huge demand right at the beginning of the pandemic, and that's continued to progress even afterwards because people see the advantages of that. And so a lot of our DMX gateway solutions were integral in people being able to do these remote network-based lighting systems. And so, yeah, we've definitely seen a lot of progress towards that.
That's cool. I'm trying to do it myself, so that's the reason why I bought mine. I'm still figuring it out. There's a lot of, you kind of almost got to be a network technician if you're going to do it the VPN route. So, yeah. So what are people doing?
So, I mean, like I said, people are setting up remote studios thousands of miles away, and they're using these sorts of devices to be able to turn those into the ArtNet-based things that they control remotely through just remote access into these networks. And so it makes it to where you can have a director of photography thousands of miles away, controlling everything, at the comfort of their board wherever they are able to be set up. So I think there's going to be a lot more flexibility for creators in the future.
Right on. Well, thank you for your time, Lucas. We're going to keep moseying along, but man, exciting products, and thank you for sharing your views of the future. All right, cheers. All right.
Guy, I think we may have I didn't know if that first Chad Lafarge question. Well, with how to get started with DMX and a laptop. Is it for him or is it
actually, we got one more question. Let me scroll down here. There's, how do I get started with DMX and a laptop?
Well, there's a lot of ways based on what you're trying to do and the scale that you're trying to do it at. The simplest way is something with one of our little blue Ethernet to DMX boxes and just being able to go directly from your computer with something like Lightkey or Luminaire even, and then be able to do there. There's a lot of really easy and friendly interfaces, and our devices are pretty ubiquitous. You can use them in almost anything. But if you're looking to learn more, we partner with places like LearnStageLighting.com, and they have a lot of really great tutorials, and we also offer tons of tutorials on our website as well. So those are two great places if you really are wanting to learn more to get that kind of information.
Perfect. Thanks again so much, Lucas. Hopefully that answered your question. And let's mosey on down. It looks like we'll be going this way. We're probably going to be surprising some folks because, again, the show is not officially open. What time is it right now? We're a little bit early. We'll see if there's somebody here that, let's see, Heaton. These guys look super busy, but there's some of the
Guy, I
cameras
have a question for you that came in through the panel chat. The question
is,
there's a lot of work and walking at conferences like this. How are you keeping your energy up? You're going to do some mileage today, I can tell.
Yeah, I had a protein cookie this morning. Usually I work out in the morning, but I got in so late last night, didn't get to hit the workout scene. But I'll have a little energy drink and and another protein bar, and I think that'll keep me going for the next bit until lunchtime. And we'll see if we're going to keep this going. I think we'll go until about noon Pacific Standard Time. So that gives us about 3 hours total. And 3 hours after I just did 3 days of Infocom at 9 to 5. So this will be a cakewalk if we're only on for 3. So we'll keep it moving. Is there something else in the queue here, Bill?
I don't see anything else. Well, we have a question from Carl Maxar, whether Sound Devices is there, and if so, are there any new things? But I don't want to get us too far off the map that everybody had planned for. Plus, we've got all of outside to cover. And remember, our actual, technically, plan for the show being open the show hasn't even opened yet. This is still in the pre-show type. So that's pretty exciting. The guys who have been here before, I know Bernie hasn't been the last couple of years, but Eric and Mark, I know you guys were both here last year.
Water on the side of my backpack, please.
Is this a significant increase in the show footprint from when you guys were there a year ago? Mark, let's start with you.
Absolutely. It is it's at least twice as big, if not bigger, I think. The booths are much more like an NAB style. They're much more closer together, a lot more people. The outside things are maybe a couple more booths out there, maybe a bit more than last year. But inside, absolutely much bigger, much more energy, much more mojo on the floor this year than last.
That's great to hear. So these kinds of shows for at least the hands-on part of the business may be coming back. Eric, did you see anything that impressed you particularly about it?
I think I'm very happy to see the show, first of all, continue, and to see more people show up. I mean, I definitely miss it at the Paramount lot. A comment I made to Mark when we were getting in the car, or to the group of us, the guys that go up, was that the plus side to having it at the convention center is that you don't have to put on sunscreen and worry about getting sunburn and walk around in the heat all day. But, I gladly sort of trade that for being on the Paramount lot and having that vibe. But yes, it is a definite improvement over last year. I agree with Mark, and there's definitely a lot more booths there, and a lot more people. So, and the energy was definitely up. So yeah, I was happy to see that sort of come back this year, and my hope is that next year they get it back on the Paramount lot. I don't know. I would be curious to know if that's in their long range plan to get back there.
I think everybody would love to see that happen again. For those of you who don't know what Cine Gear used to look like, this is one of their website shots of entering Cine Gear through the big Paramount thing. And then I think that's a good shot of the actual kind of how it was, literally outdoors, lots of tents from the manufacturers, but on those big sets that we've probably seen in movies that recreated New York streets or Chicago streets, even though it was shot in Los Angeles. So it was just a different kind of vibe. We are where we are now. The pandemic did make a lot of things more difficult. And I agree with you. I think everybody's hoping that the show goes back to being that unique and interesting thing that it wasn't. Anybody else from the panel have any thoughts? Courtney, you've been going to to Cine Gear for decades. What's your feeling about what you're seeing today?
It looks quite interesting. It's like they said, it's probably a lot easier to navigate, because you couldn't, when it was on the Paramount backlot or on the Universal backlot, which it used to be before that, you can't just look and see everything at once, because those backlot streets are all designed to curve so that you can't see very far on them. So you can't just look down a line and say, oh, look, there's the company I want to see. You have to kind of explore your way around. And so that kind of adds to the interesting aspect of discovery when you're at Cine Gear, because you'll walk in search of the one place that you came there to see. You'll discover a lot more stuff as you walk around the back streets. And the way the aisles are aligned here, maybe that's not quite as easy to do, or you can see the place you're going to go a lot easier, because you're not having to walk through twisty, windy streets or go inside sound stages where a lot of the lighting. The other thing is the lighting exhibits, if they have to show how a light is doing, unless they're big exterior lights, you want to have them indoors inside a sound stage where you can see the effect of the light on objects and things. So It's a lot easier to do that in an indoor situation, although the lighting in the convention center isn't great. So they may still have a part of that challenge. But at least it has such a large roof on the convention center. They can bring a lot of those cranes and stuff that were limited to outdoor exhibits before inside, and you can see them, those 60-foot cranes and so on. Can actually
it sounds like they had set up a little like a grocery store where if you want to get to what you want, you have to go through the whole thing and see. That's a great old grocery store sales thing. The milk is always in the back so that if you just want to pick up a half gallon of milk, you got to walk through 40 more products. Carl, is there anything like this in your side of the planet, or have you ever been, or do you seek to go to something like Cine Gear?
Generally, these kind of things, Fox Studios in Sydney, so this is where Star Wars and Matrix were filmed, they do have these kind of industry things. At the moment, because of COVID, they haven't had them in quite a while, but they usually do because they want to show off not only their wares, but all the technology companies do want to show off what they're doing in Australia. So for the Southeast Asian market, it's either here, maybe Singapore, they'll have these kind of trade shows as well. Maybe not as big as Cine Gear, maybe not as diverse, but they definitely do have them because they do want to show off their wares to the filmmakers in the region, especially because we do have these studios now in Southeast Asia and Australia for making stuff, because like even ILM has set up here for shooting their new Star Wars television series here in Australia as well, and Fox Studios in Sydney. They've actually set up in a building, so we've got a volume in Sydney. But the other things that we kind of see here in Australia, especially companies like Film Tools that you'd see out there in Burbank and stuff like that, we have those similar companies here in Australia as well, so like Sammy's, and they'll handle like Panavision. We have Panavision Australia as well. And so Panavision don't only handle, of course, Panavision, they'll handle rentals of our equipment and Sony equipment as well. So we do have those, and they have their own kind of trade shows as well with Panavision and the other equipment suppliers in Australia that handle generally most of this market on this side of the Pacific. So pretty much the Southeast Asian Pacific. So a lot of the rental houses will have their maintenance coming out of Australia as well. So when camera equipment has to be repaired, it'll come to Australia. So we do see these kind of shows here, but just not on the scale that we see at Cine Gear.
So we're about 15 minutes from the official show opening and people being let into Cine Gear for today. I'm going to go back out to Bernie on the other side of the world out in Turkey. I mean, you were Los Angeles based for most of your career, but you have been traveling a good little bit. What is the feeling about production that you get from just other places that you have been, or that you have contacts where you've talked to people? How does the industry look from your perspective? Oops, you're muted, I think, again.
There I go. Okay. Yeah. Well, filmmaking is so international now. It is, light years from where it was even back in the days of Pinewood Studios and stuff like that, where you had some other bigger players. I'll tell you, you go to Istanbul, and there are probably 3 very large centers that have lights, stages, a lot of equipment. And so many countries come to Istanbul to shoot. Italy does, Great Britain, Germany, all of the big players come here because it's cheaper here. And the crews in Istanbul are second to none. I'll just say that, the art and craft of filmmaking, nobody has the singular way to do that. It's very creative, and I find that it's so diverse now. It's even in a country like Azerbaijan. Well, I can never say it right. Azerbaijan. Excuse me.
We get what you're saying.
I apologize. Okay. They have an incredible amount of equipment. They have some amazing houses over there where you can rent a lot of gear. I was doing one time a live feed on Facebook of at Matthews Studio Equipment while Greg Flores from Grip Rigs was mounting a car and putting cameras on it. A guy from Kurdistan sent me a picture at the same time, and he was over there doing the same thing, believe it or not. So, you have this amazing thing, and I think that's one thing that I know I lost my perspective on living in Los Angeles, is it's such a huge industry that you forget the rest of the world is also participating.
Well said. I think, that's one of the reasons that Office Hours since the beginning has had such a global perspective, as we see these things that we tend to think, I know I have been guilty in the past of thinking what I'm doing is U.S. centric, and it's not. This is, Hollywood technology, Hollywood movies, Hollywood entertainment. It may have started and grown up here in those days of the big studios like Cine Gear used to be on at Paramount, but it is a global business now, and there's so many people in the Pacific Rim who they have huge stages, they do tons of content, and in so many other places in the world, we've really exported this in a kind of a wonderful way. Douglas Carmichael has a question that, that went away. So I was just going to toss over. Oh, it looks like we're going back to the show floor. So if we have, no, maybe we're not. I'm waiting for a cue in my ear here. Courtney has a question in the interim.
Well, more of a statement.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Courtney. Make your statement, and then we'll go back out to the field.
Okay, yeah, I was just saying that Cine Gear, another aspect of Cine Gear that was really great is it gives a lot of professionals in the industry a chance to get together where they may not see each other because they're all locked up on stages, they're all working on different productions. And they may not see their other friends and other people in the business unless they go to a union meeting or something. There's not an opportunity to discuss equipment and meet with other people that do the same thing you do. And it's really like, I remember running into a lot of great cinematographers that are wandering around the back. Run into Vilmos Zsigmond or, Owen Roisman or any one of the top cinematographers. They're usually there wandering around because a lot of times they're speaking at some of the sessions and doing some of the sessions. So it's interesting that you get to rub elbows with a lot of people in the industry, and a lot of people in the industry get to meet a lot of their peers there. That's an interesting aspect of Cine Gear that
couldn't agree more. I went to NAB. That was my show of choice for decades. And it took me about the first 10 years to understand I wasn't there to see stuff, After the era when you had to get the brochures and bring them home because there wasn't an internet, after that era had passed, I realized that it's the people that you meet that are every bit as important and often more important than the things that you see. You can get the information about the things everywhere. The people are very much different. So I think we're heading back out to the show floor. Let's go see what Guy has for us this time. Guy, are you there?
The exterior now, we're outside. You can see how big this place is, and you can see some of the cool tools. We got a nice Porsche here. I think that's a Cayenne with a huge rig on it. So you get a flavor.
Interesting
for the show.
car accessory.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, drive that down I-5, which I was cruising right by here. I love what Courtney was saying, though, about being able to see other people that you know. We've been locked up for a couple of years, and so I just came from Infocom, getting to see lots of friends that I haven't seen in a long time, lots of hugs, and it's good to be back and be able to get that boots on the ground, talk shop, and really just see what's new, because a lot of the manufacturers, they didn't release anything. They didn't have a show to go to unveil, so we're here. Hopefully we'll see some stuff that just hasn't been exposed yet. Hopefully we'll see some stuff that's new. And you're right, though, being able to talk shop, see big directors or even small directors or just people that you've seen on set or seen in credits and get a chance to walk up and meet and talk to somebody. So maybe we'll run into somebody that somebody else on the panel knows, and we'll be able to do a little back and forth banter. But I wanted you guys to really just get a flavor for what it's like out here. I mean, it's sunny, it's warm outside, but we're going to go back inside. So like you guys were saying, we can see the lighting. There are some big lights out here. We'll also see Matthews is out here with some stands. We'll head over to that booth at about 10 o'clock. We'll also be seeing a cart that's pretty awesome, invented by a guy that is boots on the ground. It's a different story when you have products that are purpose-built by people that need it. It's built out of necessity. So that's why I love the innovation. I know Courtney's done a lot of that stuff. He's got some little widgets that he's made with 3As that just, again, these widgets that you need and nobody else has it. So out of necessity comes the innovation. So hopefully we'll see some of that innovation here.
That's been my experience through the course of this. People ask me, I can just build this myself. Why should I buy one from a manufacturer or something like that? And I always tell them, because that manufacturer, if they've been dedicated to their business, have been refining and refining and refining over the course of decades. So the products that are commercial, yes, they cost you more money, but the DIY stuff tends to not be as refined. And particularly the manufacturers, to get a lot of information from other people in the same business, and they all pooled their knowledge. And so we've seen things just improve. I mean, look at the simple C stand. You know, in the beginnings of the days, that was just a fixed thing and then lazy legs came in, and then grip heads and arms, and it just kept developing and developing into a truly useful set.
Another thing, Bill, I was talking to a gentleman who was involved with the acquisition of sound devices, and you look at the parent company now of sound devices, and that's one of the things that they talked about was that intellectual property. You don't know what these guys have been doing in R&D behind the scenes, and there's a lot of numbers and whatnot of how much Zaxcom, for example, has of the market versus sound devices, but it's all that stuff. You know, these guys came out of Shure, the original engineers, John Tatulis and Mark, I believe was the other guy's name, but they know their stuff, and Shure didn't want to innovate, you know, the FP33 into what, you know, sound devices, 833s, 888s are today, and the Scorpio. I mean, these are top of the line tools, and we might see some in carts, because I know Orca's right inside with the bags and whatnot, and so we'll see some again, some stuff that is just top notch. I mean, the best tools in the biz are here, and the people that make the movies that you see on the big screen are here today in this facility. So it's an exciting day to be able to get to cruise around and see all these tools.
So we're about 5 minutes away from the technical show open, when they will release it to everybody. We haven't talked to Mark Giuliani yet, who's here in the panel today. Mark, do you have any thoughts on what you've seen through the course of the pre-show before we get into the main thing?
Yeah, I think it's just going to be really interesting to see the difference between this being the difference in the venue, being outside, going to inside, and Courtney talked about it a little bit before it was around curves, and you kind of got a teaser, and then you got to see what you were going to look at. And I'm wondering if in the layout, once you get inside, is there a mezzanine that lets you kind of overlook the show floor and allows you to see where people are that you might be interested in going to their booths? So it's just interesting to see the difference in the layouts.
I don't know the LA Convention Center well enough to know what West Hall looks like. Is there anybody on the panel who has a lot of experience in that venue?
I don't believe there's anywhere you can get up high. I mean, Mark, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you know, it's pretty much you enter the show floor and you've got the tall ceiling and that's it.
Okay, that would make sense. That's kind of the standard. I know this isn't the whole convention center for LA. It's in one of the halls. And so unlike, for example, in NAB, where there was 2 stories in the South Hall, and then you had the whole Central Hall, and then there were multi-stories in the North Hall. I think this looks like, you know, I'm really happy to hear. It sounds like from what Mark and Eric told us that they feel like things are coming back a little bit, that the show is growing again after that hit that everything took during the course of the worst days of the pandemic. So we might, you know, maybe we'll end up on the Paramount lot some year again doing something like that. That would be really cool. I think I don't know if Guy is repositioning or getting ready, but we've only got about 4 minutes before we get back out there. I will say that we have a whole map that we had planned out before. So if you have something interesting and you're in the Mukana back end of our system, please make sure that you do give us the idea of what you want us to go to. We'll be in the field as much of anything else. And we have all sorts of different things. Cine Gear has grip gear, which is the traditional how you fly and hang and rig things, but it also has a pretty big audio footprint. It has a big camera footprint. So all of those things and more will be part of our coverage here if you decide that that's what you want to ask questions about. Did you have something you want to say?
I would counter there, Bill, that there isn't a large audio footprint at Cine Gear traditionally.
Oh, okay, good.
I did not see a lot of audio there. Deity Mics was there. There was another device there, but not a large audio presence per se at Cine Gear, at least historically. And I didn't see any. Eric, you may have seen some things I didn't see, but I didn't see a lot of sound.
I've seen him there in the past. I mean, yeah, I would agree. There hasn't been a large presence in the past in this past year, but I mean, there is some, small booths, a few booths that kind of cater to audio, but by and large, it's lighting, grip, camera, that kind of stuff.
Fair enough. And let's talk for a second. One of the things that I've always loved about going to the shows, which is the consumable stuff. As I was looking through the show map, it looked like there are some of those traditional vendors of the little things that, even if you're not a huge player and you don't need a Porsche Cayenne with the boom coming out of the top of it, there's some fun things that are problem solvers to see. Did you see anything like that on the show floor, either of you, that made you excited?
Nothing Well, okay, I will. I'll strike that slightly. They have this little thing called a company called Sprig, and I ran across them on a small little booth. And I'm a big cable management fan when you're dealing with your cameras, right? So these go into the probably the quarter 20 holes, and they allow you to run your cable on cages and on brackets where you have mounts to keep your cables neat. That was a cool little thing. It's just a husband and wife team. They make these things. And they're just trying to get them out there. They're called Sprig. So that was kind of a cool little gimber I liked.
Those are the things I love. I was talking to Mickey, who's in the back end handling sound for us out of Manila in the Philippines, and he said bongo ties. It's those little things that you don't know what. I was using like women's hair ties. You learn about something like bongo ties, and you go, okay, I can up my game a little bit with those. Eric, did you see anything on the show floor that was interesting like that?
Yeah, there was. I got the company name right here because I wanted to remember it, but it's like I can't even know how to pronounce this. But OYEN Digital, and they had, I shoot and I edit, and hard drives. I always have to take hard drives out on set with me to dump footage, and I need. Not that they weigh a ton, but when you put them in a bag with a lot of other stuff, it can add weight and faster offloading cards. And this company made a 2 terabyte and a 4 terabyte SSD drive that was like that big. I mean, it was just tiny. And it was, I think the 2 terabyte was $200 and the 4 terabyte was $400 or $500. I don't remember now. But I mean, they were just so lightweight and so small. USB-C. I don't think they were Thunderbolt, but yeah, I mean, for me, it's like that's those little things are huge because I don't want to add any weight to what I'm taking out in my gear as it is, and having those small, fast hard drives to dump that footage at the end of my shoot day and get it off and save it. Yeah, that was probably one of my favorite things, and I'm definitely going to be going back to them and looking at their stuff when it comes time to buy new hard drives.
I hear you saying that, and I'm sighing only because I got delivered 3 of those 2 terabyte, not that brand, but something else coming from a different company. And when he told me they were about $300 a piece, I thought, well, there's another $1,000 worth of media that I have to go looking for if I want to play at the top, or closer to the top. Looks like we're going back out to the field again. So let's check in with the guys out in the coverage.
Greetings, Bill. We are now at the 10 o'clock hour. The show has opened. We're live at Cine Gear in Los Angeles, California. We're outdoors. We had a little bit of early access to go inside, but now we're outside with our first guest. This is Jason Knoll from Make Your Cart Go. You want to tell us a little bit about your product?
Yeah, I make electric assist wheels for camera and lighting carts. They directly replace existing casters on many carts used in the film industry to make it so you never have to push your carts again.
What? So, oh man, I gotta see this. So, what prompted you to make this? You were an operator yourself?
I'm a first AC. I'm a camera assistant, and one day I rode an electric bike to work. And as soon as I got to work, I put my hands on my cart and I said, "Why don't I have this technology on my cart?" I researched the product, trying to buy it. There was nothing on the market, so I decided to make it myself.
Man, good old American ingenuity, just built out of necessity. So, has it made your life easier? Is it everything you thought it'd be?
Everything I thought it would be and more. It makes my life so much better. Every time I step up to my cart, I have a big smile on my face.
What's been the consensus and the feedback from folks here and people that have already bought them?
Smiles for miles. Everybody loves this. It's fantastic. It makes everybody's life easier.
Yeah, look at what we're pushing around, and Alex, who's watching right now, he's saying, you guys need a cart, because, I mean, there's a lot going on here when we're bumping over these door thresholds, and it's, they're not built like this with the rubber. I mean, can you tell us the difference between like casters and rubber wheels?
I don't know much of the difference between casters and rubber wheels. I make attach a brushless hub motor onto a fork that directly replaces 10-inch casters on most lighting carts and camera carts. I'm not a caster or wheel manufacturer. I'm a first AC, so I don't know much about like the wheel industry beyond that.
Sure, yeah, just getting a feel for what's been out there that we've seen here. It's interesting to get a smooth versus kind of a hard, especially when we're rolling a camera. You can really see every single wobble. And then these get you over terrain. I mean, the larger circumference of the wheel, of course, allows you to easily go over something like that threshold. I'd love to see a demo. Can you show something to us?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or you want to take that?
Sure. So this is the brand new Jaeger Pro camera cart, and we have one 10-inch caster on there, so it's a single wheel kit running off of a VCLX. It's a 24-volt block battery, a battery that's found on most sets, and It's a simple 1-minute replacement of existing carts, and it's 3 cables. It's a throttle, power, and a motor cable. That's it. Super simple.
All right. Is it simple enough that I could just walk over there and try it?
Absolutely.
All right. You got a forward and reverse switch. So that's forward. Oh man, you guys need one. What?
Well, we're having trouble hearing you, Guy, if you're not close to the mic. So it looks like he's having big fun with this.
I'm just having too much fun with this. So around price point, what are we looking at?
For a single wheel kit, it starts at $22.50, and then if you want a dual wheel kit or a high power battery for a cart like this, the price goes up from there.
Wow, that is totally reasonable. I thought you were going to say something like totally crazy, but I mean, this would make my life so much easier, especially if we wind up doing more gigs like this. I mean, hook us up. This is going to be what we need. Wow. Well, thank you, Jason.
Hey, Guy, do I
Is there
understand
anything
that
you wanted to add?
I don't think so. I think that's it. Thanks so much for interviewing me. I appreciate it.
No problem. We might
Hey,
have
Guy,
some
what's the
questions from
process of
field.
driving? Is it still hand driven? So there's nothing on there that lets you drive the cart into different areas?
So there's a throttle that lets it go forward, and then the
Toggle switch. Just a toggle switch that switches it to reverse.
and that's reverse. Okay, and then reverse, and then you're the one that's actually moving it the side to side. So the toggle moves it forward, and then the other way is reverse. Dude, this is so cool. You guys, this is what I mean about coming here. You get a feel for this. You're like, oh my gosh, after pushing stuff around. I literally just came from Las Vegas pushing around carts and had my 6K with 50 pounds worth of gear. If I had this, my life would just be so easy. So I love that you just took something that you're like, my electric bike can be turned into a cart, and you did it, dude. This is so freaking cool. I love it. I love it. I really, really want one. This is cool. Well, I see we have some other questions. Bill, could you, I'm having trouble with my iPad because it's so bright out here, but if you can whisper in my ear, I'll ask him to Jason.
Well, Chris Widener asked if there's anything on remote cranes that strikes you as different from normal, but I don't think that's for what you're doing. Oh, here we go. Here's Go-Kart. Do you have any best practices for packing your cart with your gear in terms of weight distribution and things like that?
Do you have any best practices for distributing the weight on your cart?
I try to keep weight over the electric wheel so it gets the most ground contact. But yeah, you want to evenly distribute the weight on any cart that you're using so it doesn't topple over when you're working in uneven terrain or on location.
Nice. And is this model like, when you used to have to buy them just before you start making them off the shelf, what were some of the brands? Like if we were to reference like regular ones, what brands were popular?
Yeah, so this is the brand new Jaeger Pro cart, and that's a really popular brand new cart this year. A lot of camera assistants are using this cart here, but my wheels can directly replace casters on Backstage and Jaeger carts, and then some big lighting carts here as well.
All right, cool. Bill,
Guy, there's another question in.
Another one popping in?
Yeah, there is. The other question was, it just disappeared. Do you have any? Nope. Looks like this is it. It just went away.
Okay.
How many different models do you have?
Hold on. How many
Andre
different models
Dahle
do you
in
have?
Germany.
It's just the what?
I have 4 models. It's 2 battery lines, 24-volt system or 48-volt system for a cart like this. And then it comes in a single wheel or a dual wheel kit and both battery options.
Very cool. Okay, so then what does it go up to pricing-wise when you start to get to the larger models?
The higher end cart like this for a dual wheel with a battery is $35.50.
Man, still like way... Man.
This cart's over 1,000 pounds and you can move it with ease. This cart's over 1,000 pounds and you can move it with ease. Do you want to give this one a shot?
I think I can. You want to hold this one?
Yeah. So this is a big, heavy HMI head cart. It's over 1,000 pounds and we have a single wheel on the cart and a 48-volt battery that's powering that single wheel.
It's pretty obvious just from the body language that Guy is exhibiting that makes a huge difference. When Guy comes back on
that's him
headsets,
trying to push it without the electric assist. It's very challenging.
That is cool. Congratulations once again on an awesome product. I hope you do well with these. All right, we're going to move along.
Hey, Guy, one more
Bill?
question. How many models do they sell? How many different?
He said 4 models. Yeah, there's a dual.
4 models?
Yeah, so 4, correct?
That's correct. There's a single wheel or dual wheel kit and 2 battery power systems, 24-volt or 48-volt.
Yep, there you go. 20.
And how many? What's the weight capacity?
Total weight capacity?
It depends on the weight of your cart. For the studio line, 24-volt system up to 300 pounds. After that, you want to go to the location line using the high-voltage battery, and it exceeds over 1,000 pounds. We don't yet know the total weight capacity of that line yet.
Oh, wow. There you go. There you have it. So it looks like
Still
we're going
very
to
cool.
Yeah, we're going to mosey along over to the next outdoor spot. Unless you guys have any more questions on this one, then we'll cruise along to go see some more cool stuff.
Okay, let's come back to the panel for a second and see how many of you on the panel would have liked to have had something like this when you had to schlep carts over everything. I mean, this is one of those things that we all had to do just day in and day out when you're doing load in and load out. Carl, you look interested.
Yeah, so this is something I have to do quite a lot. So generally when I'll actually bring in a complete mobile studio. So like everything. So all the lights, all the stands. The stands is what weighs it. You know, once you add like probably 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 C-stands or C-stand equivalents, there's a lot of weight to be pushing around. And generally I won't be able to get a vehicle very close to where I need to go. So having just a one motor wheel would be very advantageous to actually get into some areas where I need to actually set up, even if it's in like a convention center. Convention centers, there may be a very long walk for where I can unload a vehicle to where I've actually got to set up, and it actually could be literally half a mile between where I can park and where I have to set up. So rather than pushing over very dense carpet, trolleys that are going to be very heavy with all the carts because I want to do it all in one go, having a one wheel on a 24-volt system would be quite nice. That'd be quite good.
And as Mark mentioned earlier, talking about how there's much more emphasis on personal safety and things like that. You can wear your body out really easy with this over the course of not too many years of trying to move. I'm thinking, sandbag. What I wouldn't give to have something like that when I've had to move 15 or 20 sandbags onto a set for a complex lighting rig. This would have made all the difference in the world for me. I don't think we have anything coming up next. Has anybody else got any thoughts on that on the panel? Preto, Mark Giuliani, anybody? Oh, Bernie was tossing his hand there. Since we got a chance to go out to the other side of the world, let's do. Oops, and Bernie.
Yeah, logistics are everything. Logistics of getting the equipment from one place to another is just about everything that I dealt with, because it was always, what floor are we on? How much stuff do I need to take there? How many guys do I need to get it up there, strike it, all of that. So I think anything that can assist in logistics are a major asset to any production. And, I think the next step, and I did not see this demonstration, so I'm a bit of a disadvantage there, but robotics is where I think everything is going to go. I always imagined if you had a stand, you put a light on it. If a stand could drive itself out of a truck and onto set and go to a geolocation that you put it there. I mean, you could actually start, cutting down on personnel. You could be much more mobile. You could do all kinds of different things. I think it's the next wave in what's coming. Right now, I think it's probably still too expensive, but I think the next stage is that.
And that makes perfect sense. I hadn't even thought of that, but you're right. If you could program a location for a set of stands rather than having a whole crew there to just schlep stuff to the next 3 setups, if the stuff could go there by itself, that's yes. Cutting a lot of needless labor out of the process and letting the pros and the people who really are important go out and set things up and get the equipment. The equipment's there when the brain power gets there to do something with
right.
it. That seems really sensible. It looks like we have more questions coming in from the field. James Babbitt in San Diego says his office hours at Cine Gear Expo 22 being recorded and well, with the recording being posted. I think this will be like one of our regular shows, which always the next day or so ends up in the regular officehours.global playlists. So after we get this finished, we may separate out the main show or not. And if we don't, just go to today's show, and you can usually go to the go through the first couple of hours or watch them and enjoy the questions that we handle. But then you'll get to the coverage, and it may turn out to be one of those special office hours at Cine Gear that you can go to directly. So it should be online pretty soon. The next one comes from Douglas Carmichael again. Is the show mostly focused on higher end products, or does it extend to the low end and middle end as well? So I'm going to talk to the guys who were out there yesterday on the field. Eric, do you want to start off with that?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, I think Cine Gear is a great show for whatever level of production that you're at. I think like NAB, there's, they're both shows that cater to, there's a lot of high end stuff there that if you're, a small kind of one man, production company or, two or three person production company, you might think that some of this stuff is beyond you. You don't need an Arri Alexa to do the kind of work that you do. But there is so many small things there that you can pick up that will help you in your day-to-day production life. We talked about the smoke thing earlier. The little Hazer handheld smoke thing. I mean, there was one there that was $700. That was the higher end one, but there was the one that was $149. And I got to be honest, I looked at them both, and the $149 one was probably the one that I'm thinking about picking up. So, yeah, I mean, it definitely is. It's a great show for whatever level of production you are involved in. I guarantee you will find something there that will help you in whatever it is you do. Or, if some of the things are a little bit beyond maybe what you can afford, there's other options. And a lot of times the people in the booths can kind of point you in a good direction of where to look. Don't be afraid to say this is amazing, but it's totally beyond what I can afford. Sometimes people are like, oh, you know what? You should go check out this booth over there because they have something that's kind of similar, might be a better fit for you. And you can go check it out. And a lot of times they're true. They're right. So, yeah, I encourage you, whatever level of production you think you're at, be it them, doing small productions, or even medium-sized corporate type production, which is a lot of what Mark and I do here in San Diego. There's something there for you. I guarantee you'll walk away with at least 3, 4, 5, 6 things that you kind of add to your, got to buy that this year. You need tax write-offs, buy some gear. And this is a great place to find that gear.
Courtney wanted to weigh in on this as well.
Yeah. And, even if the manufacturers of these little tools and gadgets can't pony up the money to have a booth there are rental companies that appear there that have booths and large booths, and they have a lot of the new little gadgets and things, B&H or Matthews or any of the big rental companies in town, Film Tools. So you can stop by their booth and they will have a lot of those little gadgets and tools that are so hard to discover and see in person that you can pick up and even buy at the booth. So there is a lot of discovery that goes on because a lot of the people that exhibit there are not just manufacturers, but also rental companies.
And I think we're going back at the show floor because I think Guy has found his way to the DJI booth. Guy, are you there?
We have found the DJI booth. We are outdoors. We are here in sunny Los Angeles. The president just flew by in his helicopter. Can you believe that? It was right behind us. I'm here with Brett from DJI. Can you tell us about Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Yeah.
What's the new products? What can you show off today?
Yeah, so we have quite a few new products that we've released in the last year that we have on demonstration here. One of the most popular ones is this right here, which is the DJI mic. DJI mic is dual transmitter, single receiver, all-in-one setup designed for content creators of today. So you get a lot of powerful features in a small and tiny package. Some of the highlight features would be that it's got all-in-one battery case. So when you put these in, the unit charges, and then when you take them out, they will automatically pair to this receiver unit here. You have 2 different transmitters that come in the set, and it's ready to start recording right away. It's built to adapt to your needs as well. So not only can you use this with traditional cameras, mirrorless, DSLR, but you can also use the included lightning connector or USB-C connector to plug straight into either something like your iPhone, an iPad, your computer, any sort of Android phone, and you can use this as your microphone system for recording your videos or for things like Zoom calls and like this. Yeah, so awesome, super powerful product, highly popular, fantastic price. Definitely worth checking out.
And is there any accessories, or how does that clip onto your shirt?
Yeah, so there's a few ways that it clips on. Primarily, you have this little attachment right here. This attachment is also cold shoe compatible, but you would essentially just mount it anywhere onto like your shirt or something like that. You can also plug in a lavalier microphone into the top portion. So to clarify, it has a built-in microphone, and that's how you get your audio. But you can plug in external microphones, and then you can hide this, and that way you can kind of have a more clean-looking shot when you're filming.
And what is the range on these models?
It's up to 330 feet.
Wow, that's pretty cool. And then do you know if it's left and right? So have you seen on some of the other models like the Rode Go, when you hook up two, it puts the left to the right, or you can do mono-mono, so it'll go straight down the middle? Do you know if there's like software that you could change it and modify it?
Yeah, so as of right now, it's stereo support in, and then we also have dual mono support, so separated channels and stuff like that, yeah.
Yeah, cool, because sometimes if somebody coughs in the middle of an interview and you want to take it down.
Cut the levels out, cut to the other microphone. Yeah, exactly. You can cut over to the other microphone and get good, clean audio. Yeah.
Cool, well, let's walk down. Oh, man. Drones. I've never seen this before.
The product category that made DJI what it is today. This is our latest product, the Mini 3 Pro. Some of you may have seen this thing already. So this is a drone that's under the 250 gram weight class. This means that you do not have to register this in the United States with the FAA and many other international countries. There's some really cool features about this versus some of our previous generation products like the Mini 2. So we do have obstacle avoidance sensors built into this. So you have like automatic flight features, safety built into this so it doesn't crash in case you are about to run into a wall. One thing that's really great about this particular drone is it's our first drone that supports native portrait mode shooting. So you would actually rotate the camera so you can upload straight to Instagram, social media, and stuff like that, and get the full resolution of the frame that you're using. And then we also have this kind of interesting looking cutout on the design, and this allows the gimbal to point pretty much straight upwards. So if you plan to do any sort of real estate shooting, architecture work, and stuff like that, this allows you to get those really awesome down low angles and stuff like that on most other drones, it wouldn't be able to go quite up as high. Yeah.
That is sweet. So what's been one of the most popular questions that you've heard in the show about this model? Are people talking about it for a specific use, or is there something like the HDMI? Does that one have the HDMI output?
No. So we're selling this and this is the first version we're shipping that includes this new RC remote, and it's got a built-in touchscreen. It does not have HDMI out. We do offer a controller that has HDMI out for live streaming and capture purposes.
Does that work with this? You just buy the additional you probably have one. You just add it on as an accessory and then you have HDMI out?
At some point in the future, yes. The RC Pro, which is the version of the remote that has HDMI, will work with the Mini 3.
Yeah, because that's insane if we could get this with a live feed, because like we're live right now. That'd be awesome if we could just send up a drone. We'd be like, hey, we're live. Wow, very cool. All right, let's move down the line. What else is the next one?
So, okay, we're going to stationary. All right, so this is the Air 2S. This is one of our most popular value-friendly drones. So you get a 1-inch camera sensor, 4 different directions of obstacle avoidance, all at a price that we think a lot of people are going to find very good for a product of this category. Check your local camera dealers and camera stores for the latest pricing on this unit, but it's a fantastic value product. And then we have, this is the Mavic 3, and this is the RC Pro that we were just talking about. So this is kind of a beefier version of that controller we just seen. There's a few really awesome things about this. One, it enables O3 Pro, so you get increased transmission range and strength. It has a 1000 nit built-in touchscreen interface, so you don't have to use your phone or anything. And then you also have HDMI out, like you said, for live streaming. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. I love the HDMI out. We got some questions? Okay, one of the first questions that we're seeing is from Chris Widener. He says, the DJI Ronin 4D 4-axis cinema camera seems to fill a lot of roles. How's it handle compared to gimbal with camera?
Oh, thank you. That's a fantastic question. Bear with me. I'm going to grab my Ronin 4D and we'll talk.
All right, he's going to grab your toy there for you, Chris. More stuff that you're going to have to put into the budget. Oh, man. Here it comes. Here it comes, Chris.
All right, everybody. This is Ronin 4D. This is a product that is truly in its own category. As you can see, one of the highlight features is that it has built-in vertical axis stabilization. That's what the 4D is for, essentially. This is a 4-axis gimbal. With this means that you can get this thing out, unpacked, and recording in 2 minutes or less. So for incredibly fast, like turnaround, you get super smooth footage with this. Now this differs in comparison to a gimbal because one, this is an all-in-one unit that houses the camera sensor and all of the controls, your batteries, your monitor right here on the side. But also because it has the built-in vertical axis stabilization, you don't really have to be too careful about how you walk. With the traditional gimbal, you have to be careful. We like to call it the ninja walk is what you'd have to do, but you would do the ninja walk in order to stabilize your footage. So with this enables you to kind of walk in a little bit more relaxed manner, or allows you to like sprint, run, capture really dynamic stuff with this. So this is a game changer, and it's going to enable a new level of speed and versatility in people's productions nowadays.
And there's two models, right? One does ProRes, or what was the difference, the key distinction between the two?
Yeah, so let's clarify that. ProRes RAW was initially planned for Ronin 4D in both the 6K and 8K versions of this camera. We are no longer going to be providing ProRes RAW support. We are going to be providing ProRes 4444 12-bit support by the end of the year. We do have another version of this camera. This is a 6K capable camera. Later on this year, we'll be releasing an 8K version of this system.
Sweet. Well, I'm so excited. And what are the price points on these?
So the base package starts at $6,800. If you want to get a production-ready rig where you have like a lens and a few extra batteries and storage options, you're looking at hitting 9,000-ish or up and down depending on what you choose.
And then do you have the case here, this kind of quick thing? The case, how does this, to be able to pull it out in 2 minutes, is there a special DJI case that's sold as an accessory?
So there is a case that comes included with every Ronin 4D purchase. It's form fitted for this thing, so you can kind of toss it around pretty liberally, and it'll be well protected. I don't have the case, unfortunately, that I can.
Okay, well, I'm sure we could look at it online. Let me see if there's another question here. It looks like another one from Chris Widener. Let's see, we already did the first one? Does the Mini 3 Pro have clean HDMI out?
As of right now, no. We don't support a clean HDMI out feed on the Mini 3 Pro.
All right, that's it. We're leaving.
I know.
We need clean HDMI. All right, what else we got? Next one is panel discussion. Looks like we're going to let some of our panel ask some questions. I might be able to hear them in my ear. Otherwise, if I don't hear any of these guys asking questions, I know this is going to be a hit because, you covered so much cool stuff. Since the pandemic, there was stuff that we didn't get to go to shows and see. Were you guys doing any shows over the last 2 years, or is this one of the first ones?
So this is not exactly our first one. We were at NAB earlier this year, and we're starting to make our presence again at these bigger events and shows. So that's one thing you can count on us from here at DJI is we will be at these events, and we're going to be kind of growing and doing it big time at some point. So, but it's good to see the industry as a whole is starting to come back together. So
certainly, man. Congratulations on some awesome products.
I have a question for
our viewers. Oh, Courtney's got a question. He's going to whisper it in my ear.
Courtney has a question, direct.
Right, here it's coming.
DJI has an event scheduled for next Wednesday. They're supposed to be announcing something new. Any hints on what that's going to be?
All right, so he says DJI is supposedly announcing something new next week. Is there something you can give us a clue on?
I can't say anything, but I can say I'm just as excited about June 15th as the rest of you guys are, so stay tuned.
There you go, Courtney is a little elusive there, but hopefully we'll see it there, and it'll be something super exciting because already what I'm seeing is exciting. So we'll go ahead and toss it back to you guys, and then we'll move on to our next location.
Thanks so much, Guy. That was really exciting. I know a lot of people are into this DJI products. Anybody in the panel have any questions specifically that are just, what do you think? What's your opinion of what these are doing? John Preto's going to start us off.
We had 2 drones at the rocket shoot, and all of the drones we had, the camera wouldn't go above horizontal plane. So having that camera, I don't know how far it goes up, would be huge for the rocket industry.
Yeah, that was some of the most interesting footage we had. We had a lot of tour of the site, and we were out on a dry lake bed, and that kind of shot it would have been sweet to have that there. Anybody else? Do we have any drone flyers here who fly these things normally? Anybody on the panel who? I guess not. Courtney, a little bit. So what was your thought?
Well, I have the DJI Mini, and I've been amazed by its function. It is such a stable camera platform. I can't believe it. You can put it up. And this new one, the Mini 3 Pro, or Mini Pro 3 or whatever order they're putting those words in. It looks like it handles wind a lot better because it's got a lot more oomph and new motors designed for a little better handling in wind. So I look forward to seeing what happens there.
I was so impressed. I was out at John's rocket shoot, and after the rocket came down, we had a little trouble finding it at first. So all of us jumped into the truck there, and I happened to have my iPhone mounted on a DJI Osmo 4, which was an earlier generation. But what astonished me is I jumped in the back of the truck. I was holding onto the roll bar. I was holding my Osmo with my phone on it. And we went through some really rough, we were in the middle of the desert, going through the desert. And I looked at the footage back, and the truck is going crazy, and the shot is unbelievably stable. So their little actuators and motors have gotten so solid, and they're doing such a good job of anticipating movement in cameras that I really think it's a different ballgame in terms of a lot of things that I would not have said without a giant production car, process car. There's no chance I would have gotten this shot. Well, you can get some of those now by simply buying some of these new gimbal tools and seeing what you can do with them.
And their teaser graphic for the upcoming announcement on next Wednesday shows the word Ronin on it, and it shows something that looks like a transmitter with two antennas on it. So maybe there's some new wireless system that they're going to be announcing, hopefully, and a new Ronin product for stabilizer. So we'll see, but it's been a secret.
That would be awesome. It's just the whole world has changed. I remember being on a 100-foot crane suspended over the Sonoran Desert doing video maybe 15 or 20 years ago about eagle releases for one of the local wildlife rescue. And that was the only way you could do it. You had to drive a gigantic crane out into some place on back roads, and somebody, in this case it was me, had to go up with a shoulder-mounted camera and execute the shots. And in the space of 15 years, that has all changed, and you can get amazingly high-resolution video off of these drones really easily. I don't know if they're ready for us to go back out to the field yet. It looks like they're getting close to it. So it looks like Craig has Bernie, yeah, toss in. We can't hear you yet, so it looks like you're gonna have to do a cycle again.
Okay.
There you are.
Yeah, I'm right in the middle. We're just started a travel show here. And, I used to have 3 big 3-ton trucks, 2 vans. I sent them out all over the place, all of that. Now we're doing this travel show, me and one other guy, editor from Istanbul. And we have 3 iPhone 13s. We have two of the Ronins. We have a Mavic helicopter, little buzzer. And we are getting the most fantastic stuff that I can't even believe we're able to produce. And it ties the whole show in. I'm telling you, and we honestly, I don't think we spent probably not more than $5,000 on all of it. We have both our personal iPhone 13s, and we bought one for the show. But I'm telling you, what you can do now with the simplest tools, the easiest things, and the stability of it, just like what you said on the back of the truck, it's amazing. It's amazing the content you can produce for that. I never thought I'd say that, too. I was always a big lights guy, so that's my story.
Yeah, and we're seeing that story copied more and more and more. It used to be that you were looked down on if you used the wrong camera or something like that. And I think we're moving into that era where what you're looked down on is if you can't tell a good story and put together a good presentation for your audio or for your audience. And that's about it. The tools you use, there are certainly horses for courses, and you're not going to show up to shoot a major motion picture with just your phone, although people are trying to do it and they're getting close to it. But it's amazing what you can do with less. Looks like our show floor folks are ready. We're going back out to Guy in the field at Cine Gear.
Hey, we're here again at Cine Gear outdoors, and we're here in the Matthews booth. We're going to do a little education here. So there's a lot of big stuff, but I know some guys haven't seen some of the little stuff. So we're here with Martin. Martin is going to show us some cool stuff, what's new, and also just some of the essentials from the Matthews line.
Definitely. We have this year, we have the location baby bracket. Many times you're showing up a location, you've never been there. You haven't seen photos of the location. You don't know where you're going to be able to mount your gear. This is a wonderful tool that's going to give you so many solutions. We have strap slots right here, 1-inch strap slots. So you can get a cam strap or a ratchet strap, as you see right here. If you have an overhead beam or a rounded pipe hole, whatever it is, this guy is going to be able to attach to where you need it, and then you're going to be able to get your gear where you need to get your gear. We have a 5/8 baby pin on there, industry standard, with undercut that is knurled so your gear isn't going to roll on it. We also have screw holes, nail holes, bolt holes, and I'll show you why those bolt holes are important, because we were able to put magnets on there. Magnets are amazing. No one knows how they work, but we love them. I'm just kidding. But anyhow, these are really great for location work, to be able to put in your ditty bag and have solutions with options. So it's a location baby bracket. We also have the gobo plate family. So right here is a gobo plate. So if you notice, this guy is made to be able to go right into a grip head. This is our grid head, so it is a pipe clamp right here, a grid clamp with a standard 2.5-inch grip head on there. So this will go right into there, and there you have it. You now can put a fixture, a grip item, a grip modifier right onto there. When you put your carabiner in here for your safety, it locks it into place. It's not going to go anywhere. Safety is no accident, so we always try to make sure that we have features like this little tiny hole right here, the end of your baby pin. That is used to be able to put in your cotter pin, your safety pin, so once you mount your gear on there, it's going to stay put. It's not going to fall down and hurt a crew member, cast member, whoever it is. So all of our gear has really, really cool safety features. This is our babysitter. It's very cool. A lot of people will take a baby plate and they screw it into a piece of wood, and then you have your baby pin on that piece of wood. But at that point, you're turning your boxes and your pancakes into Swiss cheese. It's turning this into expendables. You want investment quality gear. So what we have are slots right here that are spring loaded, so you can take your baby plate, get it in there. I'll show you so your camera can see it, and boom, you now have your mountable pin that can go very low. You can zip this onto a wall wherever you need it, and you can also put 2 plates in there at once, and you can have a mounted light right here, and then put a grip arm and a modifier in front of it, a piece of diffusion, a cider, whatever it is. It's a very, very smart, portable way to get your lights and your grip modifiers where you need them.
Nice. So what's been the most popular product at the show? Has there been a lot of interest in anything in particular where everybody's like, I need one of these?
The location baby bracket is something new. People have seen the other gear around. We've had it out for a little bit. This guy's brand new, and the idea that you can just strap something and you're not going to damage your location. A lot of times we show up in beautiful, museums, very pretty houses, whatever it is, and they say you can't screw, you can't nail, you can't put in, spreaders or anything like that because you don't want to damage the location. The cool thing about this guy, pardon me, is that we have a pad in here, the same as we have on our Mathlini, so you're not going to damage the surface of something. And once it's on there, it's not going to slip around once you have a mounted unit on there. So people really like this. Also, it's not going to break the bank, and it's going to offer up a lot of solutions. So.
Actually, I got a great question. So I'm a dealer for your product, and so I got the calendar, and there's lots of education in where to put the sandbag on a C-stand. So can you tell us where to put the sandbag?
Oh, yeah. So if the bag don't hang, it don't do its thing. You need the bag to be able to swing, because if the bag is resting on the ground, you don't have any weight involved. The weight is now sitting on the ground. You want that bag to be able to have some air underneath, so we call it an air gap, so that it can actually be pushing down on that tall leg. So if you wanted to swing, you put the tall leg in the direction of your C-stand. You put the tall leg in the direction of your load, right there. All right, so right here, pretend my hand's a sandbag. You want it to be able to swing on the high leg. If you put it on the low leg, it's going to rest on the ground. You put your tall leg in the direction of your loaded weight or wherever you're going to offset your arm to. And then you're going to put the bag on that high leg so that it's hanging and it's putting all of its weight on the leg and not on the ground. So make sure that thing is always able to swing. And I always do something called the push test, where I rig everything up, I just give it a push, because that's what's going to happen. More and more people are walking around set with, their phones in their faces, or they're flying trying to get the coffee to the most important person on set, and they're going to knock into your gear. So you got to make sure.
We're getting a question that says, can we get a demonstration of the Matthews stand? I think they're just talking about either a C stand or one of, you want to grab?
The magic stand.
The magic stand, is that the?
We don't have a magic stand here. We try to bring all of our new items, but,
is there one
something we can do a video on?
Is there one in particular that is a standout?
We have a new feature on our Preemie and our Mini Preemie stands, is that we have added Rocky Mountain legs. So when you're on a surface that's not level, you're on location somewhere, you're able to extend that leg all the way down, so you don't need to bring an Apple box and level it out. This is a normal feature on many large stands, but enough people requested putting it onto this stand, and we just had to re-engineer the way it worked because it's such a small leg. So we actually routed the inside of the leg so that this would be able to come out and go back in. And we have the same thing on this guy right here. There it is. You see, so you're able to level up your stand without using boxes and without having to shore up the leg, because the leg will do the work for you.
Man, the amazing thing about this is just the quality. I mean, I wish you guys could feel this stuff, because there's a lot of cheap stands out on Amazon, and you feel this stuff. This is the real deal. This is what we use on sets. It could take a beating. These are what goes in a grip truck. Actually, what goes in some of the smaller grip trucks? Can you give us a little insight as to?
Yeah, a lot of people love kit stands, but we make very beefy kit stands. We also have beefy baby stands, which are going to give you aluminum parts mixed with steel parts. So you're going to get very strong stands that are also lightweight. So the Beefy Baby stand is a wonderful stand, especially if you're going to be center mounting a light. But then our C stands, if you're going to be offsetting something, our C stands are amazing. We have the 20-inch C stand, and 20-inch refers to the length of the arm on the stand, not the length of the stand itself. And then our 40-inch C stands, which are our standard taller C stands, that has a 40-inch arm. And those are really our most popular stands. And everybody is, we've been doing this for 53 years, and you see everybody else's stands. All we do is make sure we make them better than everybody else and keep everything that we have investment quality. You're not going to buy our stands twice, and once you get our stand, you notice that everything is nuts and bolts. We don't have rivets in there. Rivets end up in landfills. Bolts come out so that you can replace the parts. We have a parts store, and it's at mscgrip.com. You can go to our parts store and buy any little replacement part, because we understand what it takes to keep your gear working and keep your gear getting a return on that investment. If you lose one T-handle, you're done. That stand doesn't work. Ours, you get to the point where it's all the way loose and it's locked in there. So it's not just going to fall out in transport when you get to your location like, great, I can't use this anymore. So once you need to replace any other parts, because those won't fall out, you just give us a holler. We're filming right here. And then you are able to replace anything you see here, and it's affordable.
What do you see as far as for educating somebody, the terminology that some of our guys that are newer, as far as like junior, baby, like what?
So standardization of measurements, it's so important. Matthew's had a big thing to do with that, where we said, hey, everyone's making different sized stands, different sized receivers. How about we use the 5/8 baby pin, which is for smaller fixtures, which are going to be around 20 pounds or less. And then once you get larger into larger units that are going to be 30, 40, 50, up to 100 pounds or so, you're going to be able to have a junior pin, which is 1 1/8 inch junior pin. And that's going to allow you to get larger fixtures mounted where you need them. So you'll have a junior receiver, which will receive 1 1/8 inch, and then you will have a baby receiver, which will receive these 5/8 baby pins.
Gotcha. Then what's the next after a junior?
Juniors will take pretty much anything. You know what I mean?
Okay.
After that point, you're rigging pipe, and you're using these grid clamps and things like that. And that's going to be, bigger, heavier rigging, and you're going to be using pipe clamps, and you're going to be using grid clamps, which are what you see back here.
All right, looks like we're going to wrap it up, but man, I appreciate your time, dude. That was awesome, highly educational. And it. All right, we're going back to
Guy. That's
guys
fabulous.
back in. Thank you so much,
Thank
Bill.
you.
Back over to you. We're
Absolutely.
going to head inside.
You know, grip gear is one of the things that is you're coming up, and everybody understands that when you're starting, you want to get inexpensive equipment because you're not sure if you're going to stay in the business or you're going to attract enough of clients. Long-term thing. But as you get to the point where you find you're doing this over and over again, investing in solid equipment turns out to be some of the best money you spend, because I have Matthew Sands and other equipment, even things like Cardellini clamps and Mathellini clamps is their version of it, that I've had for 15, 20 years. They're literally every bit as good today as the day that I bought them. So this stuff just doesn't wear out. It sticks around forever. And I wonder, Bernie, what's the oldest piece of kit that you remember from your days with the trucks and stuff like that?
Well, actually, it was myself. I was the oldest piece of equipment I owned.
Great answer.
But you know what? I'll tell you, there is a little thing, and I made a real study of running a G&E business. The truck and the grip make you more money than any of the lighting. And I'll tell you how. That truck goes out for $600 or $650 a day. It's got all of the same stuff in it. Yes, you got to get some flags repaired. You've got to fix a stand now and then. But that stuff goes out for years and years and years and years, and is always your biggest money maker. Lights come and go. They make more money per rental, but the grip gear is your gold mine. That's the goose that laid the golden egg.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's just astonishing that a good, solid stand and arm combination. I can't think of one that I've ever had go bad on me. If you buy something other than the beginning starter aluminum stuff that, like he mentioned in the field, is pop riveted together, and those do break down over time. The legs bend, everything goes wrong with them. They end up in the trash before you know it. And this class of grip gear that we just saw just keeps going and going and going. And in fact, that's one of the things when you get big enough so that you're getting a grip truck on set, which is, that's as you move up in production level, if you get to the point where you can have somebody like Bernie come out with a 1 ton, 3 ton, 5 ton grip truck, what it's full of is magic. It is no matter what problem you run into, if you say, here's my problem, this thing needs to be 2 inches taller, or that thing needs to be rigged over there with a long arm to get over it, no matter what it is, a qualified grip and a truck full of solid grip gear, they will have that problem solved for you before you know it. They literally, most of those guys have so much experience that they can find solutions for problems you didn't even know you were facing. So if you do get into the point where you rent those kind of things, listen to the men and women who work with it and on it, because they've seen it all and they can usually fix it all. Anybody have any other stories about productions where having the right tool at the right time has saved? Mitch, you're in the panel. Good to see you, Mitch.
It's good to be here. It's really cool to see this stuff going on at Cine Gear, especially live, because a lot of the stuff that we're seeing at the Matthews booth there and other is based on traditional film items. It's not like the latest and the greatest. It just happens to be something that's had a few iterations since its inception, probably in the 30s and the 40s. You see the familiar, the C-stands, the sandbags and things like that. But other innovations do tend to make their way up to the top. But it's nice to see all the traditional tools that we're used to seeing and seeing them in quantity at Cine Gear. That's the neat thing about it. It's really a workman's expo to see all this stuff.
And as we've seen from some of what our grip out there in the field was explaining, there are right ways and wrong ways to use this stuff. And as you get on sets and spend more time, just something as simple as a grip head with an arm on it, there's a right way and a wrong way to rig it. If you rig it wrong, the weight is going to undo it. If you rig it right, the grip arm load will do nothing but tighten it, and it simply will never become that safety hazard. So thankfully, and this is something that our friend Bernie did, there's a lot of online explanation of the utility and how to use these tools that really can help you if you're starting off in the industry, learn how to use these things correctly to keep a safe and functioning set. I don't know where we're going from here. If we have somebody else, we got another question. No, we don't have another question. So that was Matthew's. I do know we've got something special coming up, and I'm waiting for the guys in my ear to tell me our next field setup is ready. In the interim, Courtney, any thoughts about what you've seen so far?
I kind of wanted him to explain what that big black looked like a crank up behind him with the inflatable pneumatic tires on it. Which looks like about the size of something you'd use to put an old carbon arc on, which we used to call crank ups. And it looked like it, but it didn't have a crank on it. So I wondered, it looked like it had some type of pneumatic tank or some kind of generator or electric motor or something at the base of it. I wonder if they've gone to an electric raise lower type system on those heavy duty crank ups.
I think, I'm trying to remember, I saw something go by in one of my feeds about a new Matthews pole, not a pole cam, but we have seen some of those like end zone cam things, and I think they were talking. That might have been what that was.
Yeah, maybe it was just a high riser pedestal that goes up. You put a remote head on the top of it, it'll go up 40 feet to give you that aerial shot.
Right. Yeah, end zone cameras and things like that. They're really useful for getting a full wide of the whole football field. I understand that we've got a video that is going to lead us into our next booth. So if that is ready, we can run it into the feed now.
Okay, stand by. Prepare for launch in 3, 2, 1.
Hey, now we're back inside, and we're going to talk to Canon. Back to you, Bill.
Transition. I love it. 2 days, or no, what is it? It's been 1 week since Apple did that famous shot, and it's already iconic. That is great. I think there's going to be, it looks like they're getting ready for the actual shot, but that means that we're going to Canon next, and we'll see what they have to offer for us. Anybody else have any interesting thoughts about what we've seen so far in the show?
Will he be shot out of a cannon next?
I don't know, but I think he did a really good version. Maybe he could have spent a little more time fussing with his quaff. For those of you who didn't see it at the Worldwide Developer Conference, they've been spending some time, Apple has, in this multi-mega dollar production of figuring out their transitions between locations. And one of the most charming was Craig Federighi, their product specialist or senior vice president, going between two things. And he did that. He went through a time warp run where he was running at us. And in the middle of it, he stopped to just make sure every hair was in place. Absolutely critical. Mark, you haven't said anything in a while. Anything else you're thinking of through the course of what you've seen so far at Cine Gear? What's your...
No, I thought it was nice to see the proper way to use a sandbag on a C-stand, and I'm looking forward to seeing what some of the Canon equipment is that's coming up.
Yeah, this will be an interesting thing. I saw the name floating over the show floor, but I didn't see exactly what part of Canon's lineup, because they're such a big company and they have so many things. I didn't know whether we're going to see mostly lenses or cameras or anything in between, but we'll know here in a few minutes as we go. Preto, wouldn't you have loved to have had some of this gear? Or the next time you go out to do a rocket launch, are you going to be taking some of these giant stands out?
I'm just trying to think of a name. We have Hair Force, but I'm trying to think of a good name for Guy Cochran now.
Guy Force. He's been doing a fabulous job out there.
I had a disagreement with the guy who showed you how to use the sandbag on the C-stand.
Oh, okay, good. Let's talk about an alternate. I love that.
Because he said, if you study physics, you know that if you put the tall leg toward where the arm is extended out, and you hang the sandbag on that, the sandbag is further out from the fulcrum of, towards the weight. You need to have it opposite the weight. So you need to put that high leg opposite. If you're going to use a sandbag, if you're not going to use a sandbag, do it like he said. If you are going to use a sandbag, put the high leg opposite where the arm is reaching out. That way it forms the most counterbalance to keep the stand from tipping over in the direction that the arm, if with weight on it, is cantilevered over. Because if it's on the same side as the arm that's cantilevered over, you have less, less of a counterbalance to prevent it from falling over. So,
now he tells us.
I see a lot of nods from the guys on the panel who have been doing this a long time.
I was questioning that as well.
Well, here, that is the next refinement up, but please use the sandbag. However, whichever side you put it on, what you don't want to do is not use it. Bernie, you want to come in on this?
I would have to counter that.
Excellent.
I would have to counter that. I have always used righty-tighty, of course, and then I've always put the big leg in front that was pointing towards the weight and put the bag on the big leg. From what I always found, and this was like, it never failed me, I could not push the stand over even with the weight. It wasn't a matter of the counterbalance. It was a matter of how much pressure was on that front leg to keep it from tipping over. And it wouldn't tip back the other way as well. And the big leg kept it steady. So that was my 2 cents, but I always used that method.
Yeah, I will say that in my experience with heavier weights on the floor on some kind of beefy stand, it depends on whether I've had to rig something as a counterweight to a heavy instrument in the back. I can see circumstances where it tips both ways. If the light somehow fails, which it shouldn't, but if for any reason it does, you're going backwards. But if the counterweight on the back for some reason fails, then you might be going forward. So I don't know if it makes a whole lot of difference. I just know that not having your stands in any kind of a circumstance where people can be going by that are not sandbagged, you are doing a risk. And I will say, for those of you who, like me, have been in production for a long time and carried a lot of liability insurance, I always wanted to, if anything, God forbid, goes wrong, if you can show them pictures from on your set that shows that you really did follow all the industry standards correctly, but it was just something really weird that happened, if the plane hit you or whatever, you at least had the defense of, I did it the way the industry says it should be done. If something happened, that's a little bit less on me for having made the mistake and not done it correctly in the first place. Looks like we're getting pretty close to ready to go back out in the field. Any other thoughts on things before we go back out there?
I'm wondering if Canon is going to have their cameras there. Is it just going to be lenses, you think?
They've got cameras. No, they've got the cameras.
They got something coming up in that shot. I can't really see it closely. John, did you have a thought?
When Courtney finishes his anti-gravity amplifiers, we won't need sandbags anymore.
There you go. We're shooting all with tiny drones. They're all going to be the size of gnats, and they're just going to be buzzing around, and they're all going to have 8K HDR signals coming out of them. And then your biggest problem will be swatting a camera because it annoyed you.
Well, we do use mag levitation now, but it ruins the microphones.
Okay, yeah. If you have to wire your location camera rig with 220, that's a whole nother thing. I don't even want to talk about it.
And for those playing at home, the big black thing we saw at the Matthew stand, well, that's the air climber.
The air climber. So is it?
Yes. It's
a camera.
So it doesn't require a crank because it actually goes up by air.
So it's a pneumatic pump on the bottom of it.
Exactly, that's correct.
Yeah, that'd be a nice tool to have out there. I can't tell you the number of times I've seen football games where, on even the local high school and college level, that the coaches want a camera up really high so they can see the pattern of how the players do things, and rigging them with less bespoke tools. I mean, I think I had a 17-foot stand at once that was light aluminum, and even if I tried to guy wire the top of it, if you put a camera on a pan tilt head up on that, it was so subject to wind and anybody walking by, and God forbid anybody touch the actual stand, because you get all sorts of oscillations on it. That looked like it was much, much more stable for that kind of thing. Anybody else? Okay, we are ready. Looks like we're going back out into the field, so let's go see what Guy has for us.
Booth, and we're here with Peter from Canon. So Peter, you want to tell us about the newest lens offering?
Yeah, what we have here is the 20 to 50, and this is what we call a flex zoom. This is a lens that has full frame coverage, 8K resolution. It's a T24 all the way through with no ramping from 20 to 50, and the lens mount is swappable. So you can swap it from EF to PL, and that lens element is adjustable. So once you change that mount, if your zoom tends to drift off a little bit, you can always center it back up. We also have another lens, a 45 to 135, same characteristics, same basic size and shape, same ring spacing, same lens swap mountable or changeable lens mount, and it's also a T24 all the way through. So with both of these lenses, you're going to go from 20 to 135. You're going to cover basically an entire set of primes in two lenses, 8K resolution, T24 all the way through, and you're going to have swappable mounts on there.
Wow, and the pairing with this C500, what's the feedback been from folks?
Feedback's been great. I mean, we have it on a full frame camera here. Obviously, you're going to cover any sensor that's full frame, even the larger competitor sensors, it covers those as well. But it's got that Canon look. It's got that Canon feel. It's got that Canon coating. It's got the same dimensions as all of our other prime lenses, as all of our other cinema zoom lenses. So if you have the same matte box for any of our lenses, you can send it right up with all of these lenses too. So
how does that work? You drop it in, and it's the same exact size, same exact positioning. So quick lens swap. Nothing really has to be adjusted.
Right. So especially if you've got, say, the 20 to 50 and the 45 to 135, the fizz unit that you have on here, you just pull those back, you put the new lens on, you slide it in, and you just put those gears right back in the same exact spot. That matte box, you spin it off, you put it right back on. Like I said, it's a 114 outer diameter, 112 inner diameter on here. These positions are in exactly the same spot. You also have the flange back adjustment right here if you need to. And on the EF mount, all that data, that lens data, is going to go through the EF mount into the metadata on the camera. The PL mount has the Cook Eye technology built in, so you get that data too. And there's also a 4-pin port off the side, so you can have that extended data go out to whatever you want it to go out to as well.
What is it that people use that data for? Is it so? Can you help our viewers understand how that works?
Yeah, so the lens data and the metadata, when that comes out, it's basically giving you that lens position. So if you're zoomed in at 35, where your focus is, all of that really helps, especially in, say, a VR production or, putting effects in, so that way you know where it's zoomed, and it goes frame by frame. So when you look at your positioning, especially if you're shooting an XF file, you look at that data, frame by frame, you're going to know where that lens was. You're going to be able to adjust whatever you need to on the back end for it.
So what would somebody have used before this model came out? What was kind of popular in the rental houses, or was this just a missing piece of the puzzle?
It's a slight missing piece of the puzzle because of the full frame coverage. Yeah. Most of our cinema zooms are traditionally a Super 35 coverage. So we have the 30 to 300, which is a really popular lens. That one went out all the time. We have a few other lenses. We have another larger lens that covers a little bit of a different distance. And we have two smaller compact zooms, which are always popular. We also have, you can even see it over here, so we have the 50 to 1000 Cine zoom. You put that drop-in filter, you can cover that full-frame sensor. We also have the 25 to 250, that same drop-in filter that you can drop in and cover the full frame. And the 17 to 120, that's our workhorse, man. That one goes out all the time. I see it on shows everywhere. 25 to 250 is going in there. That 50 to 1000 Cine zoom. A little more of a specialty lens, but that one's very popular for what it's doing. Now these are gonna cover those sensors that the other manufacturers are making, those full frame sensors. They're gonna cover our full frame sensors on the 700 and the 500. So we've got a lens that is really starting to fill a lot of gaps and checking a lot of boxes.
Yeah, this is awesome. And what's the weight on this model?
The weight, I don't know off the top of my head, but given it's about 8-ish pounds, 8-9 pounds, somewhere in there. I would have to look that one up for you.
No problem. And then what's the price point on this one?
So this one's right around $20,000.
Okay. Mostly a rental house, would you say, or do you see a lot of them going to end users?
I think you're starting to hit that price point where a lot of end users are going to pick these up, and a lot of rental houses are going to pick these up for sure.
Gotcha. Yeah, I personally own a 20 to 120 Fujinon Cabrio, but I'm looking at these kind of lustful. I mean, I want to see the output. I mean, we don't have like a huge...
stuff here. We've got the LCD here. We don't actually have an output going to a large display, but if you want to see the output,
there's some over there.
Yeah, the DB3120. We do.
Guy, we can't hear him.
The DB3120 is showing our beauty reel. That was, I believe, that was shot in Europe. But if you want to see how the lens works, minimal focus breathing on this lens. It's pretty spectacular. We've got a video loop that's running over here. Feel free to take a shot of that.
For some of our people that don't know what lens breathing is, can you explain the concept?
The concept of lens breathing is usually when you focus in on a lens, sometimes that image will expand and contract ever so slightly. The lenses that these flex zooms, when you focus in and out, you don't see it move at all, hardly. I mean, it's very minimal, and that's where you start to really find the nuances in these lenses. The bokeh, it's an 11-blade iris, the spectral highlights that come off of it, the bokeh in the background, the skin tones that you see off of it. It's a beautiful lens.
I could tell you're a fan. You're passionate about which images are created. I mean, that's the thing is, like, some of the older lenses have a certain organic look. Does Canon have a different look than Angenieux or Cooke? Or can you talk a little bit about the different feels of some of these lenses?
Yeah, I would say if you were to generalize that Canon look, at least on the cinema lenses, and it kind of goes into that L series lens where it's a little bit warmer. Your skin tones, like I said, come off a lot more natural. If you were to do a lens test and you put different manufacturers up against a whiteboard at 3200 or 5600, whatever, you'll start to see that that meter move over a little bit into the warmer side, or the vector scope move over on the warmer side. But again, man, it's the color science. It's all about the image.
Right on. It looks like we have a couple questions. One coming in from Chris Widener. He's asking any firmware updates coming that we need something for.
To watch for.
If you're talking about firmware updates, more than likely you're talking about maybe the aberration correction firmware update. Usually for each lens that we put out, we'll give some sort of a firmware update on the cameras to correct for any chromatic aberration. That would probably come out after these are available in more of the marketplace, but that's all I know at this point.
Cool. It looks like we have another one from Carl Asmussen. It says, is there a C700 with dual gain output in the immediate Canon RAW?
I got to be honest. If there is, they're not going to tell me until the day before they tell you. So there's not one coming out tomorrow. I can tell you that.
There you go, Carl. We have another one from Chris Widener. Any camera to cloud updates?
Yeah, actually, there's a firmware update on the C300 Mark III and the C500 Mark II that allows the capability for the camera to cloud, and it puts that data in the right spot to get it.
So you have a Terac device on. Is this the 55, or is it the Prism, or what is this one? Is this doing camera to cloud?
To be honest with you, I believe that one's not working at the moment. It's the Serve 4K XT.
Okay, so it's just pushing the image. Yeah, okay, yeah, for LEDs and things.
That's the thing. You can create the camera to cloud protocol basically in the camera. It's just getting that out to the cloud. That's outside the camera. That's beyond our world. We just put everything inside the camera that you need.
Cool. It looks like we got another one from Carl Asmussen. Is there a Canon roadmap for compact cine zooms for the RF mounts?
Not that I know of. Again, they're not happening at least until tomorrow. So, but you do have the EF to RF adapters. You got 3 of them from Canon. They got one with a ring. They got one with drop-in filters, and you just have a silent tube, and basically that'll put all of your CNEs right on your C70.
Right on. Is there any from the questions from the panel, Bill? You can whisper them in my ear, and I can relay them right back out.
Nobody from the panel has their hand raised immediately. I am just really excited. I can see that Canon is making this pivot from into the cine world and doing great things. So I'm just excited to see and thank him for giving us a look at their latest offerings.
All right. Just wanted to say thank you for all your time. I mean, this has been a fantastic demo, and I'm lusting after even this gentleman behind is already like, yeah, I need one of these. Santa's going to put that under your tree, right? All right. Thanks again, Peter.
All right, buddy.
All right. Enjoy the show.
Thanks.
All right. Back to you, Bill.
Yeah, it was amazing. It was amazing to see, Canon's been in still photography for such a long time, and they made this pivot some years back after the 5D Mark II. I think surprised them all with how well it got adopted into the live video thing. I don't think they expected it. I know I didn't expect it as somebody who had been shooting stills on Canon, but had not used any of my Canon cameras in the past for video. And the speed with which Canon pivoted and got into this new world of video with that whole C series of cameras has been remarkable. And I know they opened even a showroom in Los Angeles to try to help cinematographers adopt these new tools, and you can see that they're still working really fast. You know, to have two, I know those, they seem super expensive. I mean, $20,000 for a lens for somebody who hasn't been in the world of cinema stuff or high-end television stuff, where there have been lenses at that price point for decades. For people not used to that, this is actually a pretty modest price, and to think that you can do two lenses and have a full coverage array from a wide down there somewhere, I don't know what the low end of that is, probably 24 millimeters or something like that, all the way through telephoto and zoom up into 100 plus millimeters. That's pretty impressive, particularly. Hey, Carl, he mentioned T-stops there, and I know a lot of people are barely conversant with f-stops. Do you want to give us a little 2 cents on how things relate in that? I know you do a lot of this in photography.
So yeah, essentially a T-stop stands for transmission. So essentially f-stop is a mathematical equation based on the entrance pupil of the lens and the focal length itself. And that's where we actually get that F number. But the actual T-stop, it's more important in cinema because they want to get the exposure more spot on because there's no second time to do it again. This was back in the film days. And so you had to make sure your exposure was correct. And so therefore they actually tested the lenses to find out how much light actually got transmitted versus what was actually an f-stop. And so the transmitted light, so for instance, I've got a 70 to 200. The 70 to 200 that I have is mainly for photography, but it's got 23 pieces of glass in it. There are 23 individual pieces of glass in there, and that will tell you that when I'm at f2.8, it's not going to be f2.8. It's going to be closer to maybe f3.1. And so a T-stop will actually show T-stop f3.1, and it'll be said 3.1 all the way through, and that's what they call it. So that's why sometimes with T-stops you'll see a lens that they say is maybe a T2.2 or a T2.6 all the way through. If it says T2.6 all the way through, then it's probably an f2.4. So you can that's usually the equation you can put with most prime lenses. For zoom lenses, if it's like a T2.9, then you can guess that it's probably a T2.8.
So, and Carl's explanation is
f2.8.
Go ahead. I was going to say it's a good explanation of why I always get a little bit, I wouldn't say huffy, but you see the kids coming in and go, I bought a new camera, so I'm now the director of photography. The kind of things that Carl was just talking about are the kind of things that actual directors of photography at the level of the gear that we're talking about, they know this stuff just like Carl does there at such a high level that they literally can do the math to understand exposures and focal lengths and how f-stops relate to everything in their heads. And it's when you ascend from being a camera operator to a director of photography or something like that, that was the difference. It's not a trivial thing to gain that much knowledge, and it looks like we have another field interview. So we're going back out to Guy at Cine Gear.
I'm feeling some air conditioning. I was melting out there. This Seattle guy was just like, what is this heat stuff? I mean, it's very bright and sunny here. Now we're back indoors, feeling nice and cool, and we're here with Simon from Cinecom, and you're going to tell us a little about your new product.
Yeah, we're really launching our company that is providing mainly Riedel Bolero systems, but we package it for film use to be able to integrate all the film audio feeds into one usable device. So I'm a working camera operator in film, and many times I have a crane that I'm talking to with one intercom system. The DP is telling me what to do in another camera, so that requires another intercom system, production sound, voice of God walkie-talkies.
You've got like 5 headsets on your head.
And add PPE to that, it's just a nightmare. And the solution to that is take everything off. So I was looking for what could solve that and came across the Riedel products. And they're big in Formula One broadcast, but not really in film. And one of the reasons is that a intercom system is pretty restricted in range. It has a massive amount of functionality, but in an everyday film set, where often, even if you're in a stage, you have people outside, you have people in trucks and stuff like that. So we were able to, with their help, devise some equipment to link the walkie-talkies they currently use to the system. So I can trigger...
He just took the walkie-talkie. Here we go.
I can trigger a walkie-talkie in our cart just from the belt pack. So if I went to this, where we go, and check, and check. This one's not on. Hang on. They're turning us all off here. So, but anyway, from buttons that we can program on the Bolero belt pack, we can trigger walkie-talkies. We can trigger voice of God systems on for the first AD to be able to speak to the crew over speakers, but still hear it in every headset. So often where I'm at, there will be a speaker that's pointing in the wrong direction, and a great note is put out, or a cue that I miss because the speaker isn't facing me. And now I'll get it over the headset.
Can you explain Voice of God for the folks at home?
Voice of God is basically a PA system that directors would use. Very few people get access to them to be able to address the whole set. But especially in like stunt shows and things like that, where there's a lot of timing involved, and some will count out cues, that you're getting it from that kind of system. But sometimes they're difficult to hear, but putting it on through the belt packs as well is a really efficient way of doing it.
So what have people been asking when you're chatting with people here? What's been the most popular questions?
How much, because it does so much more. We're actually pricing stuff not on equipment, but on functionality. So we'll reduce the functionality of the system to be able to be comparable with what is out there now, to get people used to it and everything. But before long, they ask we want some more bells and whistles, and and we're happy to give it to them. So
do you see this as more of a rental item?
Yes and no. I mean, for installations, we do installations in studios where every stage you go into has had it, and that's obviously a sale item because it's built in. We've done the same with churches, and that kind of thing. It's a sale system, but so many productions prefer rentals because they don't have to commit to something. It's only a temporary job, that there might not be another season or another, so they rent everything. And then they can also get the backup service that we provide and so forth.
What about if somebody's remote? Is there a way to, if somebody's in France and the show's in LA?
Absolutely. These systems from Riedel came about from Formula One. That they go around the world to all the places, have the Grand Prix. There's one on today. But their race control is in London, and that is all connected via Riedel over data streams. And basically, if you got any internet connection, you can connect systems together. So on a production that we're on, we're in southern LA, and then we speak to people in San Francisco. So
how's the latency on that connection?
It's very quick. It's the system is very, very fast.
Like even better than a telephone?
As good as a telephone, for sure.
It looks like we have a question in from Chris Widener, and Chris is asking, what all systems does the setup interface with?
Actually, any audio feed, any analog feed you can bring into it. So on the back of our carts, we'll have a 3-pin XLR, in, out, and it's really whatever you can devise. We've had Zoom conversations where we've had people out with COVID that have been able to monitor a video feed and then speak to everyone on set through the Zoom. Production sound is coming in, music coming in if you have music cues. Other intercom systems, there's a lot of like crane companies will come with an intercom system with them, and rather than having to give them belt packs from us, where they can plug into the system for a day and stuff like that, and can be that way. Walkie-talkies.
And then what are you wearing here? What's this one?
This is a molded earpiece. I wear an earpiece all day now, so this is the most comfortable way that it's molded to my ear, and that's of the more higher ends. So thank you so much. I'm dangling, but any headset can be put onto these. In fact, there's a 4-pin XLR in the bottom, and any headset that's set up for that. Also Bluetooth. This is the one that is most popular on film sets. That's bone conduction that doesn't even go through the ears, so your ears are left open.
So the Bluetooth transmitter receivers in
the belt pack. So I will get this around.
Yeah, I have one of those as well. They're pretty cool because you're open ear. You can hear your environment and not walk into something.
So this will go on like this. Doesn't block your ear. You can have a conversation and get on with it. So Bluetooth will talk straight to this. So a phone can speak straight to this as well. So you could have someone in another city on a phone calling in as well. The Bluetooth is a little more susceptible to interference than the Boleros. The Boleros work on 1.9 gigahertz and are pretty damn bulletproof. They're really great.
So the whole system's 1.9, or
the Bluetooth system? Sorry, the Bolero system is 1.9. But then it can speak Bluetooth to headsets and stuff that you have. But that's a little more susceptible to interference than the.
So as far as being able to punch through walls, what kind of range can we get line of sight versus punching through, exterior?
The system we have up now has this entire room.
Wow!
Just antennas just here. You can take a cable out, put another antenna somewhere else to increase range. Basically, each antenna caters to 10 belt packs. And so if you have 11 belt packs, you're going to need 2 antennas. But we always send out with an additional antenna than, so this cart here would be for 20, and you'll see that there's 3 antennas. One is so you can remote that antenna to increase the range, that if you have trucks outside a studio, you can just put a Cat5 cable and stick it out the door, and then
I'm going to ask the panel if they have any other questions. Actually, we have Mickey asking one,
Yeah,
but
I think
also
Courtney
like to throw
does.
it back. Courtney has a question. Okay, Courtney,
Yeah.
you want to go ahead and let us know
toss
what
it
your
to
question
Courtney.
is? He can't hear you, but I'll go ahead and I'll relay it to him.
Okay, thanhanks, Guy. On
Go ahead,
the
Courtney.
interface to the Motorola walkie-talkies, how do you deal with the multi-channels of RF? Does it have a software-defined radio or a method of receiving all the different channels? And how does it choose what channel to transmit on? Can it transmit over the RF on the walkie-talkies as well as its own system?
He's asking about the RF, like how do you choose a channel on the Motorola's, on the channels, the frequencies?
Oh, that is totally up to the production. That we basically have the connection for those radios, and it doesn't have to be just Motorola's. It's just as long as they let us know what connector it is. So we'll be using whatever channels they have. So that our higher end system takes 6 walkies in it. So we'll take 6 walkies from production and set it the channels they want. So they could be grip electric, camera, transport, any of those in the cart. So we'll put those in, connect them up, and then program the belt pack.
So how do you program the belt pack? Is it on? I see you have a Mac here.
It's a web GUI. So
it's a web GUI.
Tablet. It's a computer. And that will, anything you program on there will just push to the belt packs, or and the belt packs you can go and select different profiles.
How do you push it? Is it?
It'll just push over its system.
Kind of like the Electro, how you can
So they have to
talk
have-
to it.
Yeah. So
they have to have one walkie-talkie
so
for
with
each
the
channel they're
tech, you
monitoring.
can.
It's Courtney saying, do they have to have one walkie for each channel that they're on?
That is correct. Yes.
What else? Is there anything we're missing that we
also-
haven't asked yet?
I see a thing.
Mickey
there
has
was
a question
uptick
too,
for
and-
comm systems since the start of the pandemic. Yes, that we were. The pandemic was actually good for us because the mandate came out that we weren't allowed to be in close proximity. So the trouble with walkies is they're not conversational. And people are not really. People can't chip into a conversation. If you're talking, you're not hearing what anyone else might be. Oh, excuse me, So that we find that the intercoms is a lot more beneficial to an artistic conversation. So yes, that there has been a big uptick. And also this is, in the past, as a camera operator, the only people I needed to speak to on set was a DP next to me and the director to know what was going on. That we were the only people talking about the shot at hand. Now, with virtual production, you've got people dealing with video walls, you've got people in different rooms, you've got people in different cities dealing with the shot at hand. So you have to be able to communicate. So communication is becoming, I never used to wear a headset 10 years ago. And I started wearing a lot of headsets, and that became a problem, and now I'm back to a comfort place. So it's
cool. It looks like we have another one in from Paul Wallace, and he's asking what frequency are the Cinecom HTs? Is the current frequency spectrum?
1.9 gigahertz.
So that was 1.9 gigahertz, Paul. And we got another one from Mickey, or that one just jumped. Was there another question from the panel or anything else in Makana before we scoot along?
No, I think you're free to go elsewhere. Great job, and thank your guest very much for talking to us. It's been fabulous.
Actually, it looks like there might be one more from Mickey. It says, are there any talks of larger charging bays for the Bolero backpacks?
Not that I have heard of. That there are rack systems that hold more chargers, but the basis of the charger is that it's modular, and they're also used to update the belt packs. So it's, if you have one big charger, you're waiting for each belt pack to update, whereas if you have two small ones, they can update quicker as well. So.
Wow. Well, thank you for your time. I mean, this looks like an awesome product. I mean, I wish, we're listening just via Unity. You know, we want to move up to the big leagues one day. So, I mean, we'll circle back around over the years and see how it's evolving, and maybe we'll graduate to the big boys.
Thank you so
All right.
much.
Thanks again, Simon. Cheers. All right. Back to you, Bill.
Great job. Thank you very much. And it gives our audience a chance to see how critical, how absolutely mission critical things like communications on set are. You know, when he's talking about having multiple departments and the need for something like in a safety circumstance, doing a voice of God or all calls so that everybody involved in the production gets the current update as to what's happening. These things are critical. And I know just from our experience here at Office Hours, we've all been learning over the course of the last 2 years how to deal with voices in our head constantly giving us cues and telling us, you know, what's going to happen next and where we're supposed to go next. And without these kind of communication systems, shows don't have the cohesiveness of a team effort. So if you're going to be doing team stuff, this is very important. Oh, look, we got next from the show floor shot deck. So we're starting to give you an idea. I can see the field cam moving in my view. Courtney, this is stuff that you've been dealing with on those sets for a long time, where you've been doing teleprompting and things like that. What do you think about the way this is developing?
Specifically for the comm stuff, it's interesting. I always had an idea of if they're going to interface to walkie-talkies, that they have software-defined radios that, you know, plug into a USB port on a laptop, and it looks like they're controlling that system from a laptop and configuring it. It wouldn't be too bad to be able to use that software-defined radio to scan all the walkie-talkie channels in the neighborhood and switch them into the matrix whenever it receives something, and as well as do a software-defined transmitter so that you could define who you're going to talk to. That's the complexity when you deal with communications on the set. You're RF based. You can, like you said, you can only push to talk. You can only you can't hear while you're transmitting, and you can only transmit while you're holding down the transmit key. So it makes it kind of difficult where everybody's on a different RF channel to be able to give a message out to everybody at once. If they're not monitoring your specific channel, they won't hear you. So that idea of consolidating all those audio inputs into their belt packs, so that rather than have a walkie-talkie, you just have one of those belt packs. But I don't know how you handle transmitting or relaying it to other people that are not on those belt packs.
Would have been fun to have these, John, wouldn't it, on the Office Hours rocket launch? Talk about circumstances where you're trying to coordinate a lot of people to do a lot of things in different places, and it just seems to me that when you tie everybody together via communications like this, you end up making fewer and fewer mistakes because everybody knows where you're going to next. This is an interesting show floor map, and it looks like Guy is probably traversing between where he was a minute ago at Riedel over to something that I can't see because as the blue dot moved, it obscured it, but it's a shot deck. So shot deck will be coming up next in a couple of minutes. And, I see the picture starting to form on the master monitor here. I have to say, we've taken another big step. I'm just so astonishingly proud of our back-end crew. There's so many things we've done this time that that are a step up from the way we did it last time, that if we keep improving at this rate, it's going to be it already is, I think, an amazing show. So thank you to everybody who's been involved in it. It's really been pretty magical. Mitch, do you have any thoughts on what you've been seeing so far?
It's like the third or fourth one we've done. And every time I see one of these coverages, I'm amazed at what's happening here. I'm sitting in my apartment, watching things going on in other parts of the country and commentary from people all over the world. And I don't think it gets any better than this. And I'm beginning to wonder if it makes any sense for to even go to one of these things when you have this kind of deep coverage and the ability to ask questions of the people. I couldn't do this if I was there and I was cloned and 4 or 5 times over. It just wouldn't cover it.
I wonder if there will an event that will come eventually where it's more like you go to location, and they're just set up for handling groups like ours, where instead of, catering number, we talk about digital first as opposed to standard Zoom where digital is an afterthought. I wonder if trade shows are going to get to the point where they are live coverage first and they give priority not to the, I'm sure they will handle people walking up with specific individual user questions, but it's far more powerful and you reach far more people and get the questions that we would have done if we had been there in person. I mean, if literally this makes it as easy to do a booth visit as it was all the years I was tromping around the floor of NAB. And in some ways, I think even easier because you are cued and you know when it's your turn, as opposed to, I can't tell you how many times I've sat in the third row of a booth at NAB with a burning question in my mind, but there are so many people who were either more aggressive or just had gotten there first or they were engaged.
Layers and layers of people in front of you.
Right. They're handling their questions. They never get to mine. And now at least based on what we're seeing, that my question is third down. Now it's second down. Now it's coming there. Looks like we're pretty close to ready to go back out in the field. I think they're still doing a few other things. This just still amazes me. And Mark, you've stayed through the whole thing. What have you found that's been fascinating through it?
Well, I think what's fascinating is they're getting their signal out. I mean, I know we've tried to do this in radio a couple of times at big events. You go out the day before, you got all the bars you want, you think you got the signal out, and then you come out the day of the event and everybody's phone has just sucked down the signal you thought you were going to use to get the signal out back to the station. So I think it's really interesting to see the fact that they've been very successful getting their signal out. I don't know how they're doing it. Maybe Guy can talk about it, but I think that's been great. And just seeing the coverage is good.
Yeah, any of these RF devices, there is no better place to test them than right there on that showroom floor and get the reaction.
It doesn't look too crowded today, so maybe the president has kept the crowds down to some point and limited the transmission in the air.
Maybe all the people hitting the RF bandwidth got destroyed by the cover the Secret Service part, and they haven't come back on yet, so it's an open RF environment. Guy, looks like he's ready out in the field for our next toss, so Guy, take it away.
Hey, we're still live here at Cine Gear in Los Angeles, California, and we're here with Lawrence at the Shot Deck booth, and he's going to give us some insight as to what Shot Deck is.
Yeah, so Shot Deck is a reference and research library of images from movies and television. Basically came out of necessity as a DP and a cinematographer and director, invariably through the process. At every stage, from pitch to prep to post, you're always in need of reference material. So you're having a discussion, you're like, let's look at some courtroom scenes, or let's look at some scenes in a hospital. And so over years and years of trying to find these disparate images all over, going one by one through DVDs and Blu-rays and trying to figure this out, it was like, there's gotta be a better way. And so basically we catalog hundreds and hundreds of thousands of images across 2,000 plus movies and TV shows and growing every day, and make it super simple for you to find images by 50 different categories, hundreds of keywords. Basically anything you can think of searching for, we'll find you images that will result in that. You want pictures of people looking angry? We got them. Happy? We got them. You want movies shot in Atlanta that are supposed to look like New York? You can find it here. So
it's not we got that B-roll, it's we got that A-roll.
That's exactly right. We've got those reference materials. We've got those research research materials, and it's an incredible site for inspiration. Sometimes just like start your process, whether you're a writer, a director, a DP, a production designer, an ad person, a student, and just start flipping through the images and see what inspires.
So if somebody says, I want a color look like traffic, what do you do?
Well, call up traffic, right? You'll see the color palette. You can then pick colors in that color palette and then find other images from other movies that fit that color palette. And you can design your color to be more proportioned in the shot, or you can make it really narrow to like one specific color. So yeah, you'll find traffic and you'll be able to replicate that. But you'll also find movies that were inspired by traffic or inspired to traffic to get that color palette.
How about if you wanted to look at how the colors changed the color over time of the movie? Can you zoom out and see the...
Absolutely. We do everything by shot time along with other ways of searching for it. So you can search by most popular images, but also by shot time. So if you just basically expand out, you get to actually see the color change across the scenes and scene to scene like in traffic. So yeah, you'll basically see about 300 images or so for every movie that are really critical images that really tell you what the movie's about visually. And you'll get a real sense of like how a movie's constructed by looking at the image.
Has anybody here so far been like, got a light bulb that just went off and they're like, I've needed this all my life?
Well, all the time. By the way, because I built it 100% out of necessity, the most common thing we get is like, oh my God, thank you for building. I wish this existed 10 years ago. I spent so much time trying to do this. And so the hope is that, yeah, it makes their jobs more efficient and effective and will save you time, but also just inspire you to make better images.
How about like wide angle lens, telephoto lens? It's all?
Across lighting, across composition, lighting quality.
Steadicam?
Is not Steadicam yet, because we'll do the motion soon, but yes, we'll be able to find, images by their camera movement as well.
Oh wow, that's gonna be awesome.
Definitely across lenses they were shot with, cameras they were shot with. Basically every shot has 30 categories of information and 50 to 60 keywords within each one.
So when did you first come up with the idea to actually go big, like go ahead and release it?
It's a good, yeah. I mean, I thought about trying to do the idea after looking at all these folders on my desktop and going, how do I keyword them so I can find all the images? And it took, like any idea, you think about it for a while and then suddenly you're like, if I don't do something about this, one, probably somebody else will, but also I'm going to regret it because I really need this to exist. So I started working on it actually 8 years ago, and then in the last year, we basically just hit our 1 year anniversary of it being actually a company in which it's now a subscription model. But prior to that, we were in a very small beta and building it and sort of figuring out how to make the whole product work better.
So how does the subscription work? You pay a monthly fee, yearly?
Yearly. We always have good discounts going on. And so you can cancel anytime, and use it sort of as you need it.
And then how fast is it? Like, is it just AWS? Is it like clips?
AWS, it's very quick. Yeah, exactly. It's like you can find thousands of images in whatever your search are pretty darn quickly.
Wow, very cool. Well, we have a couple questions. Alex Lindsay from Nevada, California is asking, how do you handle licensing?
Some of the licensing is done specifically through each one of the rights holders, and some of it is done under a fair use doctrine, yeah.
Okay. How long is that fair use? Is it just like a couple seconds, or is there a certain...
Right now, we're just in the still mode, right? So it's only stills. Eventually, which will be the video component of it, that licensing will be a little bit more complex, yeah, and we're working on that.
We got another one coming in from Courtney Gooden. Are all the assets held in the cloud or on a local server?
Both. They're on a cloud, but we also have a local server just as backup and also as redundancy for sure. Yeah.
Nice. Well, if anybody else has any other questions, actually I have one. Is there something in particular that was profound, like when somebody used this for the first time where they were just like, oh my gosh, like this just saved me hundreds of hours?
I think that type of thing, like I said before, is obviously gives us great joy and is we get it all the time. Is that like, oh my God, I use this every day. It's really helping me. It helped me get my last job. By the way, even as a cameraman who's worked in this industry now for 30 years, I got jobs with it even when I just started building it. Like it was in its early stages and I built a pitch deck the night before I got a last minute interview and it was a pretty big job and I was like, and I know 100% it was because of Shot Deck, so.
Yeah, I mean, you're coming to the table.
Use it every single day. Every project from commercials to music videos to movies, every project I start on Shot Deck.
I love how this American ingenuity just comes out of necessity. We've been, no kidding. I mean, it comes.
That's a huge part, right? Is like you build things you need, and you figure if I need it, then other people will need it as well, and that's often how it works. Yeah.
The audience is speaking here. I mean, they're telling you, they're like, yeah, thank you. That to me is the best feeling, when you create something that other people truly enjoy, and they're just like appreciative.
It's a fantastic feeling. Because at its heart, it's like I want this to be a tool that becomes so incredibly valuable and useful for the users and for the other filmmakers, because that's the goal, right? Is to make their job better and make the images better and to make the work better and to make their lives easier.
Right on. Looks like Roscoe Jones.
There are student rates. There are student rates. We have emerging nation rates for certain countries that obviously are on a slightly different sort of scale of income and all that. So yeah, you can reach out to us at ShotDeck, at info@ShotDeck. And we'll tell you what the rates are for your university. We have basically codes for every university, as well as individual student rates if you're not going through a university.
Wow, congrats on executing a wonderful idea, bringing it to life, man. All right, well, thank you for your time, and we're going to move along, but hope you guys are enjoying, and we're going to throw it back to you, Bill.
I hate him because I did so many storyboards in my early career, and this would have made things so much easier. That's a really cool idea. So well done. Who else thought that this was about time this showed up? I mean, it's just unbelievable.
It's the mother of invention, Bill. It's see a need and create a solution, and I like to see that kind of entrepreneurial work going on. And I hope he grabs a lot of swag. I see it on all those tables. He needs a big bag of swag to come back with.
Courtney, obviously you had a comment.
Yeah, art directors have been doing this for years. That you go into any commercial director and you'll see walls, a library full of style books, basically, which are photography books of certain styles of furniture and walls, wall dressings, things like that. But there hasn't been something like this that's a universal database of looks based on actual motion pictures or television shows in the past that you could easily index. And, the tough part is indexing them by a variety of different aspects, like color temperature, or, whether, they're something with Native Americans in it, or something with dogs in it, or something with skiing in it, so you could just kind of put in any subject and it would show you a variety of scenes that fit, that match that particular type of situation or environment. That's really handy. Or even a color palette, if you want, we want the orange and blue, CSI look, let's see how they did it on some other show. And if it can index down to that level of granularity, it'll be really interesting. How they're going to get by the copyright issues, because remember, Google got sued when they tried to do the Gutenberg project just to scan and index books. They wouldn't let them do that. So I don't know how they're going to get by that.
Yeah, but I use something like this. I mean, we use a lot of clip video for our pitches to clients. And I got to tell you, the closing rate went insane when I moved from generic stuff to being able to find a piece of clip video that could go together to tell a story. Because a lot of clients, God bless them, and I love the clients, they just don't have that imagination that those of us, when we read a script, we can see something. Often they can't. But if you can show them a version of it it's even sort of kind of what you're trying to get across to them, suddenly the discussion really opens up and things go much, much easier. I know our closing rate went up gigantically once we started doing these pitch videos, and I think it's a very powerful thing. I understand.
That may be true, Bill. That may be true, but if you think about this, yes, art departments within production companies have done this for a long time.
Oh, sure.
But they haven't charged a subscription for it.
No, I know. And animatics are a thing that have been coming for a long time, but I think there are a certain number of people. I agree with you wholeheartedly. You can still do it the traditional way. But for a lot of people, the other thing I can see is this getting built into software.
Let me finish for a second. If I made a movie and this gentleman came and just took clips from my movie and started selling a subscription against him without asking me and saying he's doing after fair use, I would sue him out of existence.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure they have.
You understand, Bill?
No, I totally do. I totally do. The intellectual property rights of it, I don't know how they cleared this stuff. I'm assuming they did. If you are right and they didn't, whole different game. Oops, you're muted, Carl. We have to be able to hear you.
I have a little bit of an issue of promoting a company that is claiming fair use on which is obviously Hollywood material that's made through production companies. And the issue here is I myself am a photographer. And if someone took one of my photographers and chose to put it into a lookbook and then charged a subscription to that lookbook, I would have issues with that.
I can certainly see that.
So as a creator, there's an issue that comes from taking other people's work, even though you may think it's a tool for you, as he said it was for himself, and then in the last year he's converted it to a subscription, and he's saying that he's got some that are copyright and some that are free use, which means ones that are copyright are the ones that people have said, hey, you've got to copyright this, which means he's taking subscription money and paying them. So he may be getting very close to just breaking even on this. There's going to be a point where he's not going to be able to break even because he's going to be taken to court every second day. And the issue here is that most of these lookbooks are created in-house. So most production companies will create these for their art departments, but they're in-house. They never get seen by the public because they're not allowed to be. And they can't be sold. They can't be handed to another production company. So they're just simply created in-house for art departments to use. And architectural firms use these and fashion firms use these, but they're internal and they're never to be shown. And education institutions do this as well. But the education institution can't sell it as part of their package for education. Even if you think it's fair use is a bit of a funny law when it comes to this, because fair use is for education and stuff. He's not doing it for education. He's doing it for commerce.
They draw the line. If you're getting paid for it, it's no longer fair use.
Yeah, and I think that's a good rule. Yeah, it makes sense.
I'll leave it there, but just understand that if you're a creative and someone takes your work without asking and claims they're going to sell it or for subscription from fair use, that's not going to happen.
Totally fair point. And my assumption was that there might be some sort of contractual basis for the clips they're using. If you're saying that he's relying entirely on fair use, I 100% agree with you. That's just outside the realms of normal. I will say also, though, that some of these big people, like Adobe specifically, Apple, have licensed libraries. So if they were to go and make contractual agreements and fold these into their software in the same way that some of the stock photography houses like Shutterstock is plumbed in as a workflow extension in Final Cut, and I can go use my subscription to that, which has licensing agreements with the content that I'm using. If someone figures that out, I can see it being a legit thing. But I totally understand Carl's point, and I support it 100%. If you're just grabbing shots from movies and expecting that you don't have to pay any royalties or link back to the actual intellectual property holders, then yeah, we're in a bad gray area. Mitch, do you want to talk about this?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting subject, and I sense the frustration associated with it. There's a lot of people that will do a small part of a movie or a commercial, just a small little tiny part, and all of a sudden it's on their demo reel, or they're trading under the name of that motion picture or that TV program. Or they've been hired by an advertising agency to do some work, and then they turn around and they say that they're responsible for the production, and the agency doesn't even get mentioned. Those are all starting to get into that very gray area where you're just not using best practices. I think anybody that's been in the business long enough, and certainly Carl has, and Courtney and some of the others here have been in similar situations where they have to be very careful about what they put on their demo reels or what they claim to have an association with or done. Because if I were in LA right now and I was selling my name along with Thor, Love and Thunder, I would have to be very careful.
I absolutely understand that. We have a break, not a break coming up, but we're about to go to the field to another piece. So we'll be back in a minute after that.
Hi, everybody. Noah from Office Hours. We're here on the Cine Gear floor with Alessandro, right? Alessandro. So Alessandro and I go back to NAB 2018. I don't know if he realizes this, but I remember him and his dad, I believe. I went to their workshop or studio space out in North Hollywood, I think, somewhere in there, and I got one of his older rigs. But what has evolved? What has changed since 5 years ago?
Yeah, it's been quite a journey. It's cool that we met. I remember that actually. You were at our shop in Van Nuys.
Yeah.
You came and you met my dad, who's an amazing filmmaker himself. He's a director, DP, and so I mean, a lot has changed. So at Ready Rig, we created a new accessory. So we really believe in tools that last. So a lot of our rigs, like you've had yours for probably 5-6 years, and we keep upgrading, right? So we like to increase capabilities and allow the system to continue to be upgraded. And so what we did is we created, the original Ready Rig had like a single arm. Now we had the Pro arms with telescope, and now we have the Vega. And we just released the Vega V2, which is like a refresher of the Vega. And the Vega bolts on the back of your Ready Rig, and if those of you who don't know what Ready Rig is, it's this vest you wear. It's used for handheld and for gimbal support. It takes the weight off of your arms and your back and puts it onto your torso, your lower trunk of your body. And the Vega bolts on, so if you have the original Ready Rig, you can buy this upgrade. It actually bolts on the back of your vest, and it gives you a new lift curve. So before, with the Ready Rig, once you had, like, let's say 30 pounds and above, you would kind of have to fight the weight when you would lift up, right? So there'd be less weight at the top, and there would be more tension on the bottom. And this is just an issue with springs. And in Steadicam, the development of the arm travel, right, and how much support it had, that was like where the Steadicam technology went. Similar to us, we started off with one thing, and then we wanted to improve it. We wanted to improve the lift characteristics of the vest. So the Vega does that. So essentially, what that does for an operator is it removes footsteps better. It gives you more fine camera control because the camera can just float, basically like it's just, the whole range is completely zero gravity feeling, right? It just floats the whole way. So you have just fingertip control throughout the entire range of the system. And that's what this upgrade does. And we also added a hand grip here so people can grip, and bolts so people could put like different types of attachments if you need to be guided on set by your grips, right? And then we added the stow function. So I get the vest on real quick and show a little bit. Yeah, go for it. So I'm going to just show. I'll put the vest on. It's easier to show and tell at the same time. So basically, the vest goes on. You connect to your Ronin or your MoVi Pro or any gimbal on the market. And well, this is actually a good thing. This vest was sized for Clyde Bessie, who's 6'7", and I'm not quite as tall as Clyde. But one thing that's nice about this version is it's really quick to adjust for my torso. I just pull this pin, I slide it down to my setting, and I lock it down, and now ready to go. So that was set for Clyde, putting this on me. And what we did with the Vega V2 is we built in the original Vega this concept, built into the design, the concept of stowing your arms. So this is important when you're on set. As you can see right now, I have these bulky arms above my head, and it can contact things. And if I'm on set and I'm working, I don't want to get out of the vest, and I'm tired, I'm taking a break, and I need to line up a shot and talk to my director or my DP if I'm an operator. I don't want to have this footprint, and so I'm going to have to take the vest off, and I have to go back, and I have to go back to my cart. So what I can do here quickly is I can just stow the arms now, right?
And so you're releasing them from the tension, and now it's
so
just...
what we're doing, so technically what we're doing is there's still tension on the arms, so we don't want to do this like for long-term storage. But what we're doing is we're taking the tension all the way to the fulcrum. Is basically, there's almost no leverage on the system, and then I just push it to the side. And then what's happening is it's actually locking with the geometry of this component here. It's locking it off so they can't just fly out. Now what we did with the Vega V2 is we actually just added this little part here. Very simple. The idea is you set your tension at the beginning of the day, and then when you go back, it goes right back to the same setting. So you're able to go quickly there, right? I can load it up.
So you have a stop, so you know what your distance is.
Exactly. The other thing that's nice is there's a lot of tension on the Vega because of the way that the bands work and the payloads that it can do. And so sometimes with the original one, we didn't have this arm clamp, and it would just pull back when you would release this. So this is a safety measure as well. It won't let it go bang, it stops. It has a hard stop now. And I could also do quick, on-the-fly adjustments. If I need to add a little bit more tension, I just slide it out that way. I lock it, add more tension quickly, and it will go to that preset. So it's just a little bit more refinement on our original system for people that already have Ready Rigs. It's just another little, it's the next evolutional step in that regard, yeah. So, yeah, and then I think we have, the quick connects here on there, and so yeah, I mean, this is the Ready Rig system. Now, one thing that people don't know, and I don't know if is this kind of informational kind of stuff?
Yeah, sure.
A lot of people don't realize that Ready Rig's great for handheld. So they think Ready Rig, they think gimbal. So we can see the gimbal back here. So Ready Rig's actually really good for handheld. So what if I want to go into a handheld configuration, what I do is I'll stow one arm like this. I'll get the arm stowed away. I'll go to a single arm configuration like this. I'll tuck it in so it's a little bit closer to my body. I'll take off This is connected to a quick connect, and I'll come over to the camera, and now I have a handheld setup. This lens cap is quite beefy lens cap on there. Give me a second, got to make sure it's done right. So now I have a handheld system. And what's great about the ReadyRig is that you have this booming action. So lens height down high, low, I can telescope the arm so I can get it really low if I needed to, like a low mode. And I can just be here. And the camera's gonna float. Now with the Vega, what's nice about that characteristic is it's completely weightless in my hand. So if I need to do slider movement or like add some motion to my handheld shot, I can just literally move it across and rotate with it. So this is really good for handheld use. We have quite a few customers that they love just the single arm handheld application, and they're not so much gimbal operators.
Getting the weight off your hands and off your arms, getting it onto your hips and your
and it, on your back, right? Yeah, it's on my hips. But what's also cool about it too is like I have just really fine camera control, so I can just frame up and I'm not worrying about the weight. So I have the same flexibility as if I was having this in the front, like holding it with my arms, but I can have more consistent movement and motion because the system's actually doing all of the counterbalancing, right? I don't have to fight the camera. So I can really just focus on capturing the shot I need. And I'm in a pretty, like, you can see here what's great about the ReadyRig is I'm pretty compact. Like, I don't have anything above my head. I could go through a tiny space right now, and I have all the weight off. I have the camera stabilized a little bit too, so I have a little bit of like my walking step it's helped a little bit. It's still going to shake. It's not going to look like a gimbal, but I have that control with the weight of it off me.
So easier in doorways, going up and down stairs, all that kind of stuff.
Downstairs, vehicles. I mean, we just literally you can be anywhere with this thing. Like I did a shoot once where we were at an oil platform and I had to go through a tiny little, like crawl through a crawl space, and I could literally just have the vest on and crawl. And that's what's great about the stowing functionality of the arm. This thing's gone now. I don't have to like take off the arm if I don't want it. It's there if I need it. But now I'm in a very tight configuration. I can be really, really compact. Like you can see here, literally my body, my space here is just right in front of me. So.
And it looks like carbon fiber on this model?
Yep, carbon fiber. All of our models actually have carbon fiber. Everything we do, we like to keep it as lightweight as possible, but also strong and rigid so that it's dependable and nothing breaks. So this carbon's custom made and it's really thick. It's not like drone carbon, it's very thin. You can't break this stuff. So yeah, it's good.
And then I'm sure you get asked this all the time. Easy Rig compared to what you're doing, how's that different?
Yeah, I think they're different tools. I mean, so ReadyRig's really good for gimbals. Easy Rig is good for over-the-shoulder stuff. So like, for example, like with ReadyRig, we have like the downside of a ReadyRig, and we'll be open about it, is that it's really hard maybe to get like a big ENG style camera or like a really huge build on my shoulder just because we have these shoulder supports. But what we're kind of good for is all of these movements. So lateral movement, like jibbing up and down, the profile, the size, your footprint on set, going through doorways. That's a big thing because Easy Rig and other systems like Easy Rig, they have a big footprint. So in order to hang a camera, you need to have a system that is taller than the operator to hang the camera from. And our system is on the shoulder. So because we're on the shoulder, we're at the narrowest part of the body and also the most compact part to mount something from. So nothing's above our head. So I can have the camera really, really in like tight spaces. So I could literally be in a car, hanging out of a car with the camera secure, and I don't have to worry about losing the camera, and my body is I'm able to move the camera out, and I could be out of a tiny door. Like literally I shot through sunroofs before, like out, like my friend Willis Chung, we were filming, like I forgot what, some famous actor, and we had to do something for DJI back in the day and like get some BTS, and we're like driving after them and they're like recovering them, and it was just like I'm literally in the back of Willis's car with a Ronin 2 and a ReadyRig, like out of his sunroof of his like I think it was like an X5, and I'm like, but that's the kind of like flexibility that you can get, right? So yeah, handheld is honestly pretty cool with ReadyRig. If you haven't tried it, if you have one and haven't thought about doing it, highly recommend it. It's really good with the Vega with the elastic, the improved elastics.
Excellent. And so tell me a little bit more about the padding and how you've designed that. Is it based off of anything else from before?
There's actually an upgrade for those of the people that already have ReadyRigs. There's upgrades you can get. There's a pulley on the back that allows you to tighten it down, so you get a full a full grip around your torso. You're not just at one point, and it gives you a lot of balance so that it really transfers the weight in. So that's a quick little.
And then talk us through the price point of this unit and the other units you guys sell.
Yeah, so the ReadyRig GS Plus Pro arm is $2,799, and the Vega is $1,299. So it's an upgrade that bolts on the back. So the two, I think, is like $4,098. I don't know if I did the math right, but the two need to be purchased separately, and then the user installs the Vega on the back. It's pretty simple. We give you everything you need to do the install, every tool, all the manual, videos, you got everything. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thanks for being with us. If you want to learn more, you can go to readyrig.com.
Yeah,
thanks, everyone.
So one thing, ready-rig.com. We still can't get it. I've been talking to that guy.
Well, thanks, everybody, for joining us. If you want to check out more, you can go to
ready-rig.com.
Awesome. Back to you guys in the studio.
Cheers. Thank you, guys.
And we are back with our office hours coverage of Cine Gear 2022. And I understand we're actually going right back out in the field. There's so much to cover at this show that we're not going to waste any time. We're heading right back out to Guy.
Thanks, Bill. We're here on the show floor. Yet another innovator here at the show with Josh from Sprig. He has some cool little widgets. I actually pulled out my own personal camera, my 6K with the 24-70. He's got a little cage he's been showing for the last couple days here. He flew all the way in from Minneapolis?
Yeah, Minneapolis. So, the company's my wife and I. We are out of Minneapolis. They're all manufactured there. And essentially, we sell them through B&H, Amazon. Locally in LA, we sell through Film Tools, Sammy's Camera. We have resellers all over the world.
So how did you come up with this idea? Was it just you were building a rig yourself and there was a necessity?
Yeah, I come from a DP background, so I was often rigging up my own cameras for doc shoots, things like that.
So what were people doing before, like rubber bands or bongo ties, or what was?
Yeah, so bongo ties are huge. I still think there's a time and a place for a bongo tie. It's a different tool for the job, right? But really the challenge with a lot of these, like if we look at your camera, for example, whenever you need to attach a bongo tie, you need to wrap it around something. So then you're left trying to like fish it between parts of your cage where maybe it isn't really, it's rubbery and sticking and stuff like that. And so I thought, well, why can't we just put a cable hook into the threaded holes? And so essentially the design that we have has a press fit fastener. The small one is sized for 1/4-20 holes, and what we call the big sprig is sized for 3/8-16. You can just pull them out if you want. They kind of flex out of the way. We've been ripping at these ones the whole show. They start to get a little worn looking, but as far as performance goes, you can still just pop them in, give them a little twist to snug them. They tighten in like a screw. If you want to be gentle on them, you can unscrew them. But it takes a little bit more time, and sometimes ACs are in a hurry. You're maybe jumping from handheld to a gimbal, and you've got to re-rig. And so that's where I say you can kind of roll them to the side. They're holding your cables nice and snug. You're not going to snag them. When you want to re-rig, you can just pop them out like this, and then you can roll them out, and now you're re-rigging on a different set.
So what's the tip if you have too much excess cable? Is there kind of a solution? Because that's what I'm running into. I have the USB T5 drive, and it's...
I don't really see... Sorry to interrupt. I don't really see a lot of people do this, but I sometimes I'll put like opposing sprigs, right? And then what I'll do is I'll kind of put the clips big arm toward each other, and then I will actually just coil them around the sprigs themselves. So then you end up with sort of a nice little tidied cable.
Love it, man, because that's what happens when people are running and gunning and they snag on something and they rip their monitor off or they rip their receiver off.
Totally. There are a lot of, in certain use cases, even things like a bongo tie might be advantageous because you actually want it to be, if it got tugged, that it's anchored to a spot, right? But there are a lot of gimbal operators where you actually want the cable to be able to move through the cable opening, but still be, have some retention.
You just showed me the light there. Now that you showed me how that passes back and forth, that makes a lot more sense because typically if you're taping something down, it's now stuck and then you're ripping the tape off.
Right. And so, like I said, there might be still a time and a place for those other types of cable ties. But this one, people like the personalization aspect of it too. We offer it in 8 colors. including glow in the dark. This big one's actually glow in the dark. So that's this color down here on the display. So the top half here is our quarter 20s. We sell them in a 6-pack for $18. So they're about $3 per clip. And then we call this a big sprig. And this is roughly, this is $18 as well. And so they're about $6 a clip.
Dude, awesome. Congratulations on a wonderful product that truly solves a problem, man. I love seeing that. We're seeing a lot of innovators here. I love getting the smaller guys. We'll probably get to some of the bigger booths, but guys like you just make me proud because you guys are solving a problem. I mean, I personally have this problem, so I'm going to wind up buying some of these. So very cool. Thanks again, Josh, for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Any last words?
Yeah, I was going to say this is our first show, so we've been learning a lot, and it's been incredible seeing all the folks who have never heard of it and all the people who come by and it's like, oh, of course I know Sprig. So it's kind of fun to see, how it's getting used.
Well, we're happy to bring the world to you because we'll probably get 150 people live right now, but we'll probably get about 1,000 more people that do the rewatch. So I hope it drums up some business for you. Awesome. All right, thanks again. I appreciate your time. All right, cheers. Back to you, Bill.
This is one of those times that I'm really glad I'm not there because that would have burned up some credit card time because I have a bunch of rigs that I've done that it's gaffer's tape, and boy, does it not look incredibly sightly sometimes. And I want my rigs to look better than that. So I unfortunately would probably go with just regular black, but still a cool idea. Courtney?
Yeah, that is a good idea. I think the idea of using the threaded holes that are on your cheese plate is a great idea because you can anchor it in. And the fact that they're injection molded or created out of polyurethane lets you, and that stuff is really tough. I know I 3D print in it all the time, and I am amazed how durable that is, even if it's 3D printed. You can rip it out of stuff. You try and pull it apart or rip it apart. You can't do it. So I imagine those would hold up pretty well.
Yeah, I love the fact that, too, you can pull it out if you need to move fast, because we've all get in this circumstance where I just need to get this rig off of here and get the next thing done because my shot is going away. So the fact that those polyurethane threads aren't particularly hurtable.
Yeah, they're never going to strip out your cheese plate either.
Exactly. And that would be a much bigger, having to rebuy something because the one set of threads that you use every time you rig it have gotten damaged would be a bad thing. I know when we're on our way getting ready for our next booth set up at Deity Microphones. So this is really going remarkably well. Anybody else have any thoughts about how things have progressed so far?
Do we just have one in the field crew?
Yeah,
done an amazing job of resetting up and getting ready to go. Really,
he totally has. A guy has been really agile out there. I think the pieces that have come in from Noah, I think were mostly shot earlier today or yesterday, and so they're the little break pieces for the rest of it. But for everything else, we've been live on the show floor, and our, I guess you would call it, pace of coverage is getting close to what I had hoped it would be. I think we all in that first couple of trials said we need to increase our velocity of getting to things, and this has been just very different for that. This feels more like going to the show. The amount of time between us being able to present this content to you is more like somebody actually attending the show walking somewhere.
Yeah, I don't think walking had anything to do with it. I saw a guy do that intro to Canon, and he was moving very quickly.
Yes.
Plus, he's going to neighbors. So these are all neighboring booths, which is something, because essentially Mukana is not controlling where we're going. That it was a predetermined path based on booth location, which is good.
Yeah, I think it's worth, because then we're not wasting a lot of time going back and forth, zigzagging across. I think there was only one, destination appointment, and the rest of it is like, where are we going next, and when are they ready for us? And because of comms and the rest of the thing in the back end, we're able to know. In fact, here we go. You can see that they're guys just getting set up at Deity Microphones, and that's going to be our next stop. So this is working out remarkably well. I wish I had more questions, but there's a lot of things. And I just wanted to say, again, a huge thank you to all the people on the back end. I mean, we're almost, 3 hours live? And a number of people who are working in the back to make this all happen just continues to impress me every single time. It's going to get nothing but quicker and easier. John Preto, say a few things about what you think has been happening today on Office Hours.
I love that last product. That's very clever. Bunch of wires. I wish I had stuff like that to organize all my wires behind my computer.
That was always the magic going to the trade shows. You see some little thing and you think, oh, I'll try this out and see if it works. And you would go, wow, this is way better than the way I used to do it.
Hey, John, do you think that Sprig is parrot friendly?
Oh no, he'd eat those. He ate my DMX cables, and I put a DMX cable on top of his stand over there. He won't touch it. He only touches the ones that have electrons flying through.
That's interesting. I wonder if somebody's did a study about whether avians can sense electrical current and things. I know there's a lot to be said for mice and engine wires, because I've run into that, and it was not a pretty thing.
Courtney, that Easy Rig, was a great idea. Not Easy Rig, but what was it? The competitor to Easy Rig. I was looking for there's a
Ready Rig.
Ready Rig. Thank you. There's a thing called Shoulder X, because a big problem these days is boom min, because with recording on hard drives, a take, boom min would also, you're sticking your hands up there for 5 minutes for a take. Used to have 11 minutes as the limit on a roll of film, but now they can go 45 minutes and the director goes, and again.
Yeah.
And again. And you look over and the boom man's dying because he's got a 4-pound microphone at the end of a 20-foot rod. There's an exoskeleton thing called Shoulder X or something, looks like this, that they have for boom men now, that is an actual exoskeleton that you put on, and it takes the weight and puts it on your waist and then gives you assisted arms. It takes the weight off your arms and it lets you hold up the boom for those 30-minute takes when you have that director who doesn't know when to quit.
Boy, that's an advancement. Just thinking about the poor folks in the field. And, it's easy as a director. You're trying to think about everything, but you can't think about everything. So missing something like that would be a good thing. We're about to go out to another booth. Let's go check out what Deity Microphones is doing, Guy.
Hey, Bill and panel. Greetings again from the show floor. We're here with a familiar face. This is Andrew from Deity, and he's got some new products. One I was raving about, which I'm excited to see in person, but
We'll start over here. Yeah, absolutely. Let's start over here. This is our S-Mic 2S up on a boom pole kind of mount. What's great about this mic is we originally designed it for indoor use for like boom operators, but then it was the camera operators who were like, oh, it's super lightweight, super short. I can throw it on my C300, my C200. I can throw it on my FX9, and it just doesn't add to my camera body and gives me great audio. So a lot of camera operators have been jumping on this and really enjoying it. And what I've got it plugged into is our HDTX, which is our transmitter that also has a built-in recorder, so that anything that you have, like let's say mission critical audio, that normally your XLR mic on an interview setup is that mission critical audio. What's great about this is, let's say you have, and everyone's going to eventually have it, is audio interference via wireless, right? Some kind of wireless, doesn't matter if you're UHF or 2.4, eventually you're going to have a little bit of hiccup. You always have that raw audio, the backup there. So in post, you take that raw audio, you drop it on your footage, you get rid of, the bad audio, and you don't worry anymore. You're doing a sit-down interview, and you've asked someone, oh my goodness, they're crying, right? And you can't re-ask them a question like, hey, I know your parents just died, but can you say that again? Can't do that.
I've been in that position where there's a high-level C-level person talking, and I'm hearing the RF, and I'm like, do I stop them? And it's just like, it's unusable unless you stop them, so you're going to have to stop them.
Absolutely. I was on a shoot where I've been the CEOs of mega Fortune 500 companies. I'm in a room, and I'm just like I can't be the one to tell you this right now, but like that audio, that question is not going to be usable in post. Let me stop it all down. I'll do the raise the hand to flag the producer and let them make that call. But like, you're right, and you don't have to worry about that anymore. And in our body pack transmitter, we have that same technology. You can record to a micro SD card with time code. There's a time code generator crystal in this unit. You jam it via the mic input at the beginning of the day, unplug, plug your mic back in, and you're good to go for the rest of the day. Time code sync. That'll transmit and record to this dual channel receiver, no problem. And again, if you're in the middle of mission critical audio, you're talking corporate video or a live event or mission critical interviews where you can't do second takes, wedding shooters love this product because you can't go, oh, you know what, the vows? I had an issue. Sorry, your wedding video can't have the vows in them. Like, that's not possible. This makes it so you always get the good audio.
So how did you get this licensing? I know that Zaxcom had busted a couple people, Tascam, for trying to implement this. So how did you pull that off?
I called them. I mean, it's as simple as that. I got on the phone, and right there on the back, on every single unit, it says right here, made and sold under the license of Zaxcom. So I got on the phone, we called them up, we negotiated a deal out, and we are the only other person in the country other than Zaxcom with this kind of technology.
That's impressive. So I have one of these in my backpack right now. I brought it to Infocom. I love the system. Can you explain the RF power? So there's like 50 up to 100 milliwatt?
So these will drop down all the way to 10 milliwatts or all the way up to 100. What's really cool about that is if you're in a close situation like we are to the camera, we're 10 feet away, drop it down to 10 milliwatts. But if you're outside on a football field and you need range, crank it up to 100. I tell people the smaller the room, the less RF you need. The bigger the room, the more RF, because you're not just transmitting. Let's say I'm in a small room and I'm at 100. Life doesn't just happen, where it just goes out into the ether. It'll reflect back in on itself. And if what your signal is reflecting back in, and it's the one that you created, so often we find out we're creating our own interference. Especially at 2.4 and in the 5 gigahertz, think about it, the Wi-Fi at your house. In one room, it'll be really good. You go one room over, it's okay. You go to the third room, it's really bad. Those short waves get absorbed by the wall, but also reflect off our walls. So if you're in a situation where you're getting bad RF, and it doesn't matter UHF or 2.4, you could be your own interference. So what we did was we allowed people to dial down their RF. And some people, the first thing they want to do is more power. I'm going to crank it. And the answer is not always more power. It's sometimes think about your environment. Think about the RF situation you're operating in and choose some smart decisions. And that can make a big difference in what ends up happening.
That's awesome. It looks like we have a couple questions. The first one is coming in from Mickey in the Philippines, and he's asking, how is it working with Glenn Sanders patent licensing?
Fantastically. I mean, as you said, we gave him a call. It's on all of our units. We have licensed the patents, and it's been a fantastic thing for our audience.
I know that they've had to protect that one and shut some people down, so it's cool that you were able to pull it off. Again, hats off. I don't know if they're going to open it up to maybe Electrosonics. I don't know. They had some kind of lawsuit back and forth. I don't know the details, but let's move on. What else? The timecode slate.
I mean, this is the new thing, and then I'll tell you, this timecode product has been the flagship of the show. Every single person coming in here is seeing this. They love it. And what's great about it is when you clap it, it also shows metadata. That's kind of fun. So it might have been really fast for you and I, but think about it in post, that's just a still frame. We can have this displayed for 0.1 seconds or up to a second, whatever you really want. And what's great about that is little pieces of metadata that you want to convey to post can now be put on the digital slate. And it doesn't need to be up for permanently on a slate.
How do you get that information in there?
So on our app, if I click into the slate, I can click into this, go into my settings category, and I've got something called Show Extras. And here in the app, I can type in 3 lines of custom whatever text I want, up to 8 characters. Here, what I've typed in is C-Log 3. And we found a lot of people were having to put like camera tape or other things and write little things like color profiles because not all that makes it in the post. Not all that little metadata gets saved, or the DIT or whoever's doing the transfer knows to grab some of those like XML files that get created in these camera folders. They go right in, they grab the thing they recognize, which is the QuickTime or the MP4 files, drag this over, and that does not always have everything. So a lot of people have been relying on tape and handwritten notes, and it's like we can type this out digitally so it's super visible and super easy to read and post.
Wow, I'm excited to get one as well. Let's go to another question. Looks like we got another one from Mickey, and he's saying, hey, Andrew, Mickey here from the Philippines. Real test for a smart slate, the second AC something test. You know what he's...
Multi-test.
Multiple drop test.
I don't know what that is, but I do know.
Multiple drop test. Does he mean drop it on the ground? It's concrete here. What does he mean?
Well, I can tell you this. We've done a lot of these kind of drop tests at 1 meter, right? Waist kind of height, where people would either put it on a tool belt and it may fall off, and it survived completely. You'll notice there's a couple of dings and scratches on this guy, and that's because you can see we've done some drop testing, and yet it still works.
Live, here we go. No. Let's go over to the next question. Mickey from the Philippines, any update on moving to standard UHF transmission and also with lowering the transmission latency on your wireless?
I'll tell you, right now, we're really dedicated to what this offers. We really like what it's been able to bring to the 2.4. 2.4 is also universal. And for our size, unless we can move to some kind of universal frequency in UHF, I think right now, for the foreseeable future, we're going to be doing this.
Cool. All right, let's go to another one. It looks like we got one from Alex Lindsay from Novato, California. He's saying, is the recording transmitter recording constantly, or do you have to start and stop it?
It's a great question. So here's how it works. You can hit record, and it will just record. Or from the receiver using the up-down keys. So up, here, I'll pull it like this so I can show you. The up key right here, if I press and hold it for 3 seconds, it'll trigger the recorder on channel 1. If I hold the down key, it'll trigger channel 2. If I hold both, I can trigger both of them. So if I mount this on a camera, what's awesome about that is I can hit record on my camera, go up to my audio receiver, hold that button for 3 seconds, and it'll trigger the recorder in the body pack transmitter. So I can kind of keep my clip management under wraps to where like it's not just a giant long file like other models on the planet right now. And then secondly, when it comes to file management and that start and stop, the files that are created are going to use the username of the device. So this one is called Cine. So it'd be Cine001.wave. The next tag would be Cine00.2. That way, not all your devices have the same nomenclature. It's not going to say deity001.wave. And then your boom transmitter also deity. No. So this one's called Boom. We gave it the user ID name Boom. This one we called Cine, and you can change all that.
I have a question because, so I brought mine to Infocom, and I was new to it. I read through the instruction manual, but how do you, if somebody else turns on the same frequency, what happens? Because mine was just out of the box, it said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So default's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go to user ID, change the name, give it something else. And what we tell people also is that's great for management of your files in post. So you don't end up in a folder with multiple things. And like your computer, if it says the same name, will say, do you want to replace this file or keep it? And you'll often go, well, it's clearly the same file. I'm going to hit replace. And that destroys all your integrity of your backups. So we wanted the backups to have individual unique names, so we gave that feature to you guys. If they have the same name as you, there's still some other underwriting code that kind of hops it around so you don't get interference, but it's best to just give it a custom name.
Right on. It looks like we got another one coming in from Courtney Gooden. He's saying, will this interface with ZaxNet, and what does the recorder record in BWF? Something can
start website. Yeah, so let's start with the first part of that question from Courtney, and that is, will it interface with ZaxNet? The answer is no. That is their proprietary technology. What we licensed was the feature to record and transmit at the same time through the body pack. In terms of, does it BDF file? It is a BDF file. There is metadata there, so like frame rate, all that kind of stuff, and time code is added to the individual wave files. So it is a broadcast wave format. And then remotely start and stopping, yep, you do it from the receiver.
Cool stuff. And then Robert Soji from Los Angeles. Could Guy ask about the Deity 2.4 wireless channel you mentioned on Office Hour? This is that device. I mean, I'm using it myself. It's in my backpack, and that's why I wanted to stop by here. We kind of made a little turn because I recognized Andrew, and I was like, we got to check it out because, man, this is a crazy price point, too. You're getting 2 transmitters, so you're getting... Let me back up a little bit. With a plug-on transmitter, you can plug in a lav. There's 2 lavs in the...
Yes. So here's how it kind of works. The kit that we sell is called the DD Deluxe kit. You get 2 of the body packs and the dual-channel receiver, $699, comes with waterproof lavalier, so our flagship W Pro are included with this, and you get a hard waterproof case that carries it all with custom foam. Fantastic kit, especially at $699. The HDTX unit does have that lav input. Now, it won't transmit and record with the lav, it only does the XLR. That's how we're able to keep this price down and still have all those extra features. We didn't license that part of the patent. It's only covering the BPTRX. So this, if you'll record and transmit when the XLR has been selected and phantom power has been turned on, because it thinks, oh, well, that's a shotgun microphone. That's a non-wearable device. So this will record and transmit in XLR mode, and it's only $249 extra. So you can buy the kit, buy the extra item. So if you're doing sit-down interviews and you want just a couple of things, you could piecemeal it all together, or just buy the kit for $699.
Man, it's crazy value because I remember the Sennheiser Evolution Wireless, which I know you're hugely familiar with, because didn't you mod that thing with SMA?
Yeah, that's how I actually got started like 5 or 6 years ago.
I remember.
Yeah, and it's a great kit. Our lavaliers are compatible with it. So like when people ask, you know, like you said, like, what do you think about the Sennheiser stuff? I think they're great products also. They do stuff that's different than us, and we do stuff our way. And at the same time, we also make lavaliers that are compatible with their stuff, because you may own it and you may say, I do like it, Andrew. I don't want your system. I want their system. Cool. Do you want our lavaliers maybe? And our lavaliers and their lavaliers will work together. So like it's a real world of you can, in this world, you can go and buy whatever it is features you want in your wireless, and you can mix and match. And there's a lot of standards coming. It's a great place to be right now.
I think we got one more.
Oh,
sorry to interrupt you.
That's totally right. Yeah, wireless is awesome. Forgot. So we also made a timecode box. And this thing is really cool. It's got hook and loop built in, super strong. Comes with this cold shoe, the hook and loop mount with every single unit. I just stick it on and you're good to go. Or just a flat surface on your camera. You got a little hook and loop, smack it on there. We have a locking TRS cable connector. So all your timecode cables are going to lock to your box. The menu also locks down, has a 1-inch OLED display.
What's the is it just, so does this jam this, or can you go the other way?
Any way you want.
Okay, so master, slave.
Master, slave setup. So if you want this to be the master node and these to be the receiving nodes, totally fine. Or if you want to set one up as the master in your phone, and I want to send a control signal from here to there, and then this relay it over to the rest of my receive units, totally can do that as well.
Very cool. How much is the price? What's the price on the TC1?
Okay, so the TC1 early bird pricing right now is $169. It's going to be like that for the rest of summer. So we're giving people a lot of time to try and check out our systems before they purchase. They'll get good early bird pricing for a while. You don't need to get it just in the pre-order. And then the same way, this slate is going to be coming in at $999.
Wow, and it's TS1 from Denicky. What's the price of that? What's the comparison on the market?
Oh, I think they're somewhere between 14 to 17, depending on features, backlights, all that kind of stuff. So we're coming in at $999, whole dollar cheaper. It's a whole dollar cheaper than $1,000.
A whole dollar?
A whole dollar. So a whole lot.
You heard it here first. It's Cine Gear 2022.
It's a whole lot less than $1,000. But yeah, it's the cheapest slate on the market. On average, based on all those timecode slates that exist, we're somewhere around like 35% cheaper than the average timecode slate purchase.
So what was the reasoning behind doing this? Was it just you saw a niche that you guys could were people just asking? Or, I mean, usually there's a story. What's the story? Why did you bring this to market?
The same story is kind of with all of our products. These are a lot of items that I always wish I always owned myself. When I was a location sound mixer, I never owned a timecode slate, like an official one. I built my own. And now that I've got a brand that kind of have fun with, it was like, I want to make it. I want to do it. It seems fun to me. And then we said, if we're going to do this, it seems fun to us. Let's interact with our community, find out what features they're missing, what they've always dreamed of, and let's just throw it all in and make a fun, awesome product.
I'm in the same Facebook freelance group that you are, and judging from the reactions when you first announced this, really great feedback. We got two more questions, and then we're going to move on, but we'll see one from Mickey here. I see you have adjusted the height of the Smart Slate. What is the opinion on the controversy? Also, new LED color. I'm not sure what that top piece said, but.
So I think in the height issue, he's talking about the vertical resolution of the display. The early alpha prototype we always said was like 85% done, that we're going to make minor adjustments. People said, look, we want more resolution. So we went out and found a panel that has more resolution in the vertical. It's up to 12 pixels now instead of the original 8. So 50% more resolution. As for the color, it looks like it's actually going to be red. It's showing less glare in our testing. So when you're in direct light or you're in a situation where you have a lot of reflections behind you, when you're trying to hold the slate up, the red is just really proving to be the better option.
All right, you got another one from Alex Lindsay, and he's saying, how does the small timecode mount sync something slate?
How does the small timecode mount...
Oh, okay. So how does this sync with this?
So in the menu, there's a sync option. Once you've set your time code and kind of jammed it all up, either to an external source or internally to its own generator, you can actually hit sync in the menu and sync it over. They have 8 different frequencies, and you can just select whatever you want.
Oh, boom. And then Robert Soji says, can other lavs be used with the Deity 2.4?
Yes, so if it's a digital compatible lav, yes. So what that means is it has enough shielding to take care of any kind of digital transmission nearby.
Awesome. Well, dude, thank you so much for unveiling all these products and giving us the rundown. I love them. And I think you're coming into the market at great price points. I mean, I want to push this to the limit. I just got mine and used it for the first time, so I want to do some walk tests and, beat up on. This is a great location to do it. I was going to swap this thing out, which I know you're probably laughing, going, "What the heck are these guys doing?" There's a plug-on transmitter. And there's one in my backpack, but I didn't want to change everything out at the last minute. It's like they got it working. They've already done some interviews. I'll just roll with it. But yeah, again, congrats on great products and Deity. And thank you. All right, man. Well, thanks. All right. Thank you guys. See ya. Back to you, Bill.
Thank you very much, Guy. Another great report from the field. This is amazing. We're getting to see so many different things. And who has comments about the state of wireless now? Boy, it sure has changed a ton since I started out in this business. Mitch, what were your thoughts?
My thoughts are Deity is not a big brand yet, but it's a good example of innovation trumping brand awareness. And when you see some clever things like he's doing with that slate and the sync devices, that's really cool. And I love his answer about how he dealt with making sure that he could include the ongoing recording capability. He made a phone call. That cool.
Sometimes being bold and just asking for stuff is all it takes to make it work. I remember the first time I used the Denicky out in the field, and it just seemed like I had taken such a big leap up. And there's no way I could have afforded one at that point in my production career. I mean, it was like, I think it was close to $3,000, the one that I rented to use on that shoot. But boy, when you came back in post, having that synced to the camera and being able to go to the head of every shot and see exactly where that related to our production notes, it was one of those things that took a lot of time out of the post-production process in a really good way. So these tools are really good for that. Courtney, you spent a lot of time out on the field. How many of the shoots that you go on, are they all something where you're going to see smart slates out there?
Less and less, but on most dramatic productions, yeah. A lot of the documentaries these days, they're using post tools like, that will just look at the waveform and record a waveform on the original video file that is just a scratch track, and it'll sync up your high quality waveform with that waveform. And that's another means of achieving synchronization, so timecode isn't used as much. But of course, in professional stuff where you have to keep track and you have to keep databases based on the timecode of each scene and take. And that was one thing I was interested to ask him, is if you could enter the scene and take number into that metadata that the slate displays after it closes, and if it would automatically increment from the handheld app that they have each take.
Yeah, most of the tablet-based ones I'm familiar with, because there's a lot of action in this space in iPads and things like that as kind of simpler versions of what this kind of integrated camera-driven timecode slate will do, have that auto increment. So I can't imagine they wouldn't have put something like that in there, but maybe I'm wrong. Go ahead.
The other thing I found interesting, and he just kind of mentioned as an afterthought, because the recording and the transmitter that he licensed from Zaxcom, that's limited only to the plug-on transmitter that you use in a boom pole. So you can't use it with a lavalier, which is on the lavalier is where you need it the most, where you're burying the transmitter somewhere under the clothing and your transmission is going to be less reliable. If it's sitting on the end of a boom pole held over somebody's head, it's going to be much more reliable. But on a lav, where you're likely to get a dropout or something when somebody, because the talent is moving a lot more than the boom person is, walking around other people. So it would be more required on the lav, but apparently he couldn't get that license from Glenn. So Glenn is hanging on to that.
It's too bad, but the number of
hands you will get my legs.
The number of takes I've had ruined from Clothing Russell, where a mic wasn't entirely solidly mounted.
Well, it won't solve that problem, but the boom is there for that.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's too bad they don't have both, but still, fascinating programs. Carl has a thought on this. Carl.
Yeah, so it's the XLR plugin. Yeah, so the fact you can only record. So just what Courtney said. It's a pity they couldn't get the licensing for the lavalier to do the plug-in power mics, because that would really help the company. But the fact they got the XLR at least helps, because being able to record, like I know he said that it's a backup. I would consider the recording the main, and consider anything that's transmitted as a monitor or scratch track. for the people on set. So I'd always consider the recording on the microphone. I guess in this case it would be the boom microphone as the main, and then the backup would be what's transmitted. That's the way I'd see it anyway.
The soundies I've talked with like booms generally because they get both the principal actor or actress, but they also get some of that ambience of the place, so it kind of sets the scene in the real world. Sometimes when you're using lavaliers, it sounds like too much like a voiceover mic, and the poor post sound people have to add in a lot of walla or ISO sound to make sure that it sounds as realistically as it should. So that's just part of, the sound has a long tradition of these things. And a lot of the equipment was very expensive to work on a professional level for decades and decades. It's great to see these things. I mean, I was kind of surprised that was under $1,000 because I was so used to Lectrosonics and Sony and then a pair of those units sometimes were in the $2,500 range or $2,000 range. So this is a substantial change from that. I think we're getting close to sending out to the field for the next thing. Show floor is ready, so we're going to head back out and see what Guy has for us next.
Hey, greetings from the floor. It's getting busy around here. A lot more people from earlier. Geez, it is really getting packed. I'm glad to see things back. We're in the Laowa booth. We're going to look at some lenses with Steven.
How's it going? I'm Steven Neff with Venus Optics Laowa Lenses. So we're here today. We're showing off the brand new nanomorph lenses. So these are 1.5 squeeze anamorphic lenses. We've got a set of 3 at launch, 27 millimeter, 35 millimeter, and a 50 millimeter. Those are all set to ship in August. And then we've got 2 additional focal lengths, a 65 and an 80 millimeter that should ship by the end of the year. So
there was another one that just came out so I'm a reseller that was a 0.8 or 0.9, 25, I think, micro four thirds.
The Argus lens, the 25 millimeter f.95 micro four thirds. Yeah, that's a beautiful little lens, super, super bright on that micro four thirds sensor.
Do you have that one here?
I don't actually have that one here with me. No, I do have another micro four thirds. So this is the PL mount of the nanomorph, and then this is the mirrorless mount. We've got 7 different mirrorless mounts, and then the version here, same optics, but just housed a little bit differently to be able to fit onto a PL or an EF. User interchangeable mounts, so if you get the PL version and need to switch to an EF, you can go back and forth. Also on the mirrorless mounts, 7 different mounts that are all user interchangeable. So E, R, Z, L, DL, micro four thirds, or Fuji X. So all those different mounts available in the nanomorph lenses.
So for our viewers out there, can you explain why a lot of people like to shoot in anamorphic with the D-squeeze and all that?
So anamorphic, it's about getting a pleasing wide field of view without distortion, and there's a look that you get with an anamorphic lens. You get the lens will flare. You get those long streaky flares. Your bokeh, you get a little bit shallower depth of field relative to a spherical lens, and your bokeh, you get an oval bokeh, and yeah, you get a little bit different look and feel that you can't get with a spherical lens and just letterboxing and cropping.
So if I take a flashlight and shine it in this, what kind of what it's going to look like?
So this guy right here has a blue flare. We've got the blue ring on there. We also come as available as an amber flare, and it'll have a little amber ring around it just to code so you know which one you're looking at. And then we've got, I didn't even know it existed. It may not exist yet, but we actually have a silver flare version as well that may come out, and that's got a neutral white flare.
Wow, how's the response been here at the show for these?
Super popular. The number one response from people that have seen them online or have seen pictures of them is, I didn't realize they were that small, right? Once you get up to it, it really is a super compact lens.
And then you guys do the probe lens as well, right?
The probe lens too, yeah. And so we actually do have here at the show, we're demoing a brand new version of the probe lens that just launched June 1st, is the Paraprobe. So it's the same 24 millimeter T14 as the original probe lens. However, it also gives you the option of having a 90-degree angle at the tip. So where the probe lets you get into all kinds of different angles and spaces, now you can do even more because you don't need to have that straight optic. You don't need all that space behind your subject. You can come in from an angle and still get that subject, that super close 2-to-1 macro.
What's been the coolest shot that you've seen with that lens?
The coolest shot, what I'm still trying it. It's in my head, and I've been playing with it, is I've got a little Lego building, dropping inside the Lego building and then just spinning the camera around. So you just get this pan view all around the building in a little micro miniature. So
That's going to be fun. I think a lot of people are just having fun with those. We have a guy that's probably watching right now that does some kind of water things, and live in our Zoom session, he pushed through this pipe, and it just, you could see all the threading and everything. I mean, it was spectacular.
Yeah, so like water and other things. So the probe lens, waterproof up to the USB port always, and now with the Paraprobe, just the same. But that allows you to do pouring shots because you don't have to put the camera underneath the falling water, because then you have the camera coming down. Now you can have the probe lens come out with the 90-degree angle and pour down onto that without getting onto your camera. So that opens up all kinds of shots. Underwater shots, being able to angle down and up, doing dropping stuff into water, getting splash. It opens up so many different shots. And then also movement-wise, right? Like you can do what would have been a great big movement to bring your camera way up over a subject or something. Now you can just slide the camera in and twist a little bit. So really, really cool stuff.
That's awesome. I mean, you're just opening up people's visions. I mean, they can get things without destroying or having to get like an aquarium or some kind of way of protecting the camera, or plexiglass or something. Let me see if we have any questions. Doesn't look like we have any questions yet, but do we have any, Bill, from the panel? Looks like we're...
Well, yeah, the first one from Carl is up there. Can you see it?
I don't see one from Carl at the moment. Go ahead.
Carl's in from Adelaide. He asked any chance of an ultra-wide probe lens to complement the 24 millimeter.
Any ultra-wide plans on the probe to complement the 24 millimeter?
Currently, I haven't seen any rumor or anything of any different focal lengths on the probe, but it wouldn't surprise me if down the line we do see a couple of other options, both in something either even a little bit wider and also something a little bit tighter.
Cool. Looks like we got a couple more. Courtney Gooden, any plans? And he's in Hollywood, California, right down the road. Any plans for a short 5x to 1 anamorphic zoom?
I don't know that I understand. A 5x to 1 anamorphic zoom.
5 to 1. 5 to 1. Zoom.
5 to 1. So
5 to 1. I don't know. I haven't seen anything. So we do have an anamorphic zoom. We have the lens, which is a 25 to 100 millimeter Super 35 coverage that does have a rear anamorphic adapter available to it. So we do have that lens. So it's a 4X that gives you a 1.33 anamorphic. So that is available now.
Okay, and another one coming in from Josh Kaufman, and he's asking, what is the latest in 0D lenses?
The latest 0D lens is actually a micro 4/3 6 millimeter lens. So the original 0D is the full frame 12 millimeter, and so now that 6 millimeter gives you the same field of view, same look and feel in a teeny tiny little micro 4/3 lens.
Is that one here or no?
It is here. Do you have a 6 millimeter? Is it under somewhere?
Come on, fast! 6 millimeter, 6 millimeter, quick!
It's too small to even find it. But
got it. She's pulling it out right here.
A little case. We found it.
Wow.
6 millimeter 0D.
There you go, right there. I know you're Jewel Josh Kaufman. That looks amazing. Yeah. What's the price on that?
That guy is $399, I believe.
Wow, very cool. Any other questions from the panel before we jump off this one and go to the next one? Wow, and
I think you
tall.
covered it.
Holy cow, I look like, geez, all right. Reality right there. How tall are you?
6'6".
Woohoo, I'm 5'10", so look at that. My arm, I had to hold it up like this whole time. All right, just want to say thank you again, Stephen, for your time.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you, everybody, for watching.
All right, back to you, Bill.
Great job, Guy. Thank you. That's fun. I remember the first time I saw one of those Laowa probe lenses, and they were using it with a architect's rendering, and to be able to get that probe down into the streets, it really did look like that small little village was the size of regular streets. It was so much fun. So these specialty lenses really add a lot of production value to coverage often. Have you ever, anybody on the panel ever done any shoots with these kind of things? Carl, I'm sorry, Courtney.
Well, now to get those kind of crazy POVs that, travel through impossible objects, they use a first person, drone, FPV drone, and just fly those little drones with a 4K camera on them, right through the car windows and into the house window, and then through the hole in the bike rack, and do all those crazy shots that you could never do before, or you would have to use a Fraser lens or a snorkel lens to do before.
This is that kind of snorkel lens, but boy, it seems like it's far more affordable and I don't remember what the Laowa snorkel type periscope lens is, but it seemed to me it was under $1,000. I might be wrong about that.
The other thing on the Fraser lens, which is a relay lens, it's a prism based, and it has an object lens in the bottom and then a long tube that goes through a 45-degree angle or a 90-degree angle. So the camera can sit up here, and your taking lens can be right down on the deck, right down on top of the table or something. But the interesting thing that it gave you was almost an infinite depth of field. And that was really interesting for controlling, any product photography where you wanted a lot of stuff to be in focus and make it look like it's a lot bigger than it really is. That infinite depth of field really helps.
They're moving from location to location. Anybody else have any thoughts on anything that the coverage, this is just feeling very comfortable, and I can see the future of this. Just feels like it's going to be an amazing way to go to see things that we can't otherwise go see. Go ahead, Mitch.
I would ask, I came in a little bit late, so I'm sorry. If there was anything that was seen here that has never been seen before, is anything really surprised? Because you always get those gee whiz moments of something that you see. Anybody on the panel see something that really piqued their interest?
Nothing yet. It seems that it's iterative at the moment. So most of the technology we're seeing is updates to current technology, but it would be nice to see something new, but something new, it would have came up on our radar already. So it looks like this is there's some iterative updates, which is good to see. But unfortunately, there's nothing really jumping out too much at me.
I'm surprised.
Carl, do you think that's a function of, I'm sorry, Courtney, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, I'm surprised that DJI is announcing a new product, but they're waiting till after Cine Gear.
Yeah, that kind of struck me too. You'd think they'd have more eyeballs now, but maybe they're feeling like DJI is so big now that they're kind of more in the Apple category, which is that we're going to do our own release when the rest of the industry is not quite so crowded, so that we don't have to compete with all the press releases coming out for the main show.
Can make a bigger splash if they do it on their own.
Yeah,
I was going to say, could that be a general trend that slow down the development process of new stuff and refine what you already have? Is that
Apple originally did it. Then we saw Blackmagic Grant doing his own kind of keynotes, and so it wouldn't surprise me to see that the operations that have that kind of economic clout, that are that big, start ending up saying, we don't want to be in the crowd. We feel that we are separate, and that we can attract as many eyeballs because we have the reputation we do than we got from being one of the players at an NAB or whatever. That seems to have been a trend for the big guys.
There's also the part that a company can be as loud to their market as any press. So it used to go to Photokina, you'd go to NAB, and the press would be the ones that would cover you and tell your market what's new. Now you can directly.
You're absolutely right. I hadn't thought of it in those terms, but you're right. You needed the NAB to concentrate press coverage, and particularly back in those, a decade or more ago, where your entire operation was printing those chrome coat brochures and getting ready for a date that was on the calendar, which was everybody's expectation of the entire eyes of the industry would be on this date. So we have to be ready by then. Now, a Blackmagic or an Apple or many other companies who have built these connections with their customers can say, we're doing it on this day. Show up, and the world's attention shows up.
That's right. And someone in that market for their products only needs to be in touch with one of their social medias, essentially. So Twitter, Facebook, only one of them to know that, because the company will, of course, blast it on every part of social media, or even into places like office hours. So communities like office hours will also get this information in there. Even if people aren't on social media, they'll hear it through other contacts. So because one of the people in that group will be tuned in somewhere to the company. So this is kind of why I think it's still important that companies sometimes go, depending on the type of company you are. But I also think that the company has a much more control over the message that goes out and when the message goes out. So there's two kind of important things.
Yeah, we are seeing a reshuffling of the media pipelines, and it's gotten more personalized. I mean, we never had a population where this many of the population had a smart media device literally that they're carrying with them every day. And a ping is all that's required if you have the right connections on the back to say something is happening right now at your next break. Watch what we want to tell you. And that is very different than to send it out. Looks like we have another floor report, so looks like we're heading out to Oyen Digital. So Guy, are you with us?
When you are. Hey Bill, greetings again from Cine Gear 2022. We're here going to look at some cool hard drives, especially for you 6K Pocket 6K users. I'm looking at getting one of these for myself. So we're in the Oyen booth, and that's a Norwegian thing, right?
Yeah, Norwegian company.
All right, and we're here with Jarrett. So tell us a little bit about the drive.
Sure. So this is the Helix Dura. It is Blackmagic approved. It's USB-C connectivity, so you can connect over to any of the 4K, 6K, 12K cameras that Blackmagic makes. But it being an SSD, you can also connect it into anything you want, any computer. It's 1,000 megabytes per second, so it has a really fast transfer rate. They're great with Blackmagic cameras. I personally use them all the time. Never have any drop frames with them, which is great. What makes these drives really unique and really special is we spent about 1.5 years developing and testing a bunch of different components and different parts to make sure that they work the best with this camera system. So what that means is the internal SSD is our own bill of materials. We make it, no one else does. So it's our SSD, you can't find it anywhere else. The other special feature about this is the enclosure itself has a built-in heat sink. So if you notice all the little ridges that run around it, the heat sink will help draw away heat from the NVMe SSDs. Because anyone that has worked with NVMEs know when they get hot, they slow down. So these SSDs, the enclosure itself will dissipate that heat away from the SSD to make sure they keep running cool and efficiently.
So that's the difference between some of these guys that are kind of DIY building their own. They buy a cheap case and then they lose footage. Will this go all the way up to the Blackmagic Raw, the highest? I think it's what's the one that's the biggest?
So they have the B Raw 3-to-1 compression. So at 24 frames per second, it will definitely work with that. But believe it or not, Blackmagic doesn't have any SSDs that work at the 50 frames or 60 frames per second 3-to-1 compression. But most people don't need a 3-to-1 compression. I typically shoot 5-to-1 compression, 50 frames per second, and there's no issue there.
How about with the 12K? Is it certified to?
It is certified with 12K. I forget what the highest compression that they show. I think it's 8-to-1 compression, but it is certified with that as well.
Cool, and I noticed this is a cool mount. Is this from Condor Blue?
That one's actually from Small Rig, so it's a Small Rig universal mount. The cage itself is Condor Blue, though.
Nice. So, would it be possible to get a quarter 20, maybe?
Well, we do actually have a quarter 20 mount for another product, so I can show you guys here in just a second.
Yeah, I'd love to be able to see it. But so I have the same rig almost, but it's I think it's a Small Rig cage, and I was gaff taping. I was just using a T5. I need to get one of these now.
So the universal mount does have a quarter 20 thread on the bottom here, so where you can mount it anywhere on the cage, and that's where it's physically mounted like that. But the other nice thing about this is you do have this little cable clamp right here. So when it is secured in the universal mount, the cable itself won't move anywhere, so it stays tethered.
Yeah, I was noticing too on this cage that USB-C cable's really nicely snug. Yeah. And some of the people are watching, we put the sprigs on here just to give them some love, and it actually works nicely. That you're not going to snag on it now. What were some of the other products that you wanted to tell us about?
Sure. So let me just grab this one here real quick.
Ooh.
So this is our new RAID box. This is the Fortis 5U. So it's a 5-bay RAID enclosure. It has USB-C connectivity on the back, so 1,000 megabytes per second is the maximum bandwidth on it. But what's unique about this enclosure, so traditional SATA hard drives we have, but you also have the ability to mount the new PCI Express SSDs in the same enclosure. So these are a different interface, but the U.2 or the Fortis 5U enclosure is capable with both hard drive and U.2 SSDs.
And since this is just USB-C, I can attach this to a cloud pod and it'll show up on my 10 gig network?
You could attach it to a cloud pod. It's just a normal direct attached storage, so however you normally connect it to a computer.
What kind of speed would I be getting with, do you sell it with the drives inside, or is it just the enclosure?
So we do sell enclosure and drives together separately, whatever you want. With 5 hard drives in a RAID 5 configuration, you're going to be around 600 megabytes per second. That's the speed of the drives, not the limitation of the enclosure. If you did 5 SSDs in it, then you would max out at 1,000 megabytes per second.
We can't go to double that. We need 2,000. What's going on?
So in probably 6 months to a year, you will be able to. USB 4 is coming around the corner very quickly. They're releasing engineering samples at the end of the year. And at that point, you'll have a 40 gig bandwidth.
Ooh-wee, smoking. Cool. It looks like we got a couple of questions here from our folks in the audience. The first one's coming in from Carl Asmussen in Adelaide, Australia, and he's asking, what is the sustained record time for 8K 120p from the Blackmagic 12K camera? It's like a math test.
I mean, that is a Blackmagic question. I think the data rate on that is close to 600 megabytes per second, if I remember correctly.
And and
yes, these SSDs should keep up with that.
Nice. Next one's coming in from Alex Lindsay, and he's asking, can the drive maintain 1,000 megabytes a second through the entire storage space, specifically over 75% full?
So yes, the NVMe SSDs in the Helix Dura can sustain that.
So if I'm up at 90%, I keep going and I'm getting it?
I never recommend anyone to go that high, because when you do fill it up, it does start looking for a space where to go. So it can, at 90%, I would probably say you'd start seeing a little drop off, but at 75%, there should be no issue.
So I'm confused because it's normally a drive spins and as it goes from center to edge, but on an SSD, there is no spinning.
There is, so it still has to search out and find those empty slots, those empty switches that are available, and that can wear out cells. It doesn't necessarily degrade the speed itself, but it can wear out the SSD faster than you should.
Ah, that's really good to know. So we don't want to keep pushing it to the max and go, it's almost full, like keep going.
You can crash SSDs if you fill them up, 100%.
Ooh, well, there's your good tip there. Do we got another one? We got another one in from Douglas Carmichael, and he's saying, can your products work with a NAS unit or a similar network attached storage device?
They can. So products similar to Synology or QNAP, if they have direct attached plugs where you can plug in USB, they can certainly work. They'll show up on the OS just like any other computer.
Awesome. Anything else you want to let us know about before we wrap it up?
Sure.
Ooh, I want to hold this one.
Everyone's been looking at this drive because it's so small. This is a new Shadow Micro, 2 terabyte and 4 terabyte capacities. This is also NVMe based. The difference between this and the Helix is that it's not going to have quite the sustained performance as the Helix because it doesn't have all the heat sink and everything around it. But just for a good shuttle drive to be able to dump footage to, you'll have speeds between 900 and 1,000 megabytes per second. 2 terabyte is $279, and 4 terabyte will be around $500. We're releasing this at the end of the month.
That's crazy. Storage is getting so cheap. I mean, that a few years ago would have been thousands of dollars. And
exactly.
How about it? Is there anything else? I know you have this big card over here. What are you demoing?
We're just showing a DIT station. So we had our RAIDs there, and we had a couple other card readers and things. But yeah, these SSDs, this RAID enclosure. We also, I can show this. This is a new mobile RAID enclosure. So you have 2.5-inch slots in here to be able to connect drives to. Hardware RAID switches here so you can control the RAID itself. It's also bus powered, so you can just plug in directly to a laptop and you don't have to have a power supply or anything. There is a power connector in case you need it. There are some PCs that don't supply enough power over USB, so you would need a power supply. The other unique feature about this enclosure is we added hub ports. So you have a single cable going to your computer, and then you have 2 USB ports here that you can connect a card reader, keyboard, another SSD to, and you don't have to take up more ports on your computer.
Wow. And then tell me a personal question. What is the software that most DITs you're seeing use in the field?
So for ingestion, like actually capturing data, Hedge is a really good company that makes that captures the data and makes sure you have everything there secure. That's probably one.
About Shotput Pro?
I do know Shotput. I have used Shotput quite a bit. They're a great company.
Okay, we got another question. Mickey Macacor in the Philippines is asking, whose NAND drives do you use?
So for the Helix Dura itself, it is our own design. So the NAND flash, I forget exactly which flash it is, but I know the controller is Phison.
There you go, Mickey. We got another one. I think that wraps it up, unless there's one from the panel. We'll go ahead and thank Stephen for his time, and love the products, man. Very cool. Congrats on just bringing these to market. So thank you, and we'll go ahead and toss it back to you, Bill.
Thank you, Guy. Very cool. We're seeing a lot of really cutting-edge technology, and I know everybody's looking at their wallets and their credit cards and saying, this new SSD fast flash is coming on fast, so we're going to have to change. Mitch, you had some thoughts?
Yeah, it's amazing how fast hard drive technology has been coming over the year. I mean, I go back to the old RAID days and SCSI, and to see these new NVMe drive modules, in some cases, you don't even need a RAID. You just need one of these guys hooked up to a fast connection, and you're good to go with 2 4K or 8K streams. It's amazing. Maybe RAID's days are numbered, and the high-speed drives are not.
I remember like a 256 megabyte flash little keychain thing now in that same practical form factor. I mean, a little bit larger, but not much, is 2 terabytes of incredibly fast storage. That is a tremendous change over the course of that. We're getting near the top of the hour, so we have one more block that we're going to be doing after this. So we've got at least 3 other people coming up. My case builder is going to be with us as we come back from the break at the half hour, or as we continue through. Sisu Cinema Robotics is going to be up, and then Streambox, and those are going to be our last 3 of the day. So if anybody has any questions, particularly if you want to do any discussions of anything for a wrap-up as we get to the end of the whole broadcast, make sure you get your things in there. We've seen a lot today, and there's a lot more still to come. Mitch, any ideas from you about what you've seen overall?
It goes well beyond what I normally would consider something I'd be looking for at Cine Gear. It seems like it seems to be extending into different things: camera lenses, high-speed storage, helpful devices. I don't know if one day is enough to cover it all. I mean, I think we need to continue doing all the coverage areas that we can, and getting questions from all over the world. What a treat that is to be able to take that to the floor for people to see.
Yeah. Go ahead, Courtney.
Didn't Blackmagic have a booth? I thought they were going to be at this.
They are there. They're there.
We haven't seen them yet.
No, we haven't.
They haven't announced anything new, but...
Yeah, so I don't know what the answer is, but I know the floor crew is working really hard, going as many places. So for whatever reason, John Preto, anything strike you as we've been watching this?
All good. I'm happy to be here, Bill. Thanks.
Thank you for being here. So Guy's going to make his move around, and we're going to figure out what to do next. It looks like we're going to be, something in my ear? No. Okay. This has just been an interesting thing. I did not expect us to have this much of an improvement in our visitation throughput, so to speak. I mean, we had some issues where we talked a lot more and didn't see as much. And this thing that Alex has put together to give us a live look at something like a trade show, this experience has just rocketed up, in my estimation, in terms of the utility for the watching audience. We just talk about things over and over again. This is a whole different thing. This, the ability to get out to expertise of individuals who work for these companies. I know we can take it even farther, but I've been astonished at how smoothly in today's coverage this process of either Guy fielding things right off the Mukana screens and getting them to the people who are talking about them, or us being able to interact with the people in the field. And this does seem like it's a whole new thing. I don't think we have anything else scheduled for the moment until they get switched over. Mitch, any thoughts?
I think the trick, Bill, is that as we do these, we get better and better at them. It's like anything else. We keep different iterations, And the fact that our crews have done some prepackaged interviews, and they started doing them yesterday. I think they started doing it before they even opened the doors. That being able to roll into the traveling time it takes to get from booth to booth is just improving our efficiency, and that can only get better. Our coverage can only get better, and I still think that everything we're doing is innovative and interesting. And I know that I'm waxing philosophical about what it is that is taking place here, but folks, this is not being done anywhere else by anyone else, and history literally is being made here. So feel free to participate, because you, whoever you are that's watching this or listening to it, can participate by asking your questions on Mukana and or passing them on to us as the panel, and it will only get better.
You know, I was watching that DJI demo, and it just astonished me at how, at a show that used to be all about the big iron, we're looking at some of the smaller things. And in terms of the electronics getting smaller and smaller, in terms of the memory getting smaller and smaller, it just seems like everything in our purview in terms of the equipment that we use gets smaller, more digitized, simpler, and more capable as we go. So it was one of the trends that I was thinking about before we started the show coverage, is whether or not this idea of crews and a gear and what you need to take out to succeed in the field, is it generically getting smaller and smaller? Will there be a place for bigger and bigger?
I keep waiting for the prices to get smaller and smaller.
I know that's no question, Courtney. That is a challenge. We've seen some things that $1 per gram.
Well, actually, they are. You know, because of COVID and because of all the remote broadcasting that had to be done during COVID, it was more of a commoditization of. There was a lot of companies like Sound Devices that moved in, that were typically, their recorders were priced, $4,000 to $6,000, and now they had to move into that prosumer market to make a dent, because it was a very big market to ignore.
Yeah, Carl,
we can see Blackmagic. Just letting people know. Our field team can see Blackmagic.
Did that cause you?
Blackmagic from here.
Blackmagic's out there. Let's go in that direction. Yeah, and it looks like guys setting up near it. So we'll see if maybe we get a chance.
But what I would say is that the drives that we saw on the last vendor, they're actually very competitively priced. So they're competitively priced against the big guys like Western Digital and SanDisk. So their prices are pretty much in line with those, which is nice to see, that they've got drives that are the same capabilities and they're the same price, which is
very much faster and very much less prone to mechanical breakdown and all the things.
No. So the Western Digital ones and SanDisk guys, Western Digital, or vice versa, they're 2,000 megabytes per second, and I'm guessing that's similar to what they're using, and so that's why they have no problem going right up to 90%, because the actual chips inside are capable of somewhere close to 2,000, but their bus speed, their USB chip, is 1,000. So it's good to see.
The prices come down on CFast cards. That's maybe the NVMEs have just eclipsed the CFast, but all these older cameras that have only a CFast, interface for raw recording are kind of in trouble, because their media is so darned expensive compared to just plugging an NVMe drive into the USB.
That's correct. Hey, Courtney, I'm going to interrupt you for just a second, because it looks like Guy's in front of the Blackmagic booth and wants us to come to him for just a second.
Yeah, so we're still live here at the show floor, and we weren't able to get a Blackmagic representative to jump on camera, but I wanted to make sure that you guys know that they are here. This is a much smaller booth than I would have thought. The booths in years past have been a little bit bigger. It looks like they're just showing DaVinci Resolve down this aisle over here. They've got a live set with, if you could see all the way up to the top, there's some lights with some actors in, and you can jump on a 12K. You can look at what the color looks like. You can go through the menus. I just came from Infocom, where they had a booth that was about 10 times the size of this one. I'm not kidding. It was massive. One of the things I got to play with is on the Ursa broadcast, they have the new beta streaming engine. So you could go HyperDeck high, you can go streaming high, all those settings that you see in the ATEM Mini Pro for streaming, you can actually do now straight out of that camera. So you can stream direct to Twitch, Facebook, RTMP. It's pretty cool to have a camera of that caliber where you could throw a B4 lens on, or any of the PLs or the EF lenses. But I wanted you guys to at least get a sense of what's here. They're showing off, again, Resolve, some of the larger cameras, the 6Ks, the 6K Pro, and they've got some monitors down. I don't have anybody to speak with that basically they want us to go through their PR company. So it's a little, they're getting too big for their britches, I think, when it's got to be all perfectly like, say this, do this type thing. So, but if you guys have any questions, if you want me to, yeah, go ahead, Mitch.
Yeah, what's up with that big cart behind you that at the end of that row where you are? There's a big cart with a camera mounted on top. There it is. The other to your right. Right
tripod.
There. Yes, a tripod on a cart. See what the two gentlemen are? So I was trying to figure out what that is that we're looking at there. Continuing now. There you go.
There.
Wondering what's up with that.
That
looks like a DIT cart.
Hey, what is it? What do we got here? It looks like an innovative cart. We've got Smart View, 2 of them, 6K MacBook Pro. We've got the Resolve panel. We've got a Duo, 1ME Production Studio. Not sure. Those are decks. Power supply, trip light, powering the whole thing. Big wheels in the back. It's an innovative deploy, it says, and there's a QR code. We got a Furman up top, power conditioner, or actually I don't know if this one's conditioning or not, but you got a little light here that comes in and out. You could turn up the lights. You got switched output. What else we got? We got the Cloud Store Mini up top. And
is that a 6K or a 12K? Is that a 6K or a 12K camera up on the very top?
That's just a 6K. The form factor of the 12K is much bigger. It's a huge, it's the Ursa Mini, so it's a bigger one.
There you
and then
go.
on the back of this, there's actually a Hollyland transmitter on the back, so it's able to receive, and they can do the coloring right here on the cart. I mean, they can move around, lift gamma gain, all right here. What else? Am I missing anything? Audio. Record.
That's your next mobile rig guy right there.
Yeah. Jeez, this is a nice rig. Yeah, go ahead, Carl.
Are you able to ask Noah what's missing from that cart that he would add?
Noah, what's missing from this cart that you would add? All right, here, Noah.
All right, let me see here. Well, I love the wheels. They're a good form factor. I do love the rack mount system. I think I would try to figure out some sort of PTZ option. So Blackmagic, if you're listening in the future, I would love to see some PTZ action going on up top. I do love how these fold out, which is pretty cool because you can set up laptops or obviously the shading control that they have up here. Yeah, I would also like to see some sort of antenna system because we are doing cellular bonding, right, for our system. So that's something that's missing from their cart compared to our cart. But I do love the rack mount. That's such a cool thing. It's weighted well with the UPS at the bottom, right? So that's a positive thing when you're wheeling around and that kind of stuff. And it looks like it's got some solid handles, which is great too. And I'm walking around this thing. You can't really see this very well, but on the back side, it looks like it's like a 12 or 14-inch wheel. So it really has some stout wheels and then some handles as well. So I hope that answers that question. Guys, preoccupied a little bit here, but any other questions for the floor?
To move that thing around. Very cool.
So, Noah, via what type of power system does it have? How is it being powered?
So they are plugged into shore power, and I'm kind of hiding back here. Yeah, there is a UPS here. It's a trip light unit. It's a 2U unit. Those run about $270 if I remember correctly. And so that's kind of their battery backup. I wouldn't necessarily run that as your main power source, but they are plugged into what we call shore power, or the standard outlet in your home. So I'm gonna hand it back to Guy.
All right, we're going to waltz on over here back to the My Case Builder, so it's going to get a little jumpy, but we're just going to do this live. And again, the show's packed. I mean, it's way busier than I thought that it would be. I mean, Infocom, there was a lot of bare floor as we were cruising around that show, and so this is super impressive. I think a lot of people are serious here. They've been pent up for too long, and they're anxious to get out and see stuff like this guy. Your name was Steven?
Steve, yes.
Yeah, you want to tell us what you do with Case Builder?
Oh, sure, absolutely. You'll hold it? Okay, hi. Yeah, so we do custom cases, custom foam for any case. And the nice part about it is that you guys all have cases, right? So we could just do custom foam for your existing case. Or you can get a brand new case from us as well. So really great organization, great looks, and basically protection for all of your gear. And you design it all on our website. That's what makes it really, really fun.
So that's what we're seeing here is just the design. I'd imagine this is like a C500. So you just spec it out and then you guys build it, huh?
Yeah, actually, I'll show you real fast. I don't know if you can get a shot of that. Right. But basically, we have a library. There is over 7,000 shapes in our library. So here's camera lenses. And you can just go find your lens or find your camera or find your audio or whatever it is you need. And then just drag and drop it right inside of your case. It's going to show you exactly what that looks like in 3D as well. So you can see even where the wheels are in your case and your piece of foam. But of course, you know, we can't get every single shape in the whole entire world. So we have a photo tracer. So if you go into the photo tracer, you just take a picture, top down the way you want it. I'll take that C500. And as you drag, it's going to automatically trace right around your shape. 2 dimensions later, length, left to right, and how deep it goes in the case, and you've got yourself a perfect silhouette that you need right there. So it really is that easy.
That's beautiful. So what's this first one here?
So this is an example of basically our Top Guard foam, which is our standard go-to foam, which is a polyethylene. It's got a nice topper on it, comes in different colors. And then, of course, our new printing feature, which is really what we're shouting to the world. The fact that you can print directly on the foam so that you could create labeling, you can do logos, you can do parts lists, you can pretty much do anything that you want in the case to really, when you open up that case, it's like, oh my God, wow, right? It gives you that. Somebody was saying to me before that in this industry, at least, 70% is how good of a job you do, and 30% is your presentation when you show up to the job.
Oh man, then don't look inside my backpack right now because I just slammed everything that I possibly could in there. Shoot, edit, lighting, everything is all.
You're like most people, right? But we make it easy. Now you have a place to go to where you can get it nice and easy. So like over here in this case, this is a Pelican case. I don't know if you guys can get a shot of that. So this is a deep case. And in this case, we want to use all the available space underneath. So we have these lift-out trays. You could do this right on the website. So
that is awesome.
Yeah, you could go up to 2 trays, right? 3 trays, I'm sorry. Lift out, goes in, and you have all those spaces underneath. Because a lot of times, you don't need a wide, long case. You could just go smaller with multiple levels, just like that.
Yeah, that's sweet. I'd never seen anything like that. That's very cool. Actually, I did. ATEM has had a case like that where the accessories were underneath. So you had Well, let's check out the last one here.
Okay, sure. Yeah. So this case is showing our Pro Cell foam. So this is an upgraded foam. It's a fine cell. It feels really soft. So it's a nice case, a nice foam. And the nice thing too is a lot of people use the pick and pluck foam. But if you think about pick and pluck, obviously it's going to wear down over time and fall apart. But you can never really get more than one cube. You need like 2 cubes, right, for it to not fall apart. So you'd never get as close as you can on some of these pieces over here. So you can fit more inside the same case when you go with one of these custom foams.
Very cool. Let me see if there's any questions. Yeah, we do have one from Chris Widener, and Chris is asking, do they have any foam for the Starlink Dish V2?
So the answer is probably. So there's like 8,000 shapes, like I mentioned, so it's most likely in our library. If it's not in our library, we'll put it in our library. Yeah, definitely.
Very cool. Does anybody in the panel have any questions? Maybe Courtney or one of the guys? Bill, you got
there
any
is
questions?
one. So
yeah, go, Carl.
So there is one guy. So are you able, with cutting the foam, are they able to have like a rounded bottom? You know what I mean? Like if you put a lens in, rather than it being right angled at the bottom, it's like rounded.
No, but you can build up the foam with some blocks underneath in our software to create that cutout for it. So we do a lot of PTZs, and sometimes the rounded bottom's a little overkill, but you can still get it into the case, yes.
Okay, that was a good one, Carl. Anybody else on the panel have any before I throw it back to you guys?
Yeah, I have a quick one for you. If you were doing something like a Pelican 1650 style case, what would custom foam, what is the range of cost for a custom foam insert?
So he's asking if you do something with Pelican 1650, what's about the cost?
Oh, sure. So I can tell you exactly what it is. Actually, I don't have my phone with me. So it's one price for unlimited cutouts in your case, okay? So you don't have to start designing and then all of a sudden the price goes up. So that like this is 1607. This foam is only $222 for unlimited cutouts. So the 1650 is going to be about the same, $250, something like that for foam only.
Cool. Well, thank you for all your information. These are awesome products. I'm going to have to get some of my customized stuff.
Thank you so much. Yes,
mycasebuilder.com. Thank you. And back to you, Bill.
This has been, well, stick with us, Guy. We want your impressions as you walk through this time. So tell me,
Sure.
You said that it's definitely filling up.
Can we cut around this way?
How do you
'Cause I
feel
kinda wanna
about
go
the
this
show?
way. If it's up to me, Bill, then I'm going to take you where I want to take you. So
Good.
We're going off script then. Felix, I love these lights. Look at these. We've got some China balls. We've got over here. We got some. Oh, my friend Josh Ewing.
Air stand. Yeah.
Josh Ewing from Fujifilm. Hey, Josh, how you doing? Nice to see you. So what are you showing off today?
Perfect.
28 to 100? We're live on... I brought a few of my friends, 100 of them.
So I like that. I like that.
28 to 100 Premista?
We have the 28 to 100 Premista, and we also have the 19 to 90 Premista. Both of these are full-frame lenses. And this is on a GFX camera and has a PL to GFX mount. And then we also have our longer, more telephoto. That's the 80 to 250.
And is that the Fujinon 20 to 120 Cabrio over there on a, what is that on? Is that a Duclos adapter or what's going on there?
And it's going to the new cinema camera, which from EID is being introduced here. This is the XH2S. And really you want to talk to Michael Babenko there about that, and I urge you to head over there.
Over to Michael. Do you think he's ready? Well, all right, guys. I guess we're detoured. They do want to go back that way, but let me talk to. Oh, I remember Michael. Michael, come on. All right, it's all right. We'll circle back.
Okay.
All right, thanks, guys. What the? All right, we're live, folks. I mean, this is how we roll. All right, Michael, you tell us about which model is it?
To mic me, or you gotta?
I'm gonna hold it right in front.
All right. Okay. Let's come over.
Let's go.
Let me have that. Let me have this. No, the body. He's got the body.
Give me the body.
Yeah, actually, it'd make more sense if I actually hold that. Guys,
that camera.
This is perfect.
I need that body back.
This
we
is
got some
perfect.
fancy stuff here.
If anybody thought this was all actually pre-recorded and we weren't doing this really live, you are being disabused of that imagination. Guy is out there literally. And this is what people in booths are going to have to get used to.
Hey, so this is the new XH2S mirrorless camera that we just announced May 31st. It will be available for sale on July 7th. And what's really, really nice about this is it's an APS-C camera with really remarkably good in-body image stabilization, wicked fast autofocus, and we are, of course, at a Cine show. So one of the headline items about this will do 6.2K capture in full open gate capture. So the entire sensor, 3:2 aspect ratio at 6.2K with internal ProRes recording. Along with the ProRes, you can also get ProRes proxies or H.264 proxies on the same card. Also,
can you explain the open gate thing? Does that mean there's no jello? I've never really understood the whole open gate. So global shutter?
The open gate means it's the entire sensor. There's no cropping on it. It's all 6,000, it's the full sensor, left to right, top to bottom. That makes it actually rather suitable for reframing, right? So with the 6.2, it means you can move the image around in post a lot more. It also makes it conducive for some anamorphic shooting. So one of the lens companies, Atlas Lenses, actually shot some demo material with this, with some of their anamorphic lenses, just to show how that works. The other thing is we're talking about is this new lens. Lens won't be out until September, but we also announced this May 31st. This is a power zoom. It's an 18 to 120 constant f4 power zoom lens, and it's only $899.
Wow, so how do you zoom?
So that's the cool thing about it. So you can zoom it the usual way with the ring, but there is this control ring, this rocker. So you turn it this way, it'll zoom out, turn it this way, it'll zoom back, motorized. So you can control the speed by how much you turn.
Can I control that through USB or something like that?
Well, we're not sure yet. I mean,
Or
probably
length?
by way of remote app. We know at least right now you can actually control it with on the touch screen, so you can actually touch screen it. But when the camera actually comes out, we have final firmware. We'll know more about whether it's remote capability.
What's the math on that as far as a 35 millimeter equivalent for an 18-to-120 with APS-C? Is that 0.7 or 1.3 times?
It's like gosh, hold on.
You could do math really fast. 18, 1.3. Somebody in the audience.
It is a 24 to 180 or something like that. Yeah.
That's a lot of range.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a ton.
And it's a constant f4.
See, that's what we've been trying to find. You know, the Lumix series line. We've been trying to. They only have a handful of lenses. It's like 4, maybe in the Micro Four Thirds. So this is a larger sensor, and you're getting a larger range.
In this particular spec, there is no other lens on the market like that.
Is it? And it's parfocal.
Parfocal, so it will not shift focus as you zoom.
Did you hear that, folks? Parfocal.
Yeah,
$899.
$899. There's also something cool is that we have. So on this particular camera here, as you can see, we have a new wooden camera cage, custom designed for this body, a new wooden camera X-mount to PL adapter. So as you can see, we've got a PL, this is a 20 to 120 zoom on here, a Cabrio. And on the back of it, this is an optional cooling fan.
What?
The cooling fan, yeah, the cooling fan actually screws right onto the back of the camera. And you can see the contacts here. So it takes the power from the body. So it's only a $200 accessory. Not everybody needs it, but if you are doing the 6.2K for like an hour and you're out at Death Valley, it's probably a good thing to have. But it's very, very quiet.
Wow, I'm excited. I'm going to have to get one of these. Super excited. I'm glad we stopped by. Josh, I want to say thank you for everything. And Mike, thank you. We're going to keep rolling down. Unless there's any questions from anybody. But, all right. Bill, you have any? Or we're going to keep going because we can.
Shutter.
Was it global shutter or rolling shutter?
No, it is a rolling shutter, but with the new, it's a new sensor and a new processor. It's minimized. I mean, it's very, very little jello on it. Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Thanks again. Thanks for the question too, Corey. All right, we're going to keep.
That's very cool.
Cruising along, kind of give you the lay of the land. I mean, we're in about the center of the hall. You can see how busy it is. I mean, there's a lot of people here. This is a well attended event. Looks like we got Nanlite, Nanlux. Going to my right
that was
over
pretty
here.
Exciting.
We're going.
That reminds me of when I saw that year that Canon had really made video possible. This seems like there's less expensive camera and less expensive lenses. The fact that it has a servo zoom built into an $800 lens that has that much range to it and is quiet, and that they're thinking about things like cooling the sensor, because that's always been a challenge, particularly those of us. I came out of Arizona, and I can't tell you how many times I've seen cameras go wonky because they just get too hot. Guy, what do you got?
All right, sounds good. Good to see you.
It's,
my name's
it's
Guy.
funny
Phil,
that
nice to meet you. We're live with
that
Bill and
lens
these
is,
guys, so you can
competing
kind of
with,
see the
the
two
new
up.
Sony,
We're live
which is
out
a
to
power
YouTube and
servo.
Zoom, and we just want to see
let's go back to Guy.
what you got here.
Oh man, we've got all kinds of awesome stuff. We got robots. I mean, what's better than robots that make movies, right?
I got to see what this is a huge booth with. Oh man, they got lightsabers.
Yeah. So what we're doing is we're actually showcasing the robots that we have. We've got a few different robots interacting, and the robots themselves are actually what's doing the filming. We've got a robot on track that's going to be filming our actors here, interacting with Unreal Engine, and so it's a direct live link from the robot to Unreal, and you'll actually be able to see here, we're directing the actors, so that way when the robots start here in just a minute, that way they can stay in frame, because we pre-program the robot to do the specific shot, coach the actors and direct them so that they stay in frame, run it, and then you'll see on these screens above us here, you'll actually see them live what they're going to be doing in Unreal. So that's kind of what we're doing, is showcasing our robots' interaction with Unreal Engine.
Cool. So what's on the camera that gives the telemetry? How's that? Is it 3D? Is that the?
So what it is the robot is actually the control unit from the robot is actually plugged directly into the PC that's running Unreal. And yeah, the position data of the camera is actually then transmitted in real time to the PC that's running Unreal. And then the camera, all that camera tracking data is just imported into Unreal. But it's just done, what's special is it's done in real time. That's the big deal, because that way a director or DP can see in real time what the shot's going to look like. So.
And there's no latency on that, right? It's just happening just milliseconds, or not even.
Correct. That's the thing that's nice about this direct link from our robot, as opposed to the other tracking data that's out there. We have customers that have our robot that they previously used other tracking data that they had a lot of latency, that they've used our robots now with Unreal, and they haven't noticed any latency that they've noticed with other older tracking data.
Cool. So are they going to do the demo, or are they ready?
Yeah, well, probably here. Landon, how much time have we got until we're ready? About a minute.
1 minute, folks, and we'll be able to see this thing moving along.
Oh.
Yeah, we're going to be able to see this thing in just 1 minute. In the meantime, Bill or anybody on the panel, do you have any questions? I'll be able to repeat them out live here.
No, but I think, this amount of time on the show we've spent looking at things like Unreal Engine and having Nick Justitian come in and talk to us about that technology has been really valuable, because now we already understand the interface between the camera gear that we're seeing now, the robotic camera gear, and how that integrates into 3D space. And thanks to Alex for giving us so much time thinking about 3D issues. This all is now coming together so that it makes more sense to us. So we feel like we're in good shape to understand what you're going to be showing us next.
All right, they were just giving some commentary.
Guy,
but if they're ready. Oh, actually, Carl's coming in with a question. Go ahead, Carl.
What is the maximum payload the robot can handle?
What is the maximum payload that the robot can handle?
It depends on the robot itself. We have 3 different sized robots that we use for our production robots. Our largest, which is this guy right here, is the C31. It has a payload of 45 pounds. Our middle-sized robot has a payload of 35 pounds, and our smallest robot has a payload of about 22 pounds.
Which one's the smallest one?
It's in the far corner. So it's shooting. It's used more for like tabletop stuff. So I'm not sure if you're going to go over and take a look at it, but you can. It's shooting just like a little Lego set that we put together. So to kind of showcase its tabletop capability.
What's the most popular model?
The most popular model is our C20, which is our mid-sized model, because it's a great combination of reach, because it has a 2-meter reach, or about 11, 12 feet.
We're starting. I guess we're going to this if you guys are ready. Do we stand back and let them do their thing? Woo! Wow. That is incredible to actually see happen live. I mean, it looks spectacular. I mean, tell us a little bit, can you break it down a little bit about what we just saw?
So yeah, what we just saw there was we saw the robot actually doing its pre-programmed choreographed move, and then with just a little bit of direction from our director to the actors, so that way, like I said, to make sure that they stay in frame, we are able to capture the dynamic moves that the robot's able to do while giving that real-time data to the actual Unreal Engine. So you can see the engine, you can see the actors, everything moving in tandem in real time. So none of this, green screen, and then we'll see what it looks like, later once we put everything together. You can all see it and get your feedback real time.
So are we seeing a lot of stages now in Hollywood that are adopting this?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it was made popular first and foremost by the Mandalorian. Everyone talks about how, the Mandalorian, they're doing this cool stuff. And then the Batman, they just did that as well. And but now, yeah, we're seeing now there's studios popping up all over the place that have this is just a flat wall that we have here, but you see these really cool curved volume walls. We even have some there's some. Yeah, there's that have a ceiling, or there's someone that we're working with down by the airport here in LA that they have a full 360-degree wall that it actually closes up, and you can be completely immersed 360 degrees by an LED wall. So really, really cool stuff that we're seeing.
And what I've been hearing is that those are just booked out. Like they're just booked out solid. As fast as they're building them, people are spinning up productions because they don't want to fly, they don't want to travel, they want to do take after take after take. You don't miss golden hour, you can just repeat golden hour, right?
Exactly. That's what the benefit of the virtual production is. And what we bring to the table as well with our robots is just the incredible dynamic shots that you get with the robot. And then what makes our cinema robot specifically even more interesting than other cinema robots is the real-time feedback and editing that we can give to a director. We have a really intuitive and unique way that we can control the robots that allows us to make changes and edits to a program real time, so a director can see, oh wow, this is really easy. No, that shot wasn't quite right. Can we make a few changes to that shot? And we can make those changes and do those edits in real time so the director or the DP can see what it is that we're doing without having to send a guy off to a corner and type things into his computer and then come back an hour later and get the director's feedback at that point. We're giving the director, we're allowing him to see what those changes look like in real time.
So if somebody wanted to do this at like the most basic level, just to start out and kind of get used to it, like what are you seeing out there? What would you say to somebody like that? Like, here's how you can kind of do it yourself, get Unreal, or what's the process there?
So as far as the Unreal portion, I'm not as familiar with, but as far as what we're seeing with a lot of people with our robots, for example, what we're doing is not only are we making robots easy to use, we're also making robots that are easy to get your hands on. So not everyone has six figures that they can just throw towards a robot. So what we offer is something called Robots as a Service. I know, it's RAAS, Robots as a Service. So it's a subscription service that we offer that allows someone to just pay a much smaller monthly fee, and they get the robot, they get unlimited tech support, unlimited training, software updates. We also offer consulting services with the robots as well. So if they want to, find out, something from our specialists, what's the best way to get this shot for this specific product, we'll work with them and consult with them and even fly someone out at times to give them the support that they need.
Cool. We got some questions from somebody out in St. Paul, Minnesota named Tommy. Hey, Tommy. Can the robot get its program from Unreal Engine?
So at this point in our programming, it's just one direction where the data comes from the robot and is pushed to Unreal. That is something that is on our roadmap. That'll probably be coming out later this year, where we can receive data from Unreal or receive data from like Maya or something like that. But right now it's just one direction.
Man, exciting stuff. Thank you so much for your time. I mean, this is mind-blowing. The future's exciting. I mean, I can't wait for these to be everywhere. Just you rent a studio by the day and includes operator and robots. Robots as a Service. You heard it here, guys, from the show floor. I think, are we going to just keep going, Bill? Are we going to stay live the whole time? Thanks again.
Why not? We've been enjoying it. Anybody have any thoughts? I just saw John raise his hand. John, what are you thinking?
Well, that wasn't a raise. I want to know where Guy got his youthful energy from. That's what I want to know.
All that green stuff he's drinking every morning.
It's the green stuff. Wow.
It's the green stuff. It's the secret stuff.
Gets his hair cut off.
We're going to Atlas lenses?
This looks cool. We've only got one more thing.
Atlas lenses would be great.
Yeah.
It'd be great, because right next door is Godox after that.
I know. Oh, we are going to Godox later? Because if we
That's
haven't,
up to
I'd
you
love
guys.
to show
It's up to you.
Yeah, we only have one more stream
we'll do a
box on
drive-by.
our published
I wanted
list.
Carl to be able to
let's-
at least see what Godox was. We're not going to totally stop
flexible.
by, but we'll just do a drive-by. It's so funny looking at this thing, talking about robots for rent. You should see these guys. Take them out. Looks like we got some big old lights and soft boxes and tubes and yep.
Yeah, this is so much
Nice
smoother
stuff.
than moving with a handheld camera between these things. It really
To the
looks
right
great.
and back.
Good polished concrete floor and good wheels.
Guy, can you see the new Arri camera from where you are?
The Alexa 35 is right. The Airy,
Yeah.
let's see, 35. It looks like, yeah, we can, but it looks pretty busy in there. And they're carpeted. I don't know if we'd be able to roll in there. But yeah, we can see it. We're going right by the Airy booth right now. Can we spin it for just a second so we can see the Airy stuff? And it's pronounced Airy, right? You guys say Airy, right? It can go both ways. There, you heard it there, here, folks. It's both ways.
Ari
or
Ari.
We should throw up a Bukana vote. Is it Airy or Ari? Streambox, is that where we're going? Streambox, and he watches the show. Alex in the black shirt, you're about to go live on Office Hours Global. You do recognize me? Wow, I feel like a celebrity. I'm up in Seattle, but I'm originally from San Diego. Oh, cool. So Streambox, tell us what we have.
So Streambox actually was founded in Seattle in '99, and we specialize in post-production solution for live reviews and color. But on this particular show, we present new solution called Streambox Aura. It's on-set monitoring. Encoder sends video, SDI video. Encoder receives SDI video in log, and we send it to this iPad. And we provide 3 different presets or LUTs for HDR and SDR monitoring on the same iPad. So if I go to HDR, SDR, HDR, and so what's good about this kind of solution that you could use iPad on set instead of X300. And we could specify specific LUTs for each HDR or SDR preset. Another unique point about the Aura encoder, that's actually dual stream. So you send one stream on set to multiple iPads, and you send second stream to the cloud. So people anywhere basically could see the same HDR or SDR video from the camera. There are some advanced features as well. So just to show this SDR, this HDR, you could put false color, or you could specify calibration preset for this iPad as well. It's highly configurable. You could set for, say, Arri camera or for Canon camera. So you could actually specify video levels or say what color matrix they're using. So,
wow, how's the response from people that are here at the show been so far?
So I think more people would love to have both onset and offset with good color precision. I forgot to mention we could do up to 412 bit on 412 bit on iPads and from encoder. So it's really color accurate.
So what's in the box? What's in the stream box? You get
so we are pure software encoder, we proprietary codec. That's the. Yeah.
Gotcha. Nice. And
16 channels of audio as well. Up to 16 channels.
And what price point, what are we looking at?
It's not set, it's coming in the end of summer. It will be similar to our what we call Chrome X. Probably at the cost hardware, maybe $2,000, $3,000, and there is monthly, not monthly, but pay-as-you-go per month charge. So,
what was it that prompted you to create this?
We did work. We actually have some customers from Europe reaching out and asking us to create HDR and SDR simultaneous review solution on set, so they could use iPads that could do 1,000 nits on set instead of X300. So DPs can actually make a shot and see how it looks in HDR. Otherwise, it's very hard. So basically, customers asking us.
Yeah. So does the AJFS HDR? That's like I think it's like 10 or 15,000 or some crazy amount. Is that something that does that even push to iPads?
I'm not sure. Well, with the iPads, you have to remember that if you just use iPad in H.264, you probably will be limited to 10 bits for 2. You cannot do 4.4. But also, you have to do precise color levels. So if you put 500 nits to iPad, it will be probably 450. So there will be some tone mapping. What we do, we create reference profile on iPad, then 500 nits is.
It looks like
the battery back in the mic.
Looks like we're having some hits on our audio, so we're coming back. We're going to see if we can get that taken care of. Lots of things going on out there. That was pretty amazing. These last two inserts from Guy, just literally walking through the show floor doing live things, that has been, to me, amazing. That's the way I want to see a show. And the fact that we have this interactive, so that we were telling Guy, hey, just take a look over there, because somebody's watching the show, saw something they found interesting, and in real time we're able to just completely change everything, go talk to somebody. I mean, that's just astonishing. So hopefully
we're
they'll
going to
get a
get
battery.
spoiled now, because we're never going to be able to have Guy every time.
Yeah, Guy has done an absolutely amazing job of this. So let's see if they get back up. We have the potential, I understand, from my IFB for one more after this, but we're going to see. Field is ready. So we're going back to Guy in the field. Guy, take it away.
Hey, so we do have that question still from Carl, and it says, how is the iPad receiving the video stream from the encoder? What protocol?
Protocol from iPad to decoder to iPad, from encoder to iPad is called LDMP, low delay multipath protocol. So it's running its own. Well, right. It was before SRT. We actually received the Emmy Award for that 3 years ago, I think, for the transmission protocol specifically. And on the encoder itself, there is built-in server. So basically, that allows you to use that UDP protocol individually to each iPad and guarantee the quality of delivery, and allows you to scale to multiple iPads.
So how many can you scale to?
Right now, it's about 10 to 12, but since it's not released
on any iPad or M1, or is it?
So the new iPads is 6, right? Yeah, Wi-Fi 6. Yeah.
Oh, so you have to have one with Wi-Fi 6?
Well, that's the preferable way, yeah. You don't have to. Yeah, it's AC or AX Wi-Fi.
And then there's only a few that have the Retina display that'll do proper HDR, right?
So we actually support multiple displays. So we detect which iPad it is, and we'll apply different HDR curve, basically, to make sure that it's pure PQ. Of course, the quality would be good on mini LED iPads, but up to 500 nits you could use fourth and third generations iPads. What you will lose is contrast ratio. The contrast ratio is not very good, but it will give you true 500 nits HDR.
Well, it looks like we have another one, and it says Courtney Gooden's asking, can the iPad record locally proxy?
Not at the moment, but we probably will be looking into it. What we also have, when you send second stream to the cloud, we could record on the cloud as well.
Oh, very cool. Was there anything else that you want to tell the audience? It looks like we got through all the questions, or let me see if I'll listen to my ear and see if there's anything coming directly from the panel once again. Bill, anybody on the panel got a question for Alex?
So can the video stream coming to the iPad, can that be handed to a third-party app?
Can the video coming into the iPad be handed to a third-party app, says Carl?
So for this, we have different workflows. You could send to our software decoder box and get Blackmagic out of that. So, and on set, you actually could put Mac Mini with Blackmagic and run our software and hand off SDI, to different software. On the cloud, if you go to the cloud, we also support new AWS CDI protocol, uncompressed video, low latency. So you could pass to different encoders or whoever supports CDI. It's basically like SDI on AWS. So, yeah.
Wow, that's exciting. I got to play with some of this stuff. How's the response been from people walking around? Actually, Carl's got one more question. Carl, go ahead.
Just one more thing. Can you ask Alex, what would he suggest to us doing this program we're doing right now? What products has he got that would improve our stream right now?
So Carl asks, you watch the show. What would you suggest that we get to improve the show to HDR?
Well, I think maybe try to do Photo 2 instead of Photo 0.
Is there a way, though, to, let's see, it's a Constellation back in the Bay Area. Okay. It's 4K out. I think right now we're using an AWS Elemental, the $5,000 4K one. There's an FSHDR in front of that that'll convert it to HDR, and then it goes up to AWS. Is there another way that we could do something similar?
You could use us to send to AWS, and we will, it's kind of like garbage in, garbage out. So if you could get good signal on, to the AWS, we could probably improve.
Well, because the encoder's $5,000 for the Elemental.
You use hardware, okay. Yeah, you could use actually. So the workflow we are working right now with AWS is that the customers will use our software or hardware encoders and stream to AWS instance we have.
In 4K HDR?
Yeah, 4K HDR. Yeah.
It's way cheaper than $5,000.
It's pay as you go, so it's a different model.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you stream to AWS instance on the cloud, and will output CDI, the uncompressed video, to AWS Media Live that will encode for distribution.
Ooh, good question, Carl. That was awesome. Douglas Carmichael's got one. What use cases do you see for the Streambox?
Streambox is primarily for post-production currently. So we have customers that use us all over this town, and to do color correction for feature movies. But the on-set, it's new. That's what we see additional fit for us to kind of provide the same 4K HDR quality on-set. So.
Exciting stuff. I mean, you're cutting edge. This is amazing. Anything else before we move on to the next box?
Just visit our Streambox website, see what other solutions we have. Maybe there is some fit we don't know.
Well, thank you for watching the show, and thank you for having us at the booth. This is amazing stuff. I want to play with it now because I haven't even used CDI. I've done NDI and tossed around SRT and stuff.
CDI is super low latency. It's uncompressed. You could do up to 4K 444 on the cloud. You could. There is some drawbacks that we're trying to solve, like sending video between different zones from LA to London. How you do it? So, but that's actually very amazing stuff. Yeah.
Cool. I need a card, Alex, if you got one, because I need to reach out to you because you need to help fill my brain with how to do all this. Awesome. Thanks again so much for having us. All right, we're going to throw... Oh, wait. We're going that way? Are we going to stay live the whole way? All right, we're going over to Chauvet. Thanks again. See you guys.
We're within about 10 minutes of the end of the show at the top of the hour, guys. So just if you got another quick hit, but keep it relatively short because we got to say goodbye at some point.
Hi, Frieder. Frieder, my name's Guy Cochran.
That Courtney's question.
Nice to meet you. So you're the founder of KinoFlow.
Rumor has it, and it is true. Yes, we're here at what is it? Post-COVID now, kinda, isn't it? I mean, we're happy to finally be able to see everybody in real life instead of little thumbnails. So, and we've got some new product right over here. So, if we want to roll this way,
yeah, let's roll this way.
I can show you what's going on. Very generous.
Which way are we going to go here?
All right. So what we've done is we have a freestyle system. The freestyle system allows us to run a number of different panels. The 21, the 31, the 41. We can do tubes. And what we didn't have quite was a lightweight panel. There are some in the... Whoa. We'll just take that down.
This is pretty dang bright.
Take that down. So the freestyle system is this wonderful ecosystem of color management on LEDs. We actually have camera profiles that harmonize the camera to the light to the cameras. So this is something that nobody's actually done.
How? How does this happen?
It's all Hollywood magic. But the whole thing is, cameras all have a discontinuous spectrum in terms of how they respond to light. This is a discontinuous spectrum. And so trying to combine the two, that's where the challenge lies. And so we've had a long history of color balancing fluorescence to film and now LEDs to the electronic camera. And so this new product here is essentially an accessory to the freestyle system. A lot of rental houses have freestyle ballasts because it drives a plethora of different instruments. And now just by having an accessory like this, it's a nice, thin, lightweight panel. It's got rig points up here, so you want to do a 4-point hang, you can do it. It's also serviceable, so user serviceable. A lot of the systems out there, because they have a slight flex to it, sometimes compromise the LEDs themselves. This material is actually the same material used in greenhouses. It's designed to withstand a hurricane. I don't suggest putting it in a hurricane, but again, it just speaks to the robustness. So this is a multi-cell panel, and we drop these LEDs as a string matrix into this panel. So we're very excited about it. There are two sizes. There's also a third size, which we're not putting out here today. But for rental houses, I think this will be a great addition.
Yeah, so for all the people watching, this is one of the cool things about coming to a show like this is one, getting to meet a legendary guy who basically you started this KinoFlow, right? And I mean, the celeb's been like one of the, in the Diva's been one of the industry staples. But what I was getting at is the quality of it. I wish you guys could feel that, like, this isn't no Chinese knockoff something. This is like, wow, like the material, everything just is gorgeous. I mean, is this plexiglass over the top, or what is this?
It is a type of plexi, and again, it's designed to be extremely rugged. I haven't yet driven a truck over it, but I think I'm going to do it just to demo. I think I'm going to do it just to demo the fact that this is robust. Again, you know, for me, I was a gaffer. I have to work with my own equipment. I still shoot everything that we do for KinoFlow in our studio, and so it also keeps my hand in the field, you know. And I need to know what works and what doesn't work. And to me, what was important is come up with something that's going to take the art and move it forward. There's no point in doing something that somebody else is already doing. And this is what has driven us all along, whether it's our tubes, whether it's our panels. So this focus on color science was really important because that is still the biggest challenge, is coming up with a clean skin tone. And we really do well on all these shootouts when it comes to the different cameras. So that's another thing that we really focus on, is understanding the colorimetry of the camera. Because without that,
yeah, you're just shooting blind.
You're shooting in the dark.
Yeah, we have a couple questions. So the way this is working is we have people all over the world, and they're upvoting these questions. So we got one coming in from Tlaloc Miguel Lopez Waterman. He's in Washington, D.C., and he's asking, what is the CRI of your LED units? Okay,
so in addressing CRI, as an industry, we are trying to stop using CRI as a reference point. The TLCI is like 99. CRI only uses 15 color swatches. The CIE and the IES committees have all rejected CRI as a unit of measurement because you can game it. Manufacturers can game 15 colors and make it look good. The camera's more concerned about the full spectrum. So TM30-18 has 99 reference points, and we do extremely well. We're up in the 98 to 101 range on those. So bottom line is, it's really good light for cameras up there. Sorry.
Okay, we got another one coming in from Tlaloc Miguel Lopez Waterman in Washington, D.C., and he's asking, are these panels DMX controllable?
So everything here is DMX controllable, Lumen Radio wireless, battery operable, as well as AC 120, 240. So we pretty much cover all aspects.
Wow, you guys are just kicking butts, because I remember KinoFlows would just be the holy grail of what an up-and-comer can get, and you'd see them in all the studios all over the place. And now the game's kind of changed with so many other competitors. How are you feeling in the market right now? Are you feeling like innovation and just your color and your R&D being able to come up with just new things? Are you feeling good about everything?
Well, it's getting to be a crowded market. There are a lot of price pressures from offshore products coming in, it's just what it is. For us, what's important is having a reliable product that can be properly serviced very quickly, being honest with our clientele, and being there to service that market. So that's all we can, that's the most we can do. Plus now we're looking at new technologies, and so I think there are going to be some very exciting things coming out of KinoFlow within the next half year.
All right, I'm getting a little word in my ear that we're coming up on the tail end. We want to end our show on time. I wanted to say thank you, Frater, for your time, and thank you, everybody, for your questions. I know Carl had a couple more, but we want to roll out here in just a few. So, again, thank you. I'll come back. I want to look at everything.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks again, Frater. Cheers. All right. Man, what a great show.
Guy, you've been fabulous. What are your impressions? What do you feel like after spending the day on the show floor?
Man, I feel like this is a great environment to be in. I mean, it is amazing just to get a feel of the pulse. I mean, we're in LA where they make movies, and so being able to see all the new toys that we haven't been able to see for the last few years, and again, feel the quality of them, speak to people that are super knowledgeable, and so they know the details. I mean, Streambox and Noah and Raj. So all the gangs here too. I mean, these guys behind the scenes have been working their butt off, and it's great to see them here.
Roscoe.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are the
Roscoe, run
people
over
who've
here.
been
Come on,
working their
Roscoe.
tails off to bring this to you.
Roscoe's-
Fabulous.
Yeah.
Get everybody
This is
in
the
there.
game.
Roscoe, it's great to see you.
Well, thanks, Bill
Hey,
and
Noah,
panel.
for you,
Noah,
what's
for
been
you.
the biggest challenge today for you?
Challenge today, I think it was just, oh man. We're at a much faster pace today, which was awesome. Actually, it was nice to get in the rhythm of it all. I think the biggest challenge is just thinking about the 12 or 15 things that are at Roscoe's top of mind or my top of mind. We kind of got in a rhythm. That's the thing that I love about having somebody like Roscoe is like he can be doing stuff while I'm doing stuff. So we're kind of overlapping, but we got in a good rhythm of like when he was doing stuff or I was doing stuff. We do have a little bit of RF interference here with our in-ears, so that was kind of a headache. And even with our cellular device, it wasn't always super clear. So hopefully in the future when we go for our post-mortem, we'll talk through some other solutions that we might have for that. So good question.
Perfect. You guys did an absolutely stunning job. I'm going to just touch really quickly on the remaining panel members we have. We've still got Courtney Mitchell and John Pretos and Carl. We're going to go, and I'm going to ask you to do it in like 15 seconds each because I've got a little bit, and then we want to let the play out go and try to hit at the top of the hour here. So let's start with Carl. Carl, what do you think of the day in 15 seconds?
I thought it was really good. It's very smooth. We saw a lot of booths. We got a lot of coverage. We got a lot of questions directly to the manufacturers.
Yeah, a lot of the things we had hoped to do in this iteration of our live coverage really worked out beautifully. John Preto, what's been on your mind through the end of the show here?
Good job, guys. Guy, you're amazing host. I voted for you for all future endeavors. And the film industry looks very expensive, so I think I'm going to go into insurance.
Mitchell, what about you?
Guy, you're a rock star. I mean, I'm sure you're being helped by the people working behind the scenes here too. But you make me proud to be part of the Office Hours crew to see the great show, the great coverage, and your enthusiasm is what makes this coverage so special.
Courtney, you want to wrap up real quick your side of things?
Yeah, I was surprised, and I think the layout that's here in the convention center is a little more conducive to moving around quickly. Since you're not moving across asphalt, you're going across a nice concrete floor. It really worked out well with the rig that you guys built that are on wheels, because we could just stay with you as you move from one booth to the next and have a nice smooth dolly shot and see all the stuff as it goes by. That was really great.
I'm going to do just a couple of seconds because we're at, I think, 3 minutes until, and we've got the credits to roll through here. I wanted to thank Bernie Burns, who came in early, Mark Maisonneuve, and Eric Addison, who all helped us with our coverage today. You know, we're trying to imagine the future of live show coverage, and I think this team that you're watching is doing an astonishing job of proving that it can happen in a whole new way. Let's go to the credits, and thank you, everybody who watched the show through the course of today. We will see you at the next live event we do. On behalf of Office Hours, Alex Lindsay, and everybody else involved in the show, thank you, and take care. Have a great Saturday.
That's all.